Okay, my name's Aajonus Vonderplanitz. I got into learning about health by being a very sickly person. I was born into a violent household where I had a brother who was 18 months older than I and still in diapers when I was born. He didn't appreciate me taking mom's attention away like that. So he tortured me. He pushed me on rusty things, rusty nails, rakes, anything where my mom would panic. My mom's a nurse. She saw lockjaw one time. She didn't investigate how the lockjaw was created. The medical profession has this myth, pharmaceutical industry, that lockjaw comes from rusty nails and rusty stuff. So you'll go get an injection of, come on in. So you get an injection of tetanus. It's all about marketing tetanus. Lockjaw comes from medication that causes damage of the jaw and brain center to the jaw, so it doesn't open. It doesn't come from rust getting in the body. It could if somebody cut a hole in you and put a great deal of it under there and locked it in there. It probably could, but just a puncture wound as a little bit of rust gets in there, it would be arrested by your phagocytes very quickly, and that would be the end of it. But my mother was very paranoid, so at 3 months old, she took me for a tetanus shot. At 6 months old, took me for a tetanus shot. 18 months old, took me for a tetanus shot, and I became autistic. The mercury went to that center of the brain that causes autism, and I couldn't communicate. I couldn't understand how people related the concept or meaning with a word or a sound. Everything was a sound to me because I could not understand a word, these hieroglyphs making up a word, the words making up a sentence, phrases, whatever. I couldn't grasp that from that point on. I was 22 before I could do that. So I grew up cheating my way through school, so I'd always pick the smartest, most sensitive girl in the class to sit next to, and she would allow me to copy. She was a little confused at first because I was cheating all the time. And I didn't look autistic because my parents didn't allow me to be autistic. They were rather intelligent people. My dad graduated top honors from Purdue. He invented the first Bearing computer while he was in college. So to realize he had an idiot child would accept it. So when I go off into my stare, he would slap me on the back of the head. My mother would slap me on the back. Say, "Don't look like that. You look like an idiot." I was an idiot. I'd be peeved. They wouldn't do it, so I had to keep this persona of not allowing myself to go into my stares unless I was alone. And, of course, in schools, I learned to imitate James Dean and Elvis Presley. Those were the icons of the day, so I watched everybody swoon and praise over them, so I took poses like they did and acted like a cool guy, but I was really, didn't know what the hell I was doing, as far as communication was. So I took things into school, and I grew up in Catholic schools, and the nuns didn't appreciate me taking the language because I didn't know what I was saying. But at home, I imitated what I heard at home, as I heard any phrase that I thought related to that particular sound. So it was shut up, sit down. You don't tell nuns and priests that. Sit down, shut up, go away, leave me alone. These were the things I heard at home. So I thought that was, and they were said often with a laughing gesture. So I would do that to communicate. And I thought I was a very good person. But I was getting beaten all the time and punished. So I was very confused about the whole situation. I didn't know what was happening. I had like a lot of disability, challenged mentally children. I had a savant side where I could look at a mathematical problem and write the answer without even doing the formula right, knowing how I got it. So I always got caught or accused of cheating in math, but I never cheated. So one time they put me in a room and gave me tests that they had just invented the moment before, half an hour before I was to take the test, and I again wrote all the answers, no formula. So then they realized that I was probably smart. Then they trusted me not to be cheating on other things. So I got through schools that way, but I always cheated. And then when I got into, I was about 12 and a half years old, I got my third polio vaccine. Up until that period, I was holding on colds anywhere from, about 3 months a year, average. And I was bedridden for a lot of that time. I was never allowed to play sports because I had fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, so I was sore everywhere. Just getting out of bed was a chore. I used to crank the heater on or open the vent because my father, he came from a farm area, in Illinois where it was very cold. So he was just growing up hardy and strong. So he'd turn the heat off at night and it would get down to, freezing temperature in the house. And of course with fibromyalgia, I was in joint pain everywhere. So to get me out of bed usually took a belt. And then I'd always put my clothes in front of the heater. And unless that heater would turn on, sometimes my dad would forget to turn it on when he got up. So I wouldn't get out of bed until I was forced to get out of bed. So that was the way I was going up until 12 and a half. And then I received my third polio vaccine. And I developed diabetes, juvenile diabetes, and heart problems, angina. So I was having 2 to 3 heart attacks a week. And some of them, so I had about 300 from the age of 15 and a half to 22, and 50 of them made me unconscious. My parents and teachers would watch me buckle over in pain and fall unconscious on the floor in the classroom and everything. So they took me to a cardiologist because they saw me gripping my chest. Of course, I couldn't communicate with them. I knew the word hurt meant something about not feeling well. So, hurt, pain, stuff like that. And they did EEGs, EKGs. Nothing was wrong because they're looking for congenital malformation or congestive heart failure. And if they don't see that, nothing else exists. It's in your head. I was an idiot. How could it be in my head? I had no concept about how to pretend disease or anything like that, or even know what it was. So, except for my aches and pains, I thought everybody felt that way, only they didn't show it. I thought I was a weakling because I felt it and they were strong and didn't have it. But I thought everybody had those pains. So, they didn't treat me. They just said it was in my head, and of course they sent me to psychologists and psychiatrists. And basically said, he doesn't communicate. He's just a wise guy. He's a punk. So they thought I was a James Dean type character who was just quiet and just didn't like everybody and was antisocial. So that's what I was labeled. So that was okay with me. And then about that same time, I also learned that I got beat up a lot because, guys come around and I say what my brother said and say you're full of shit and stuff like that. I know what it meant. They said laughing when I get beat up. So I decided to do it the first day of every school year. I would pick the biggest kid in the school and beat him up terrible. And then that saved me for the year. And, I was being, so feral and instinctive because my brain didn't work in a way to communicate. I was developing everywhere instinctually, trying to survive. I knew where people's dangerous spots were, so elbow in the throat, basically one elbow in the throat, and the person's immobile for at least 15 seconds. You know how many times you can hit a person in 15 seconds? They're down and out. They don't move. So that's what I did to survive, and that's how I knew how to survive, and that was it. So that went all the way through school, and then I met a girl when I was 15 and a half that at the same time I developed diabetes and angina, who was in love with me. She was the second smartest girl in the class, and she was class and more advanced than I, so she was in my classrooms to see what an idiot I was. And we were, we could communicate without language. We just look at each other, have lots of feelings, first person I had sex with, and everything. So everything was great until we started living together. I got married when I was 16, and I had a child when I was 17, and then we had to live together. And then she realized, I wasn't a very bright person. Because, I watched James Dean movies, I watched movies, and I heard the sound bits that the guys told the girls that made them smile or swoon. So I learned those by over and over and hearing them over and over again. I learned what those sound bites sounded like and could repeat them. However, I really didn't know what I was saying. And when I would try to think of what a meaning of a word was just by the sound. And when I finally was able to comprehend, I was using malaprops all over the place. I knew for sure a word meant a certain thing, and then when I looked it up, I was finally able to read, and nothing to do with what I thought it meant at all. And I was saying all these wrong and incorrect things to people. And it took me many years because I would still use words that I had heard in the way that I thought that they meant. So I was Mr. Malaprop for quite a while. And with all that, the son being born, I had to work, go to school, take care of the baby. Night, he cried all the time, had really bad colic. I wasn't getting any sleep, so I was drinking also. By the time I was 8 years old, I had such chronic fatigue that I began drinking coffee to keep myself energy. So when my parents would go to bed, I wasn't rarely able to sleep at night because I was so in fear all the time. My brother would come over and punch me in the stomach, knock the wind out of me while I was sleeping, do all kinds of things to me. And then I also saw horror films. My brothers loved horror films, so I got dragged to those movies sometimes on Saturdays for matinee, and they would scare the hell out of me. So I was afraid to sleep at night because something come out from under the bed or somewhere. So I rarely got sleep. So I'd run into the kitchen armed with a butcher knife, just in case a monster was on the way. And I would take the coffee and put it in a jar and put it under my bed. And then in the morning I would drink it. So I would have some energy. 8 years old, I started smoking cigarettes for the same reason, for the nicotine high. So I started at a very young age doing some very bad things. And by the time I was 16 years old and getting into all of this situation of marriage, we didn't live together until the baby was born. And that was enough. We still didn't get to communicate a lot, but she really got to see what I was like or how I was not. And she thought I was. So I started drinking heavily to sleep because I was drinking up to 11 cups of coffee a day, smoking 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filters a day, and taking bennies, speed, anything I could get to keep up and going and mobile. And then at night it was impossible to sleep and I had to get some sleep, so I would drink alcohol. So I would drink a fifth of bourbon or gin every night to get to sleep. And then when she realized what an idiot I was, then I didn't want to go home. So I would stay out drinking with the guys from work. And guys who drink, you can say anything, nothing matters. You just say, oh, that's cool shit, stuff like that. And you just drink and that's it, so it's cool. So that's what I did. So I go home, get 3-4 hours sleep a night of that, and then go to work, or go to school and then go to work and take care of the baby at night and evening. So I got an ulcer by the time I was 19 years old. And that became a bleeding ulcer. I was vomiting, sometimes up to a cup of blood at a time. So at that point I got a divorce. Everything was pretty traumatic, still drinking heavily. I worked for a trucking company at the time, and I could get bins of drink, bennies all that I wanted from the truck drivers because they had to stay awake for driving. So it was easy to get those there, so that kept me going. Of course, the alcohol got heavier and heavier. So I went to a doctor at that point, and how I got to the point of being able to be a functioning person in a work environment, even though I was autistic, is that my mother took me to a technical school that just opened, a technical college that just opened in Cincinnati called Cincinnati Computer Technology Institute, and found that when they gave me the test, my mother took me there on a fluke, and they gave tests, there was no language comprehension. They didn't care they don't care if you knew the word the. I couldn't even spell the word the at the time. They gave me geographic, mathematical, and schematics. I knew what everyone meant, why it was there, and everything. So I could write a program in like an hour, 2 hours, and it would take people 6 months to a year of life, and flawlessly, almost. So the college knew what they had with me, so they always had somebody accompanying me to dialogue and talk and write out procedure manuals for language. So I was making 60 to 80 grand a year as an idiot, as early as 18 years old, 19 years old. So after the divorce, I had an uncle who was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology at UCLA in Los Angeles, California. So he said, well, maybe I can help out, maybe I can take care of it. So that Time DC, the third largest trucking company in the world at the time, transferred me out to the Los Angeles office. So I became an experiment at UCLA. They gave me LSD at the time, 725 micrograms. Didn't even take me off anywhere, so I got rejected from that experiment. And then all kinds of different ones, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with me and how to change it. So I just continued working. Also got so bad that they decided to do a lobotomy pyeloplasty. So they went in and severed the vagus nerve to my stomach, all of them to my stomach, so I'd never secrete hydrochloric acid again. So they put me in a group of octogenarians who they say are in danger of death from parasitical, bacterial, and fungal invasion. Back then, viruses were never around. Nobody worried about viruses, ever. So, not until the military and General Electric got into making new kinds that were lethal. So, they said that if I ate anything cooked, I would be danger of death within 2-3 days. So my uncle went through the kitchen and showed me that I had to take apples and boil them, bananas and boil them. I had to absolutely cook everything. So after that, I couldn't digest anything that was cooked or raw, so I was vomiting almost everything. The incision turned tumorous, so it got up to 3/4 of an inch high, up to 1.5 inches wide. So they said, now we have to irradiate you. We have to stop this growth, this cancer that's taking over your abdomen. So they gave me 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy. And you know what happens to clay when you fire it? It turns into pottery. It turns into kitchenware or art objects. And that's what they did to my spine. They solidified my spine. So my movement was like this, and excruciatingly painful. So I was, just to sit down, it would take me 3 to 5 minutes to sit down, because I had to keep working it in a way where it didn't pinch my spine and not so painful. And sometimes the pain would shoot up my back, and I'd have to start all over. Try to bend my knees in a way that wouldn't pinch my lower spine. So it was a puzzle just to sit down. So then I couldn't work anymore, and then the radiation therapy gave me blood and bone cancer as well as solidifying my spine. So then they said, now we have to give you chemotherapy. I was basically an invalid at that time. And then when they gave me the chemotherapy, my hair fell out. I was vomiting all the time. It was back pain, vomiting. Vomiting was a torture. I would pass out just from vomiting. And I had to stay on the floor. I had to live on the floor of my house. I was making good money, so I had a 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills. I was an idiot. And here I had, 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills at 20 years old. And, but I had to live on the floor. I had to clean out all the furniture because I couldn't get up on pots or pans to urinate, so I had to just go all over myself. So I had to pull myself from one spot to another on the floor. And the living room and dining room were together, so they were quite long, probably another third this long, back that way from here back to the back. And I would choose a different spot, different times of the day, and make the circle around the room and fill the room up with fecal matter and urine. And then they offered to take me to a hospice, a special hospice where they could handle invalids. And I went there, and there's no way. Again, I couldn't communicate, say the wrong thing to people who were dying, and not a good thing. So there's no way I was going to go to a hospice. So 2 volunteers there agreed to come to my home and clean the house, shop for me, make the food, prepare it for me for 2 to 3 days at a time. And that was it. So they would come and clean the floor, clean me. They had to sponge bath me, bathe me wherever I was at the time. Of course, I would crawl a little bit. It would take me 30 minutes sometimes to get from here to the door. And I would pick another spot so they would clean everything around me. It was going for 2 to 3 days. I had me take the curtains out and put Venetian blinds in because the odors would stay in the curtains. Now, it didn't bother me, but I could see it was painful for them coming in and smell everything. And even after they left, the odor was still in the curtains. So I had them remove everything that was cloth and all the furniture. There was nothing in the room but me. And even in the bedrooms, I had to clear out everything. So that's the way I lived for quite a while. And one of the volunteers was an 18-year-old African-American boy, very tall. He was working for the Ford Motor Company as the going thing, Ford Group at that time. I don't know if anybody remembers back in 1967 to 68 and 69. They had hired this young group to be the growing rock kind of thing, sing the better idea for the Ford Motor Company, came out with Mach 1 that year. And this was a kid like me, making a lot of money, $80 grand a year, singing. And he was just very compassionate. How he knew about foods and raw foods, I don't have a clue. But he encouraged me to drink raw carrot juice first because he thought I'd go for that first, and then raw milk. And if you've ever had chemo and radiation, nothing tastes good after that. Everything tastes like cardboards or postage stamps. And those are not delicious. So everything they did. My diet at the time was, my favorite things were powdered donuts, loved them. Cereal, especially Sugar Crisp, with 4 tablespoons of sugar added, and RC Cola, Sprite. So when after the radiation therapy, all the bone around my teeth degenerated, so my teeth hung in my gums. So if I bit down on my teeth, I would bleed profusely. So I was getting sometimes 2 transfusions a week from that. So I had to drink everything from a straw, big old fat straw. And you know what I chose to have them put in the blender to blend? Sprite and powdered donuts, or Sugar Crisp with the sugar and the milk blended out and suck it through a straw. That was my diet. So of course I'd be sick. And so I was sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker. And then when he turned me on to the carrot juice, he had to work at me because my word for carrot was puke. Any vegetable would make me puke if it were cooked. Literally, the only thing that I could eat that's not a vegetable, is considered a vegetable, is corn on the cob. Only thing that wouldn't make me vomit what I like. But Brussels sprouts, you gave me cooked Brussels, I could hit that wall. Peas, I could hit you. Cauliflower, I could probably hit you. So really, things would make me have a stronger vomit reaction. So as a child, I had to sit at the dining table anywhere from half an hour to an hour, even an hour and a half after everybody else left the table. Because my parents would force me to eat my vegetables. Sometimes there were 2 vegetables on the plate, and I had a hell of a time. It was 2 hours at the table altogether. So what I learned to do to get them down is I would cut off my taste buds and mash it up in my mouth, take about a teaspoon of milk, because I only wasn't allowed to have a cup of milk, and I would wash it down, and that would take a full minute, and then the hard part came, keeping it from coming back up. Sometimes it would take me 3 minutes to hold it down, because if I vomited, my parents would come in and put that much more on the plate, or make me eat the vomit. So it was a rough childhood. And of course, when I got off on my own, I ate everything just the way I wanted for a few years, and then cancer treatments, and then nothing tasted good. So when I had that carrot juice, finally sipped a little bit of it. It was delicious. It's refreshing. Oh my God, I'm going to drink this. This is better than soda pop used to taste. Because I started drinking carrot juice and raw milk, and after about 10 days of the carrot juice and raw milk, my autism shut up. I woke and I understood language. I looked at a page and said, oh, that's a word. Yes, I understand now. I grasped it. That's a verb, that's an adjective, preposition, all of that all came together. And I thought, this is great. So I called my uncle to have a conversation. He thought it was a comedian friend of his that was imitating my voice, putting it on. It took me 30 minutes to convince him. He thought all my malaprops and everything was just part of the act of his friend imitating me. So I told him something that happened between my mother and him that only he would know, and that's my little 3-year-old brother. My uncle Lanny had left the athlete's medication out, which is what? Thimerosal, liquid mercury. Left that on back of the toilet in a little bottle with the lid off. My 3-year-old brother came and drank it. I was 6 years old at the time. So I told him, and my mother was in her bra in panties, and my mother is so prudish. You wouldn't believe it. She grabbed that, she's a nurse, she grabbed that baby, her baby, and ran out in the street to the hospital. Didn't think to stop, taxi. She was taking that baby to, make sure that baby survived, and had a pump. So I told him about that, and he hadn't told anybody, his friends, because that was a bad, embarrassing thing for him. Endanger a child's life. So he realized it was me, and I told him what I want to do. I told him I want to go to a library. This food has made the difference. My uncle was a psychologist. So, it was all in your brain center. It had nothing to do with the foods that you're eating. It had nothing to do with carrot juice and milk. So, but if you want to go buy books on nutrition, go ahead. But it doesn't really have anything to do with health. Thinking of the academic community. So I called Steve Flanagan, the young African-American boy, said, listen, all my money's gone, I don't have anything, I want you to turn me on to, the food relating to health, and I know that's why I'm able to comprehend now. It's, 10 days ago you provided me all this milk and carrot juice, and now it's working. I want to go to the bookstore and buy lots of books, and let's go together. And he said, well, you can't walk, So I said, well, see about getting a wheelchair for me, and we'll see what we can do. See if you can get a back brace to hold me up under the arms so we can keep the back from compressing. So I went through all that. It took him a couple of days to do it, to get everything together. But he was such a great guy. And he put everything together. He gave me $110 at the bookstore to buy books. And back in 1968, that was a lot of books. 68 to 69, and you could buy a paperback for 10 cents, 25 cents a word. You could buy a book with pictures in it, a hardback for 99 cents to $1.99 maximum. So I got a lot of books for that. And my uncle said, so I want you to buy one book for me. I want you to buy the book Siddhartha. He says, you're a diehard Republican asshole. Following, all of that concept of Cincinnati where you grew up and your father. And I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't, I hadn't read a book in my whole life. I couldn't read anything. So, when I sat down and acted like I was reading something, like for homework, and my parents made me sit down and read, I would just go to each little hieroglyphic thing and just act like I was reading. And I would always point. So they tried to stop me from pointing, and I didn't know why they didn't want me to point. I didn't understand any of that. So at this point, I got the book Siddhartha. It was about this kid who grows up in an affluent family who becomes a wayward son, leaves the whole community, goes off and becomes a doper, whoremonger, a murderer, and then by the end he finds himself and comes back and becomes a prophet, or a sage. I said, God, somebody can do that all in a lifetime. So I got a whole different experience of all that somebody can be, and it's not in the military or army. And so it gave me a whole different outlook on personalities and people and human behavior. So that was thrilling. The rest were all books on nutrition, and over the years going through. That was the first book I read, which was Siddhartha. It was about 86 pages, and it took me a full week to read it, 16 hours a day. I'd read a word, and I'd say, oh, I know that word. I'd look it up, and it had a completely different meaning, as I said before. So I had to look up the definitions of the words that were in the definitions that were in the definitions that were in the definitions. So I had to learn everything at one time. So I spent 90% of that time in the dictionary, not in the book. So it took me a week to read 86 pages. It didn't get better. I had no memory retention, very little memory retention, because I had molded my mind into thinking that sounds have certain influences and therefore make the meaning. It had nothing to do with sound meaning anything. A gentle sound meant something good, So it's like the Asians, they have tonal tones in their words, and that makes a different meaning. And some of them relate to aggressiveness and gentleness, and that's how they derive their tonalities. But in English, it has none of that. So I was feuding with language for my mind. I was feuding with its own concept of the language should be. It isn't. So I was reading all these books on nutrition over the next year and a half as I progressively got a little bit better, because I never ate that stuff again. I only ate the caribous and milk, and mainly milk and some raw cream and cheese, other things they would eat, introduced me to that were raw. And I gradually got better, but I saw that in these books, everybody contradicted everybody else. It was like everything's bad and everything's good, and how do you make it work? How does it mean anything? So everybody has their concepts how to look at it. And there are no experts or wise people out there. They go put you in a school to learn words and concepts, but you don't get the actual experience to be with a sick person, to know anything about how that person should eat or how it's reacting in their systems. So we got all of these people who have got education and no wisdom. And they don't have a clue about anything. Just to be a carpenter, 100 years ago, you had to spend 8 to 9 years with a master carpenter to even be considered a good talent at carpentry. And then you had to spend another 10 years on your own mastering. Our schools don't teach any wisdom. They just teach you sound bites and garbage. So, after getting through all these books after 3 years and getting a little bit better, it got to be where I could sit, maybe for 20 minutes at a time without excruciating pain. And then I had to go into yoga postures to stretch my back out and ease the pain because the pain would buckle up and tighten. And so I learned to do that. And then by the time I was 27, I realized there was no way that I was going to learn anything in society. If I wanted to learn about true nutrition and health, I needed to go out and live in the wild with tribes, primitive tribes, and animals. So I set off on an Italian Legion bike when I was almost 28 years old. It was 73. I was almost going to be 27, so my birthday's in April, and this is December 73. Set off on an Italian Legion bike with books, anatomy, physiology, chemistry on my saddlebags, and a little dog in the back, and a little Hungarian Puli-Lhasa, so breed, which I dwarfed. I learned enough to be able to dwarf a dog. Would never do it now, but that was part of the learning and trying to control things, with diet, see what I could do. But that dog, I was offered $5,000 for that dog. So I thought, ooh, I really mastered something here. How to dwarf a dog. It's not really healthy, but and so we bicycled all over, and she ran off with the coyotes. She was a raw dog. She didn't get anything cooked. And I became completely raw fooder, committed in February of 72. Then when I went out on a bicycle, I'd become basically a vegetarian. I had read all the garbage about how bad milk was, and yet what it did for me, it was like being dyslexic. And I have dyslexia too, where the brain just can't get the two sides together. So here I got well on the raw dairy, and yet I was rejecting it. So living outdoors is very strenuous, terribly strenuous. You think that, you hear all this stuff, it's societal stress. You got a little anxiety, big deal. Live outdoors where your temperature changes 60 to 80 degrees from morning to night, or from afternoon till 4 o'clock in the morning. You've got incredible changes, and you've got the sun beating and the wind beating on you all day long. They're stressed. So it was constant. Every day I was going through that. And I was drinking tons of water, like 2 gallons of water a day. And I went from about 147 pounds down to 96 pounds over a 2.5-year period. And I lived with 4 Indian groups to that time in September of 76. I bicycled all the way down to the Yucatan and lived with the Mayans. They told me raw meat would help me, and that's what I do. I refused to eat raw meat because after the surgery, the stomach surgery, when I ate cooked meat, I would break out pustulations all over the body, from my knees all the way to the top of my head. And these were very painful pustulations. Anybody see Liar, Liar with Jim Carrey? He's got a scene in there where his working, one of the guys who works in his law office, has a big pimple on the end of his nose, and it's all white. It looks like it's ready to burst at any time. And he wants to squeeze it, get rid of it, so he doesn't have to look at it. So I had these all over my body. It was painful to sit down, my clothes rubbing on them. So I was terrified of eating meat. So I was a vegetarian, a lacto-ovo, until I became a non-lacto-ovo, just a vegetarian fruitarian. So the tribes were telling me, every tribe that I went with, the the Mayan, the Yaqui in northern Mexico, the Sioux. I have a great-grandmother who's Sioux, so there's a little bit of a relationship tie there. And the Inuit in Alaska all told me raw meat was my answer. And I thought they were just trying to get rid of the white boy, get some revenge here. And those things I just couldn't get together. Raw meat you can eat, and I was told that raw meat would be the worst thing that I could do with the bogata because I have no hydrochloric acid in my stomach. And of course I'd get parasite, a brain puke, and I'd be an idiot. I've never done that. So I wasn't going to eat raw meat. I was going to eat meat of any kind. So this is September in '76, and I was with the Eskimos in Alaska. I got there the last week in August. So I'd been there very long. And when the temperature, at that point, the temperature got down to below 50 degrees, I was crippled in pain in every joint. It's like having arthritis and rheumatism magnified 100 times. I was literally crippled like I was in the spine from the radiation therapy. So I was going to get out of there real quickly and go back to California and then maybe go to Mexico. But it got so bad in those few weeks that I didn't even want to live. So I decided I would go back to California, choose the old Indian burial ground that I'd gone to before, and fast myself to death, drink nothing but water until it take 40, 60 days, fast myself to death. And right before I left, the Eskimos, this was not societal Eskimos, these were primitive Eskimos that still lived out in the wild. And I remember when I was going to find them, I went over this hill, there were this whole field of blueberry bushes. And they were all ripe, tons of blueberries. And I was a fruitarian. I was in my heyday. And they're eating the blueberries, and all of a sudden I saw these furry things popping up all over, and one stood up and they were grizzly bears. The whole field of grizzly bears. I got out of there. That was a happy experience, though, until I knew they were there. I was eating, for an hour I ate the blueberries. That's how they get their fat. Bears store their fat, and we eat, especially fish, with blueberries. So just go eat a fish and go eat blueberries until they gain all this weight. So the Eskimos dug up this hide that was wrapped, wrapping something, and they unwrapped it, and there was all this mush in there. It was a firm mush that was slightly dehydrated and had all this fungus on it, patinaed black, white molds of all sorts. And it reeked, it stunk like a slaughter yard that had been abandoned and never cleaned. And it was foul and rank. And it just made me want to vomit. And the children are smelling this, and it's like cotton candy, thrilled and want to eat it. And everybody else smelling it, smells good to them, I thought, this is bizarre. And then they heard this bird call from down in, and then they made a call back, and what the translation was, it doesn't stink half a mile downwind, you got to rebury it. Didn't stink enough. So they wrapped it up, reburied it, and I was curious about this, so I started to take down my camp and everything to leave, and they dug it up about 4 days later, and this is the day I was going to leave, and it was ranker. And I mean, if I got within 5 feet of it, I started dry heaving. It was so bad to my senses. And they are just eating it. They were eating it for like 20, almost 48 hours, 42 hours. I counted that they were eating it. And the adults were eating from 2 to 3 pounds, and the children were eating a pound. Even if they were infants, they were eating this rotten stuff. And it reeked. And they finally convinced me to eat a ping pong ball-sized amount. And of course I couldn't do it automatically, so I had some cotton balls with me. They put musk oil on them, stuffed them up my nose, and I was able to eat it. It was very tender. It was like braised in brandy lamb, very tender, like melted in your mouth. So, melted in my mouth. So it was easy to eat, but I kept the cotton balls with the musk oil on it in my nose for probably a couple of hours. And the odor still would get through occasionally. I would smell it, but it got me used to it enough that I could be around them to an extent at a distance while I watched them eat all this stuff. And they had dances and they had partying. For them, partying was dancing and hugging and, rolling around and playing. They had some kind of a ball game that they did with a basketball. And they would kick it around with their feet like you see kids do with sandbags, sandball. So they were having a great time, but after I had it, I went to go sleep, and I felt really good. I thought, this is really nice. Wow. So I went back to my sleeping bag, and in the morning, I would waken always about 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sun would be beating on my sleeping bag. And I'd have to wait till the sun would beat on my sleeping bag for an hour and a half, 2 hours before I could get out without severe pain. And then I would lie naked in the sun for another 10 minutes to be able to be mobile without too much pain. After I had that rotten stuff, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in like 30 minutes, and only had to be in the sun for like 10 minutes instead of 30 minutes. So I was able to be mobile in much less time. So I went back to the wise person, so-called chief, you might say, and I said, what was that moldy herbal stuff that you were eating that that felt so good to me? So it's just raw meat. It was raw caribou we'd beaten, wrapped it in seal blubber, and mashed it all together and wrapped it and buried it. I thought he wanted to kill the white boy. So I didn't believe it for a minute. I didn't think that meat molded. Another one of those dyslexic things where I'd read the medical books about fungus, of course, athlete's foot. You don't see the molds on the feet, you just see the skin peeling away. In gangrene, you do see the fungus, the green fungus, but I never related it to meat decomposing. When meat dies, it just becomes dry and turns to dust and goes away. Nobody eats it. So that's the concept I had. I couldn't wrap my brain around it, so my brain was still autistic in a way. So I thought that you're just not going to give me the answer, so I hopped on my bike, and I was pretty weak at that point, so I couldn't do a lot of biking, and the nights were too brutal. So I started jumping freight trains, open cars, and bungee cord my bicycle to the side, hang my hammock across the open doors so I could see the beauty. So it took me, about 5 days to get back to Southern California, when it should have only taken 2 days. But sometimes the train would go off to the wrong place, take a turn off somewhere, and I'd end up in Nevada or Iowa or somewhere like that, and had to make it. So it took me 5 days to get back there. So I went back there to fast myself to death, got to the California desert near Palm Springs. And I got weaker and weaker and weaker, and I was out there about 10 days. Coyotes would come down, and I was at the foot of the mountains, the San Bernardino old Indian ground burial reservation. And the coyotes would come down in that particular foothill in the wash where I had my campsite. And they would wake me up at midnight every night. Why? I didn't know. They would just wake me. And if they wanted, and one would dance around out there and act like a crazy person. They sounded like a bunch of crazy people. You ever see Cuckoo's Nest? The time when they were the craziest, all that cacophony of brain fuzz, was all going. And so I said, why are you waking me if you're trying to distract me? Just let me sleep. So after about the 10th day, I was playing a game with them. I thought, well, you're going to wake me, I'm going to do something. So I got a sense of where each one of them was. And after about the 12th night of fasting, I was able to sense where these coyotes were, even though one was trying to distract me out here. The next night, and there were 11 in the pack, the next night they caught a jackrabbit and then offered it to me. They ripped it open and put it on my feet, my bare feet. Now, I was just wearing loincloths on a hot desert day, and of course wrapped very heavily at night. So here they put this, dead jackrabbits, about 7.5 pounds, ears probably, with the ears up this high, heads probably down that low. The jackrabbits are pretty big. So, I had been a fruit, non-meat eater for 6.5 years at this point. And I looked down at this creature on my feet, and I had only eaten very little meat for a 3.5-year period, so it was almost a 10-year period where I hadn't eaten much meat, cooked or raw. So this rabbit, the Easter bunny, is on my feet bleeding. I didn't want to eat animals because I loved them too. So, and I just say to the coyotes, listen, I can't see this. And then all of a sudden, this dialogue that my uncle had with his sons, my cousins, and my brothers when they were going rabbit hunting was in my head. I think just about verbatim. My uncle told my brothers and cousins that if they shot a rabbit and cooked them, they had to cook them thoroughly till it was brown inside as well as outside, because there's an organism, microorganism in the rabbit, in a wild rabbit, that will take over your intestines and kill you within 2 days with excruciating pain. I thought, I can take 2 days of excruciating pain. I can die in 2 days. So I said, that's what the coyote is going to do to me. They're going to have me die quickly. Because I knew fasting. I had fasted before for weeks at a time with nothing but water. And I knew it would take me 40, 60 days to die with fasting. So it's about 2 days of excruciating pain. I can handle that. So I picked up the rabbit and started eating it. Of course, raw, vomiting it, came back up. So after the 5th time, I said, okay, I got to go back to the dinner table back at home. I've got to psych myself into swallowing it, holding it. So I went through all that process. After about the 10th bite, started tasting good. After the 15th bite, it was delicious. I was ripping that thing apart. So I ate probably 3.5 pounds in about 45 minutes. That was after I kept it down and didn't vomit. It took me 30 minutes to get to that point. So I was very full, heavy, I felt lighter, pretty good. So I went back to my campsite to die. And I felt light every step back to my campsite. I felt better, and I thought, I'm already dying. The only time I ever felt that way in my life was in my near-death experiences. I died on the operating table twice, and during a recreational drug experience one time. And I was revived every time. And while I was in the death state, I left the body, so there was no pain. And it felt so good, and that's what I felt when I was going back to my campsite. So I knew I was leaving the body. I was dying quickly just from having that rabbit. So I lied down to die at my campsite. I woke the next morning, and I was still alive in my sleeping bag. No tunnel, no light, no all that special stuff that happens when you die and leave the body, or leave the body and then die. So I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in about 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes, after the sun beat on it. I only had to lie in the sun for about 5-10 minutes, and I was mobile again with less pain than I had in a very long time. So I thought, this is cool, all right, I'll just wait for the stomach pains to come, and I'll be dead in a few days. 3 days went by. Had no cramps, no diarrhea, no vomiting. I felt wonderful. The pain was less every night. And then I thought, all of those Indian tribes were telling me the truth. Raw meat's what I needed. So at that moment, a sidewinder rattlesnake went past me. Now I'd seen, the Indians go up and put their moccasins and put on its head, pick it up in front of a rattler, snap its head off, peel it back, and eat it. They cut it up and eat it. A lot of bones, a lot of vertebrae, lots of ribs. The whole thing is full of ribs. And it tastes like fish. Raw snake tastes like fish. It doesn't taste like chicken. Cooked it may. I've never had cooked snake, only raw. So without thinking, I'm in a loincloth. This is a rattlesnake, no moccasins, no shoes. I went up to my foot on its head, picked it up in front of the rattler, and started spinning around and said, oh hell, what am I doing? I've never done this before. And I'm changing arms because my arms are getting tired. My joints are hurting. And I guess it was 4 or 5 minutes of this, and my upper back was aching, my neck was aching. I thought, hell, it's going to bite me and I'll die. It doesn't matter, I'm going to die anyway. Maybe. So I just snapped it. Sure enough, the head just popped right off, just like that. Peeled it back, and I was eating it all day long, little amounts at a time. And 5 cats from nowhere came and shared it with me. So it took me a day to eat it because it was a little afraid to eat it, and it would taste good and give me strength. And then I trapped the other birds, ate eggs. Chipmunks were all over the place, and after you skin them, there's only a few bites left, So I was eating the bones and everything. Of course, no hydrochloric acid. I'm not going to ingest the bones that come out whole, my feces. And then I decided, well, this doesn't work, Started eating tarantulas and scorpions, everything I could get my hands on to pop off the poison gland on it and eat it. So I said, that's not working either. So I got on a bicycle, went to the farms around and made deals to shovel manure, milk the goats, the cows, whatever I could, farm work, to be able to get these good foods. So I was eating raw eggs, raw chicken, raw beef, raw goat, sheep, lots of dairy, butter, cream, milk. And in 2.5 months, I gained 55 pounds. I went from this skinny little thing up to looking like a scaled-down Arnold Schwarzenegger. That was the first time I'd ever looked like my life, because when I was a child, I was fat, very obese, and then when I got diabetic, I got very skinny. So this was the first time I had ever had muscles, and it felt good. I looked good. I thought, cool. So I went back, got on my bicycle, went back to Los Angeles to spread the good word. Raw meat is the answer. And everybody says, are you out of your mind? You're going to get a brain fluke and be an idiot. And I said, well, I've never done that. This is working for me. And after listening to that for 3 years, I would eat raw meat 3 days a week, 1 meal, maybe a pound. So 3 pounds a week is all I was eating. And that kept me strong. I would consume massive amounts of raw dairy, like half a gallon of milk a day with a whole quart of raw cream a day to keep up and maintain that weight. And for the first time in my life, I was able to run. I got to be where I could run 13 miles a day in bare feet on gravel. I mean, I was able to do all these feats, and it was tremendous. I was so happy. But hearing it every time somebody saw me eating raw meat, oh, you're going to get a brain fluke, you're going to be an idiot. It just worked on me. So after 3 years, I thought, maybe. 10 more years go by, 13 years I've been eating raw meat, 10 years of worrying that I'm going to get brain fluke from eating raw meat, and it didn't happen. And I thought, wait a minute. I've eaten parasite-infested salmon, pinworms. I've eaten chicken with pinworms in it, and I never got a one. I never got diarrhea and I never vomited from it. And yet the medical profession says that I'm going to get parasites from eating raw meat. So I went to as many universities looking as I could, in the main ones. looking for experiments that are done with animals showing that if they ate raw meat, they would get parasites. You know how many tests I found? Zero. So it's this myth that they created, that you're going to get parasites if you eat raw meat. A myth. I was furious. Anytime a doctor ever said to me, you're going to get, and I would only do this to doctors, would get a parasite from eating raw meat. I said, how many people have you studied that eat raw meat? None. I said, then how do you have the gall to even say that people are going to get it? If you have no experience, you don't know anybody that got parasites from eating raw meat. Well, I know people that got it from eating partially cooked meat. How do you know it's partially cooked meat? What control experiments have you done? None. I said, then you're an idiot. You're accepting something that's true. I've been eating raw meat for 20 years. Now, how long? 76, 32 years. 33 years I've been eating raw meat. Never got a parasite. Never had diarrhea from that. I get diarrhea from eating fruit and spoiled fruit and with tons of mold on it, or eating other things like coconut cream that had, or coconuts that were very moldy, but never from raw meat. So I learned that everything that the medical profession says, 99%, you turn it around to the opposite and you'll be fine. And that is serious business. I mean that literally, not figuratively. You have to understand that the pharmaceutical industry trains your doctors. They write all the procedure manuals. Merck's procedure manual is this thick. And guess what it favors? Treatment with lifetime medication. Those procedures like surgery, removal of the thyroid, some gland, some body part, where you have to take medication the rest of your life. Multiple ones to interact with those if they have side effects. How many people do you know over the age of 60 that take multiple medications? I know tons. My own parents, 90 and 93 years old, take 60. My father takes 60. My mother takes 68 medications a day. Do you know how much money that is? That is thousands of dollars a month that the pharmaceutical industry and the medical community are absorbing into their pockets. They have a commitment to making money, just like the cigarette industry is committed to making you addicted. Believe it. Because what I've seen raw foods do in my lifetime is amazing. Phenomenal, if you know what foods to eat. Most of the time it is an instant reversal, but many times it is. I would say 20% of the time you get instant reversals from disease. Other times people have to work on it for 2 to 10 years. But every day they get better. There's only about 5% who have a very hard way, and they still get better. But it's a slow process for them. So, after I've learned what I've learned, I'm going to pass it on to you. You can stay for the workshop. I'm going to explain how the body works. We're going to go over every system, glandular, dietary, the other fluid systems in the body, your skin. When you leave that workshop, you're going to know what your body's doing. So you'll never panic and run to a doctor again. And you can handle it with foods. I'm not going to tell you the foods that will work for you. They're in the book. This book right here. I've got about 200 pages in here with thousands of raw foods that affect certain diseases and certain conditions, ailments. So it's all in there. So you find the foods and you eat those for your condition. If you have multiple conditions, those are the foods that you eat. So as long as they don't contradict each other, and I tell you about the contradictions in there too. So also tell you how food works in the system, how to eat a diet that maximize your brain and physical energy throughout a day. After you leave that 5 to 6 hour workshop, you'll have all the information that you need to be in control of your health and life with the help of these two books right here. Now this book is a recipe book. It tells you how to do the diet in the first 50 pages, and then there's about 70 pages which gives you lots of recipes, raw food recipes. I mean, we're talking about banana cream pies, and delicious things. 82 sauces that can be made 3 to 5 different ways each to carry oxygen to cells to be able to use fats as energy. Fats can be made from fats that are already fats, or they can be formed from acetates that are made from other foods, proteins, or carbohydrates. But it makes it very simple for the body. If you eat fats, the fats don't have to be converted from another substance to be fats. Very complicated process and takes a lot of time and energy from the body. The white blood cells are phagocytes. 60 to 80% fat. What do? They go and eat debris, organic debris in the blood. Cells die, red blood cells die, phagocytes will eat them. They're the janitors. Anything that's toxic that gets into the blood, they eat those substances. If it poisons them, they die, and then they are absorbed and utilized by the lymphatic system. And we're going to talk about the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is a very, very important system. It has 2 major jobs. First one is to feed every cell in the body. The second is to remove all waste products from the body and any contamination that doesn't directly relate to the blood that the phagocytes take care of. And the lymphatic system is connected to the lacteal system, which is a very intense web network around the intestines. Every food that you eat, no matter what color it is, becomes a milky substance. That's why it's called lactate milk. That milky substance, once it's absorbed and utilized in the lymphatic system, turns relatively translucent, slightly milky. That's the process it goes through. It is 60 to 80% fat. You see how much everything is so important in the fat end? How few people and civilizations eat much fat. Not many. The ones who do, like the Eskimo, can endure incredible temperatures. How many of you would let your 3-day-old baby crawl around naked on the igloo floor on ice? You'd be, oh, I'm going to get pneumonia. Oh, God. And the Eskimos let their babies roll around on ice, 3 days old. I've even seen a 1-day-old baby on ice. Not for long, but still on the ice. Think about that. Are they that strong and resilient? Why? The amount of fat they eat is astounding. They will eat 2 to 3 times more fat than they will meat. Fresh food. And they endure incredible temperatures. They are considered by many archaeologists of the early days the strongest, happiest tribe of people that they ever met. Who's happy freezing to death? You've got to be terribly resilient to be able to be happy and cold at the same time. Or are they cold at all? No, they're not. Their bodies are so strong and resilient that they're not cold at that temperature. So fat is so important. So the lymphatic system is really damaged in our time. Why? Who knows?
Doesn't get enough fat.
What? No, there's plenty of fat. What kind of fat? What have you been told about animal fat? Clogs the arteries, causes arteriosclerosis. Well, if you go look at the tribes in the world who eat only meats and fats, they have no arteriosclerosis and no heart disease, even if they're eating it cooked. Then, is the medical profession telling you the exact opposite again? Absolutely, they want you sick. Vegetable oils, margarine, Crisco, those are your deadly fats. Why? Because they are vegetation, they're vegetable fats and oils. It takes an herbivore to keep them fluid at their body temperatures is 101 to 105 degrees. At 98.6 and lower, what do vegetable oils do in the human body? They wax and crystallize over time. That's what causes hardening of the arteries and heart disease. Not animal fats. Not eating meat. Not eating butter. Eating margarine. Crisco. And any food out there now today is made with vegetable oils.
So bacon is good.
Pardon?
Real bacon is good.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I eat as much as I can. My meat meal here. My meat meal here. I've got pork. This is fatty, 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 fatty pork. It's 50% fat with a little sauce in there, tomato and onion, and a tiny bit of lemon, and also some fish in here, some cod, marinated cod. So I mix it all together and eat.
Can you explain why you don't refrigerate?
I'm going to get into all that. If you have a question, write it. And if I haven't answered at the end, we'll have a Q&A period. Do write it, because you may forget your question. I usually answer 99% of every question that goes through anybody's mind in here. The one time is an experiment. I let everybody ask questions, and I answered questions to the workshop. We finished at 1 o'clock in the morning. And they didn't learn anything that they wouldn't have learned had we just held it to my normal schedule routine. So, save your answers for the end. If I don't answer them, you'll have a period to ask. So, fats are so important. The lymph system is so jammed and clogged, especially with fried vegetable oils and mineral oil, that the lymph system is no longer feeding the body as it's supposed to. The body is now using the bloodstream to do it, transporting nutrients through the bloodstream. That is not the bloodstream's job. The bloodstream is to give you tremendous amounts of energy so that you can be as strong as a gorilla your size. How many of you can swing from a tree, flip 15 feet from one tree to another, as if it's natural and easy? Nobody? You know why? Because your blood is jammed up with doing other things and what it's not supposed to do. The blood is also acting as a lymphatic system to clean the body because the lymphatic system is so jammed with vegetable oils. 100 years ago, before vegetable oils were even thought of to eat, what did people do? They lived a rugged, hard life. A lot of them didn't have heat nobody had central heating. And nobody had central air. They dealt with the temperatures. They had to get out and work the farms, the land. They had to work hard all day long. Lucky everybody, any of you can get out of bed. Think about that. Think about how far we've come with our industrialized foods. And vegetable oil is the worst. Any food, the worst. Most food isn't food that's processed. It's no longer food. It is rock. It is back to a state that plants can eat, but we cannot assimilate properly.
So anytime you've got processed food at all, it's not food. May as well grind it up and feed it as fertilizer to your plants next year. All supplements are the same way. So, the lymphatic system had two jobs to do. Feed every cell in the body except for the bloodstream, and to clean out all the debris and waste products from the body. Lymphatic system is terribly broken down in everyone, and the lymphatic system is barely doing either of those two jobs. And the blood is doing it all. You have no energy because your blood is not just transporting oxygen and removing and the white blood cells removing carbon dioxide. You're doing everything that the lymphatic system should be doing. So you wonder why your energy level is low? You have to get that lymph system moving, and we'll talk about that near the end of the workshop. I'll get into the therapies at the end. I just want you to know how everything works first. Then we have the neurological fluids, neurological system and brain. How does that work? It works off of light and electricity, electromagnetic fields. They're not generated by lightning or anything else. Living cells, whether they're in food or in humans, have an electromagnetic charge that stays for life until they die. And even then, they transfer their electricity to whatever is in their environment at the time of death. So if it is in your body, you never lose the biological energy. It will remain in you unless you eat foods that don't help you retain it. Now, metallic minerals are very important in the brain and nervous system to transport light, to transmit light, to reflect light, and to conduct electricity, electromagnetic fields in your body. So your body uses trace amounts of metallic metals in all food. Only trace is all that's necessary. When you process food, it fractionates your metals from your other ionic bonds, and they become toxic. You have free radicals that do damage in the body. Mercury, when it's one molecule per, let's say, 100,000 parts, is not toxic. It is a nutrient. Once it's concentrated beyond that level, you get like 15 per million parts. You've got a toxic condition. Unless it is entirely minerally bound and you've lost some fluids. And that's okay. But the mercury has to be ionically bound with about 80 other ions to be effective and beneficial. Otherwise it's a toxin. All cooking fractionates and frees up metals to be free radicals. Always. Then your body has to borrow and leach from the rest of the system to try to neutralize that and rebond the ions so that it isn't toxic, that it is a nutrient. We only live half of our lives. All other creatures in nature live 7 times the time it takes them to finish maturation. Maturation happens about 21 for humans. 7 times 21 is 147. We should be living to 147 years old. We are living less than half of that on the average. Why? Because we cook. We call it food. We make toxins where toxins were not. And then our food is no longer nutrifying, it's poisonous. Our bodies have to turn around with the help of the pancreas, and I'll get into that later, to redo everything. The pancreas is the architect of the body. So this neurological fluid that's running in your system mainly operates on metallic bonds. Metallic with a lot of other ionic bonds. It is more mineral concentrated than any other part of the body except the bones. There's more metals, or supposed to be more metals, in the brain than anywhere else, even than the bones, because of the electromagnetic fields and light transmission. However, the brain is 60 to 80% fat. 60 to 80% fat. Again, fat is so important. What does the body do with toxins that we know? It stores them in fat. Anytime you take a look at fat and melt it down, dissolve it, and then analyze it, that's where we find concentrations of toxins in the fat. Another reason we need fat so much in this society where we are so toxic. Think about that. All that fat. And you've been told all these last 30 years to be on a fat-free diet, a low-fat diet. Why? Medical profession makes more money. And you can better believe they know it. I know people high up in pharmaceutical houses and they know it. It's all about the money. It's all about keeping you weak, getting sick, and wanting a magic bullet. And they're offering magic bullets every day in a pill. And 80% of the time they don't work. Not a very good average. And nor for very long. So, the brain is full of fat and very important. So where do you expect toxins to go if they get into your body? Into the brain. And also the bone marrow, which is 60 to 80% fat. Some of it will get into the blood with all the phagocytes, which are fat, 60 to 80% fat. Let's take a look at the digestive tract. Well, I'm going to say that right. Let's take the endocrine gland system. Now, the endocrine gland system is a system which forms hormones, that manufactures hormones, and delivers them directly into the blood. Pituitary, pineal, some people call it. We have the thyroid, the parathyroids, the thymus, the adrenal glands on top of the kidneys, and we have the gonads. Those are all endocrine glands. Now, endocrine glands are not for normal, everyday function. They are always for emergency purposes. Adrenal glands, we know, fight or flight, right? We're not supposed to function with that kind of high activity hormone in our blood. You'd be hyperactive all the time. However, everybody is so toxic and so sick, they wouldn't function without adrenaline. So now adrenaline in the blood, pituitary hormones in the blood, all of those hormones are in the blood because you are in a danger zone of ill health. You're constantly poisoning your intestinal tract, your fluid systems, and your whole body, your musculature, everything. So of course, you've got all these hormones pumping in your system to keep you alive and active, or else you'd just be bedridden in your present state. But take a look at that. If we're not supposed to have those hormones in the body, show up in the body except for emergency purposes, why is the pharmaceutical house selling you on them and the medical profession saying, oh, I did your blood analysis, you don't have any thyroxins, thyroid hormones, you don't have any pituitary secretions, growth and healing hormones, you don't have any adrenaline that gives you energy and strength, you're not supposed to have them. But the pharmaceutical knows that they can talk you into taking more drugs. Oh, this is supposed to be in your blood. They don't say, it's not supposed to be in your blood, you shouldn't have them, if you've got low energy, get on a good diet. Think the pharmaceutical and medical community is saying that? Absolutely not. They won't make any money if they do that. So they're going to tell you everything that loops you into consuming medication. so they can profit. So, what is the thyroid for? Now, we talked about the pituitary. I just mentioned the pituitary being growth hormones and healing hormones. They help cells reproduce at a faster rate. Cells reproduce by dividing. You've got two, they become twins, they develop a little bigger, and they divide, they just keep dividing. That's how your cells multiply. When you have pituitary hormones in the body, it happens rapidly. But it's for emergency purposes only. You should be eating a diet that allows you to rapidly reproduce cells in the amount that die. Let's say you get in an accident or you go into battle, and back in the medieval times, and you got hit with a battle axe. You know, you got brain damage, the whole side of your body's bruised. You've got a lot of dead cells. The pituitary will kick in. As long as you're eating meats, your body will reproduce enough cells to replace it in the shortest amount of time possible. If you don't have that hormone, it'll take you years to recover from that injury, or not at all. Can't get well quick enough for all the decay of those damaged cells that have been ruptured and exploded. It's like taking a cell, and the pressure bursts the cell, and it's like exploding person. You can't live. You're dead. There's no life to it. So your body has to clean up the waste. So you've got all these damaged cells, bruised cells, which are as bruised as you are, and all those have to be replaced or regenerated. And that takes good food and pituitary secretions. The pineal gland, nobody really knows what it is. All of the mystics and the sages of the world say it's the seat of consciousness. And it becomes active when you sleep so that you can transfer into other realities and have dreams and understand what's going on in a reality that's outside of this one. I'm not that wise, so I can't tell you if that's true or not, but that's the theory. The thyroid gland, think about how important the body thinks that the thyroid gland is. You've got two thyroids, you've got 4 parathyroids. Why would you need 2 of those glands plus 4 backups for the 2 glands? Something pretty important. Well, if you look at a situation where somebody comes up and sucker punches you in the diaphragm and you lose your wind, what do you find high in the blood? Thyroxines. Why? Keep the lungs going. If you have a heart attack, what happens? High amounts of thyroids keep the heart going. Lots of thyroxine. Fell out of a tree. Ape falls out of a tree 80 feet because the branches break, hits the ground. He knocks the wind out of himself and his heart stops beating. What happens? The thyroid and the parathyroids kick in, secrete the hormones. It's like an electrical shock. Bring the body right back, get those lungs and heart working again. Like that? Lungs? The heart and the lungs together? A new word? So, it makes things work in emergency situations. Thymus protects the intestinal tract. Adrenal glands protect the whole energy of the body. Fight or flight. Somebody just take this one off. Then we have the gonads. Of course, we know that's for procreation, right? So, emergency, tribe's getting low, everybody gets horny, the hormones start pumping. The whole race is in danger of extinction, so everybody wants to screw now. So, sex doesn't become if you're in the tribes, most tribes don't have sex very often. It's not a normal thing to have sex as often as we do. I sure love it when I have it a couple times a year. I have a girlfriend that lives here. I've got one in Thailand. I get very little sex. But I certainly enjoy it, and I would have it as often as I could. But most people are more sexually oriented because of all of the inactivity of the body. It makes them get exercise where they wouldn't normally. It gets other things going in the body. So it's a therapeutic thing. It's a therapeutic for all reactions. It also helps relieve anxiety. What were their names? Two doctors, a husband and wife team back in the 60s, proved that sex alters some very toxic psychological, psychotropic chemicals in the brain and nervous system that actually altered over to favorable pheromones and other nutrients that they understood in the neurological system. So again, it is a matter of bringing the body back to a better state, a healthier state to have sex. So those gonads are your backup system for a whole psychological and physical makeup. Those we should not be relying upon, and we are. Let's take the muscular, that's so we can be mobile and do things, whatever it is, whether you're a mechanic, taking things apart and putting things back together, or you're an acrobat or an athlete, flipping your body around and throwing things and hitting things and stuff like that. Also, we can do this kind of thing. Even a singer in the vocal cords. The most strenuous exercise of the body is singing. 20 minutes of singing is an hour on a treadmill. If you don't believe me, take a look at your opera singers. Have you ever seen a skinny opera singer? Can't have it. It's impossible. They get too hungry. The amount of energy that it takes to control the vocal cords from your lungs, which is not a normal thing, not a natural thing, except for birds, it is a tremendous amount of energy. And we'll get into exercise a little later. And then you have the skeletal system. That's so you can not be a worm. So you get up and you can do things. If you're a worm, you can only dance, do a little bit of hip hop, and that's it. If you have bones, you have structure. Muscles over the bones allow you to use your body in many unusual different ways. The hands, of course, are phenomenal. Be able to, only primates can do what, climb around and have tools like no other animal can have on the planet. So our structure is according to what the species of animal is, what the bones and the muscles work together. And of course the brain and nervous system give us direction over the whole system, give us domain to be able to direct our bodies. But we also need to be intelligent about what we feed this body. Who's going to put watered down gasoline in their gas tank of their car? Knowingly do it. I don't see one hand up. Why do you feed your body crappy food that's going to make it run poorly? Think of that. Be rational and logical. If you want your body to function at optimal and have the greatest control of your life, why would you ever eat anything processed? Why would you ever put anything to your body that's going to cause a whole damaging reaction just to get one thing moving? Coffee, for example. Oh, you've got no energy in the morning. Why do you have no energy? Because you're not eating right, you're not eating scheduled, and you're not eating the proper things. Simple as that. You don't take coffee because you've got a problem, an energy problem. You don't take caffeine in any form, chocolate, to give you a high. Learn to eat the proper things to give you all the energy. What happens to a monkey or a gorilla when you feed it bad food? Processed food, unnatural food. Take a look at the zoos. They don't want those animals having the greatest amount of energy they can. They want them weak. So they don't feed them the best things. And they weaken and get weaker and weaker and weaker. I remember when I was 19 years old and I went out to California. I went to the brand new San Diego Zoo. Brand new, only a year and a half open or less. The first time I went there. those animals were fresh, new animals from the wild. They were strong and healthy. I went 10 years later, and they didn't even look like the same animals. Their coats were dull. They were lazy. Their skin dragged. I mean, it was just horrible. My whole insides were wrung with sympathy for them. And that's what all of you do to yourself. Anytime you take in anything that is not of the best for your body. Sure, take a look at mechanics. You put bad fuel into a car, you change some parts, and that's it. But you're a living being. You feel, your cells feel, they sense, they experience pain. The machine doesn't experience pain, it just won't work. Or it doesn't work well if you put bad fuel into it. So think about it. Think about your responsibility. And you're married to your body for life. That is the only till death do you part. There's no divorce. Death is divorce. That's it. So think about your responsibility. Then we have, we have the skin. Now, what is the skin? The skin protects all of those fluid, moist systems that need to be able to change over fast. Blood needs to flow. The lymphatic needs to flow. The lymphatics is the slowest moving, and the fastest moving is the neurological fluids. The next is the blood, and then the lymph. Now, all those fluids need to be moving, and they need to keep from dehydrating. So we have the skin. The skin is full of pores. Now, why do we have these pores? To release toxins out the skin. 90% of all toxins are supposed to leave out of the skin in perspiration. If you don't perspire, you're in trouble. I know a lot of people that don't perspire. Sometimes it takes a full 2 years on the diet to get them to perspire properly. So I have them do daily baths, 35 to 40-minute baths, to make sure that they're getting rid of some of those waste products. The lymphatic system, with all of its glands and nodes, take the toxin, the waste products from the muscles, the bones, the bone marrow, the joints, everything except for the blood. They take those toxins, they dissolve them, they neutralize them, they dissolve them again until they're liquid enough to dump in the connective tissue under the skin, and then you perspire them to the skin. Now, if you're staying clean, men should have almost nothing under the skin. In the different areas, you'll see where you retain a lot of fluids under the skin is where you're holding on to those toxins. And you're not perspiring them out of the body. That's where you need to put hot water bottles while you sleep. Tint yourself or get into a hot bath, get the whole body in there, and make it perspire. Very important. One of the most important remedial practices that I've learned. Hot baths or hot tubs. Jacuzzi's not so good if you got the motor right near the jacuzzi, then of course you're getting a lot of EMF fields. If you have the jacuzzi built and you have the motor away under the sink or somewhere, or it's away from the tub itself, then it's okay to have a jacuzzi. You're just going to be hotter in a jacuzzi with all the water, hot water flushing all the time. It's usually easier to stay in longer if you don't have the jets going. Just the hot water keeping your body at a certain temperature. Okay, so let's talk about the digestive tract now. Everybody knows what the eyes are and the tongue and everything else. But I'm going to go over the digestive tract because that's very important. We have a tongue. Taste is the first element of the body where it learns what you put in your mouth. Those signals go to the brain and down to the pancreas and the liver. Tells it what's coming. Also is a way instinctively for animals to know what's good for them. But a couple million years ago, humans lost most of their instincts. Other animals can go up and sniff something know that as long as they haven't been domesticated and on bad foods, they can sniff something and know what to eat. They even know a selection of plants, the one to eat, even if it's the same plant. They'll know which one is the right one for them. Because like everybody here, you can be from the same family, but you're each different. And an animal can instinctively go to that and sniff it and know which of that family of plant is right for them to eat and give them what they need. We don't have that kind of instinct anymore. We lost it millions of years ago. So we have to use our brains a little bit more. A lot of you have very corrupted taste buds and olfactory glands and smell. Olfactory glands. So you can't always rely upon, I say, this is what we want to live. It's better to live off of instinct eating raw food than it is to eat bad food and eat for your taste only in that arena. However, if you really want to get your body in control, you know that a lot of that instinct is wrong because it wasn't educated properly, because it wasn't bred and created properly, created on bad foods. So of course it's like building a bad, it's like going into a junkyard and pulling out parts out of the junk cars and making one car out of it. And many different cars. You're trying to make one car out of many different car parts. A lot of them don't fit right. And that's what happens when you cook foods. Fats will swell anywhere from 5 to 50 times their normal size. You see people who are really obese, with their cellulite, huge clumps. Their cells have swollen, fat cells have swollen 50 times their normal size. You hear me talking about fats. Do you think I'm fat? Most people think I'm about 7% body fat. I am 18% body fat right now, and this is one of the lowest I've been since I've been on this diet. I've gone up to 30% fat. But I don't look it, because the molecules of fat are very tiny. I've been eating raw since February of '72, because I was eating raw before that, but I became strictly raw fooder in February of '72. So I have nearly 40 years of raw fat in my body. It takes 40 years for the body to replace every cell 5 times. It's how long it takes you to get optimally healthy according to the experiments of Dr. Pottinger and Howell. They did experiments with animals that had disease and feeding them their perfect raw diet with the foods that they normally eat. Took 5 generations to get well. It takes us 7 to 7.5 years to regenerate every cell in the body, especially the bone. They're the last. They take that along to 7.5 years. So 5 times that is nearly 40 years on a perfect diet to get completely well, optimally well. So I don't count that I went on to a perfect diet until December of '82 when I started eating raw meat on a daily basis, twice daily. So I still have 13 years to go. I'm already satisfied. I'm 62 years old. And just 2 months ago, I was climbing the jungles, the mountains and jungles of the Philippines and leaving 20-year-olds behind. The natives, the guys that live out in the jungle like that, I was barely keeping up with them, but I was keeping up with them. I had to make them stop 3 times up one mountain, but, I'm not a kid and I'm not perfectly healthy yet. I got 13 years to go, but I'm very satisfied with where I already am. And I've gone through some pretty grueling things in the last couple of years too. Pretty severe motorcycle accident. I'll tell you an experience where I was abducted and injected back in April. I'll tell you about those a little later on when I get into detoxification. So I've been able to endure death in many, many circumstances and still be here talking to you today. with a lot of vitality. So, in the mouth, the tongue registers, the tongue also secretes fluids. The tongue will also tell you how your brain is. If you've got a white coating, your brain is detoxing through the tongue and the gums. Heavy toxic metals out your gums and your tongue, your salivary glands. If you've got a coating, that's because the body's used calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium and other minerals to bind with those toxins. That's a good thing. You know your brain is detoxifying if you have a coat on your tongue. And expect to have a coating on your tongue as you get well. Chinese say, oh, it's a bad thing. You don't have a coating on your tongue. Yeah, it represents that there's a bad thing in your body, but it represents that your body's removing it. Toxic elements. So don't be afraid of a crusted white tongue. That is an important sign that you're removing. What you need to do is you need to take some lemon or lime juice with some coconut cream and brush your tongue. Make sure that you're not going to reabsorb that stuff. You could also put vinegar and coconut cream and brush the tongue, and it will dissolve it, and you rinse it, expectorate it. Get rid of it, don't swallow it. Your body will handle if it swallows it, but it means a loss of nutrients to do that. So why let your body waste its time on doing that if you don't have to? The body detoxes a lot through the gums, the brain and nervous system. Now, what happens when those heavy metals, mercury, thallium, lead, lines the dentine, eats and disrupts the dentine cells, creates cavities. Then what happens? Your body breeds bacteria to eat the decayed tissue, to remove the decayed tissue, the damaged cells, so that your tubules can feed and create new cells and recreate the tooth. We don't eat anywhere near well enough to do that ever. I've only had people under 22 years old that were able to do that and put them on a raw diet at a younger age. They've been able to regenerate cavities, regenerate teeth where cavities were. So the medical profession wants you to believe that the bacteria caused your problem. The bacteria is only the janitor. The janitors don't create the mess, they clean it up. The heavy metals that got into the brain from mainly vaccines and injections went to the brain, detoxing through the teeth and creating dental problems. When the first vaccines came out, mandatory, polio in this country, the amount of dental decay increased by 2,000 times in 5 years. 2,000 times in 5 years. I didn't have one cavity until I had my first polio vaccine. I was 10 years old. First polio vaccine. And that was an experimental because they didn't make it law until 1958, mandatory polio vaccines. And it was 57 when I had my first. My mother was in the loop, my father was a scientist, so he's in the loop, so I was part of the experiment. I had a cavity within 6 months of having that injection. I had lots of it before in the tetanus shots, but I was a fat child, and I had the tetanus shot a few months before this polio vaccine, and it was just too much mercury in my system, went down, and damaged the dentine, and then I had my first cavity. To get to the digestive tract of the mouth, what is in the salivary glands? Secretes out the tissue all around, including the tongue, the gums, around all of the sides of the mouth. You have salivary glands that have what? Mainly bacteria. We have more bacteria than dogs and cats do. So you're more likely to get rabies from a person bite than you are a dog or a cat. But I can tell you another story. There's no such thing as rabies. Created when Pasteur tried to see the animals that were eating, the rats, all the animals that were living in London and Paris were getting sick. Why? Because people were using coal since 1314, 1312, when the Windsor family, the King and Queen of England, decided to go into the coal business. So they were convincing everybody to use coal instead of logs, instead of wood, with some coal, mercury and thallium vapors. So people were burning coal like crazy. The Black Plague was a response of that. The animals were getting a disease that was deteriorating the nervous system, and they would foam at the mouth. They called that rabies. Something of the animals have rabies. Animals don't get sick unless they are fed waste and industrial garbage from humans. Rabies does not exist in any wild animal. So it is created. Rabies is not what you think. Rabies is a toxicity that dissolves the nervous system. And of course, brain starts dissolving, foams out the mouth. Paralyzed. All kinds of things can happen. All kinds of reactions. Does a rabies shot ever work? No evidence or proof of that ever. And they are some of the most painful of any injections, of any of the vaccines. You have to realize that you have been brainwashed for a very long time by some very greedy, ugly people. Namely, all those people connected with the Rothschilds in Europe and the Rockefellers in America. Even Carnegie was part of it. So you have to understand, those people were into making money, not making you healthy. So you have to realize who your friends are and who they aren't, and who's corrupting you and who isn't. So rabies doesn't exist. Now, we've got a lot of bacteria in the mouth. Now, what does that bacteria do? When we take that bacteria, and I've taken that bacteria and I put it with different food groups, guess what they work on the best? All animal foods. They break them down, they become healthier, stronger, the food breaks down properly. Put it with vegetation, barely works. Put it with fruits, barely works. Put it with grains, barely works. Any kind of grains. Any beans, doesn't work. It destroys beans, legumes, destroy all of our mouth bacteria. Unless you cook the beans. Then you've got other poisons. But the mouth bacteria, the saliva bacteria, completely digests your food. That's why in the recipe book, when I talk about making your own kefir and yogurts, I said, expectorate into your milk. You're going to introduce the bacteria that is perfect for your digestion into it. So the kefir and yogurt that you make from that milk is perfect and pre-digested for your body. Use a little honey with it. Perfect. Your bacteria is in your mouth for a reason. Start your digestion. The first clue of what kind of foods are right for the human body are what that bacteria feeds on best. And it completely is happy and procreates like crazy at almost any temperature between 60 and 100 degrees on animal products. No matter what kind of animal product. Works in all of them. Not on vegetation, not on fruits, not on nuts, not on legumes, not on seeds. Then we go down the stomach down to the esophagus, down to the stomach. What do we find there? 2 compartments in the stomach. The first compartment, and it's not really a separated, it's just got a little pyloric there, gland. And the first, we secrete hydrochloric acid. What is that? If you put hydrochloric acid with fruit, what happens? Not much. Put it with vegetation, not much happens. Put it with grains, little, tiny bit. Nuts, tiny bit. Nothing but animal products. Rips apart. And what is a hydrochloric acid? That's a digestive enzyme. That's a digestive fluid. What does it do? It takes large matters of food and breaks them down into smaller so that bacteria can infiltrate and digest it. We live on the waste products of bacteria. 90% of digestion is bacterial. You see dogs going around eating shit, right? Right off the street. Well, we do that in our intestines. We eat bacterial shit and urine. That is our food. That is what the lacteal system dissolves and breaks up and then rearranges. It rearranges it by the address of the pancreas, which tells us to do it. I'll get into that when I get into those organs. And the pancreas is both an organ and a gland. It will secrete insulin right into the system, so I left that out because it's a double agent. Not meaning it works against itself, it works together as a double factor. So we've got that hydrochloric acid again for animal products, not for anything else. It'll work on the nuts and the seeds, okay, but maybe 10%, 100% on animal foods, animal products, dairy, meats. What else? Honey reacts very well with not the hydrochloric acid, but other bacteria react. Intestinal bacteria works very well with honey. The bacteria that we have throughout the intestinal tract, mainly geared, again, just like the saliva, for animal products. Why do the Asians shrivel and age very quickly? Those that live on the normal Asian diet that haven't been corrupted by the Western dietary system or the European dietary system, because they eat 10% meats, 5 to 10% only, 80% grain, 10 to 15% vegetation. They just shrivel up and go away. Very sick and aged. When I'm in Asia, they think I'm in my mid to late 40s. I'm 62 years old, because they're used to people being 60 years old ready to die, or being very crippled. The right food for us are animal foods, always. That is what we're geared to feed the body. That's what we're geared to digest and assimilate and utilize perfectly. So, as we go down to the second area of the duodenum, the stomach, bile secretes into there from the gallbladder. What does bile do? Bile breaks up fats into smaller molecules so that we can make cholesterol. Cholesterol. Oh my God, that's a bad word. Without cholesterol, you wouldn't even be moving. You wouldn't breathe. You have 60 varieties of very important cholesterols. 1/3 of them gives you all the strength that you need. One is supposed to if you're eating the right fats. 1/3 protects the body, and 1/3 cleanses the body. All of those cholesterols, there are no bad cholesterols, except for the word used by the medical profession. The only bad thing about cholesterol is the way they use the word. You need the highest levels of cholesterol, pray for them. I've got a 70-year-old Hall of Fame basketball player that plays just like he did when he was 30. He's been on this diet for about 20 years. His cholesterol level, 673. Perfect for him. Gymnast, Olympic champion. She wasn't a champion until she went on the diet. 372 to 375 cholesterol level. They tried to get it down. They thought she was getting colds and flus every time when her cholesterol level was high. So she was on the U.S. Olympic team and kept getting colds and flus every 2 to 3 weeks. She couldn't work out for 10 days at a time, sometimes 2 weeks. So they're getting ready to kick her off the team. Then Paul Cohen, who was McEnroe's coach for 10 years, who's been on the diet for about 15, 16 years now, he said, take her to Aajonus. He knows what to do. So they brought her to me, and I said, she only has 372, and she's getting sick all the time. She needs a higher cholesterol level. Freaked out, thought I didn't know what I was talking about. They talked to Paul some more, and Paul is 74 years old. He runs 6 miles, 7 miles a day, plays tennis still, and vital and young. So they listened to me, so I kept her on a diet, still never went above 375. Put on the right foods, she no longer got her colds and flus. Her exercise helped her perspire all of her poisons in the hot baths that I had to take her, so she didn't have to go on the colds and flus. She wasn't eating the toxic foods that were overwhelming her body. And her lymph system wasn't moving when she came to me. So that's what I knew needed to change with the hot baths. So she won a silver medal. I can't give out the names of these people because they said, after who was it? Actor, Apocalypto directed.
Mel Gibson.
Pardon?
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. After Mel Gibson went on and admitted that he was on the primal diet, eating raw meat, feeding it to his kids, the tabloids did not leave him alone for a year. So nobody wants that kind of attention, because they talked about legal action to take his kids away for treating them badly. Oh, but see, he's such a millionaire, they would never have enough attorneys and enough time to take his children away. But the county of Los Angeles wanted to take his children because they said they were endangering his children by feeding them raw milk and raw meat and raw eggs. So I'm not allowed to give out those names. Probably figure out if you go do some study. I'll be giving you enough information again. So cholesterol is so important. So bile breaks down fats so they can be realigned into cholesterol that are perfect for your individual body. And of course, some people are fatter. It means they're not discarding their waste. So there are more cholesterols that will be created if you're eating the right things to dissolve that and help eliminate it. That's where I come in, because I know the facts that help do that. And I'll help you at the end. I'll tell you which fats do what better. Okay. So then the food moves through the intestines. Bile and hydrochloric acid in mild amounts continually secrete all through the small intestines to facilitate the larger particles, the larger clumps of food, breaking them down into smaller particles so that the bacteria can feed on them, break it down, and then their waste is our food. By the time it gets to the colon, there's no more hydrochloric acid and none more of those kind of enzymes. It's entirely bacterial in the bowel. Mainly E. coli. E. coli, those are bad, aren't they? If E. coli did not exist, your brain and nervous system would not be developed. E. coli breakdown and the other bacteria which support them in the colon break down the final stage of digestion of proteins and fats into the finite molecules that will feed the brain and the nervous system. If you know somebody who's depressed, they have low E. coli, low bacteria in their intestines. All it takes. Anybody seen me on Ripley's Believe It or Not? Near it, long hair, eating all that rotten meat with bugs and worms all over it? And the two patients that were with me, the woman there was on psychotropic medication for 27 years, taking 5 to 8 different kinds a day, different doses throughout the day. She's on the diet for a year and a half. Difficult person. Any person who's got psychotropic problems is a difficult patient because they will follow their anxiety more than they will their common sense when they're not feeling well. So on and off the diet. Finally I said, if you don't try the high meat, I'm going to have to stop working with you. It's too much on me, and you're not getting as far as you need to get fast enough. So I'm going to get a little impatient with you. And I told her, I'm just getting a little impatient with you. You need to eat high meat. I said, I'm already on the diet of eating raw meat, raw eggs. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. It's a bad diet anyway. So called me back a few hours later. She said, okay, how do I make the raw meat? Before the recipe. 5 years later. She said, I said, well, you have to take the meat, you have to cut it up into, little chunks, and then you have to let it sit in a jar with an equal amount of airspace to meat, take it outside, open it, put new air in it, close it up, put it back in your refrigerator under this, or some cupboard where it's dark. If you put it in the refrigerator, it's going to take at least 14 days. If it's in a cupboard without refrigeration, it may take only 7 to 10 days. I don't have that kind of time. I'm feeling suicidal again. And I almost said, go ahead. Sometimes unnerve me. So I said, okay, I've got a patient who makes a lot of it, and he was the fellow who was in it. A lot of psychological problems. He eats it every day, high meat with his regular. And also I suggest you have the high meat 15 minutes before you have your 10 to 15 minutes before you have your regular meat, so that bacteria can help you digest the new meat that's coming in. So you have lots of bacteria. Now the bacteria in the meat helps pre-digest itself. That's the natural thing. It's not a bad thing. It's going to cause some disease unless that bacteria is feeding on cooked meat. That's where you have the problem. Because just like people get diseases from eating cooked foods, so do bacteria. So the danger is eating cooked meat and letting it sit and the bacteria growing. Especially if it's in a canned food where you have botulism in cans. But people inject botulism themselves every day?
Botox.
Botox. Botulism poisoning. It paralyzes your nerves. So you don't do this. You can't do this. And you have to put on, hi, how are you? Don't I look pretty? And let me tell you, Hollywood's loaded with that kind of person. People go around and they can barely talk. Botox to them. So the colon, the bacteria in the colon is so important for psychological well-being. That's why when somebody eats it, they giggle in 10 to 20 minutes later. So this woman called that fellow who had the high meat, bought some from him. She got home like at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock that evening with it. Called me and she said, okay, I just took the meat. I just had some, about 3 tablespoons worth. And I'm really scared. You need to help me through this. But there's no way I'm answering that phone. I'll be babysitting her all through the night. And I have too much to do. So she needs to trust herself. The only way she can trust herself is go through it on her own. Learn with her body. So I let her get, every hour, 45 minutes, every hour is getting a phone call. I listen to the answering machine, By 4 o'clock in the morning, she says, okay, I'm going to stay on this phone until you answer. It was whistling a happy tune. So I answered the phone, because she was in that state. And I said, now see, you got through the whole night, you're here happy whistling. The first time I ever heard you with a happy voice in the year and 3 months, year and 8 months that I knew her. Can you imagine? Just from eating toxic food, the exact food that the medical profession tells you not to eat. So I went on Ripley's Believe It or Not and ate all that. I mean, the cameraman's puking all over. It stinks, like the same reaction I had with the Eskimos. This stuff stinks. It reeks. So I had to get cotton balls and put clove oil on them and stuff them up his nose. Then a company in Germany saw it. They flew over and did it again. That poor cameraman had to go through his puking too. They had to get right up. Everybody else backed away. You don't have to be afraid of that stuff. It'll make you happy and giddy. Why? Because it's already been pre-digested with the same kind of bacteria that breaks it down for your nervous system in your colon. So you can eat that stuff and be giggling in 10 to 20 minutes. Now I've had hundreds, literally, probably 800 people who have said that they've eaten it, and only one person that said it didn't make any difference. Didn't hurt them and didn't help them. Be giddy and happy. He was not a depressed person anyway. He was just over-intellectual. So...
Really quick.
A comment or a question?
Quick, like just about the puking, about the smell. Like it didn't bother you on the video, so is that...
I'm used to it.
You're used to it.
Yeah.
So is that just because somebody's not as healthy that has that reaction, or...?
Once you've had it, your body isn't afraid of it. I think mostly because you eat cooked foods, your body is afraid you're going to eat something with high bacteria in it from a cooked food and then have a nasty reaction, a vomit and diarrhea, because you can get it from high cooked food, but not from raw. So I think your body is very confused, our bodies are confused. Now the people who eat the high meat, I mean, it smells good, they smell, oh, that smells good. And you think, oh, you guys are out of their mind. Need to be institutionalized. But these are the happy people. Funny. I know one woman was the most depressive person ever. I mean, she was so negative, she was cynical as could be. Threw on the high meat, she became a stand-up comic. Very popular stand-up comic. In 1 year, went from this depressed, ugly person, could never say a nice thing, and she was so psychic, so she would always tell people the worst stuff in the world. And then after that, she couldn't be more positive. She told some of the funniest jokes. Her first night on her audition, I sent her to Judy Carter, who trains, and she's a famous comedian on the lower rungs of the circuit, not on TV or anything. She wrote a book, and sent her to her. Now, their audition, this is after 6 weeks of being in the class, 4 to 6 weeks, I forgot what it is. And this is on her audition night at the Laugh Factory. She got 2 gigs at other, at other comedy clubs in Los Angeles, Pasadena, Chatsworth, or something like that. On her first audition, the difference that it makes is astounding. So don't be afraid of all this bacteria and germs. Your fear should be in the chemicals that destroy them, because they will destroy your cells, not only the bacteria. So all this antibacterial stuff is the worst thing you can do for your household and your body. If they destroy your bacteria, they destroy you and your life. 99% of all of the functions that occur in your body are bacterial. 90% of your digestion is bacteria. Think about that. Every time you take an antibiotic, every time you smell chloroform, going into a hospital, you can destroy 1% of the bacteria in your body just by being 24 hours in a hospital without even taking medication. And your body will struggle to keep bringing it up. Bring up. The people who, like my mother, who was became a nurse, in the 30s, she grew up on raw milk like almost everybody did in those days. These are healthier people. Kids now, they go work as a nurse in a hospital, they get sick pretty quickly. And if the bacteria is destroyed in their colon, they get pretty negative. Or they're autonomic, they're like machines, robots. They really have no feeling for their patients. So you have to be very careful around high toxicity. In the last 5 years in butcher markets, no matter if you're in Whole Foods, a health food store, no matter what, you go in there and you smell the Clorox, chlorine everywhere. I mean, it burns the sinuses because they want to kill the bacteria. Wrong thing to do. All of those workers are breathing that chloroform, which is destroying their brain cells and their intestinal bacteria, and even the bacteria in their lungs. It is constant. So, write it down. So, chemicals are your problems. Bacteria are your friends. When I go for food in Asia, do I go to a supermarket? A good Western type supermarket? No. I go to the streets. And when I can see flies and bugs and insects on that meat, right there, and they're just waving a little flag over it, get the flies off a little bit, that's what I eat. That's the food I want. I want my bacteria. I want the casings of the flies and the worms and all of that stuff. If it's been in the supermarket, guess what? I don't never put it into my mouth directly. I go home, take a non-serrated edge knife, and I scrape at least a 32nd of an inch amount of that meat off, because I know it probably has Clorox or some kind of soap in it. All surfaces before I put it in my mouth. But give me bacteria, give me insects, I'll take it. Instantly. Okay, so then in the sigmoid colon, the last section of the bowel, that's where the body holds up fecal matter and absorbs anything that's left that the bacteria is still in the food, in the feces. So it holds it there and keeps extracting everything it can out of it, so it's as hard as it can be, but yet able to move. Now, some people are so low in bacteria and so toxic that particular fecal matter will stay in there and get so hard, and they call it constipation. That's not true constipation. True constipation is when you have a block and the fecal matter doesn't move, you have a lack of peristalsis. Peristalsis is the moving of the intestines that keeps food moving through. The villi in the intestines, the food passes through, the food particles, just like a tongue, absorbs, let the body know what secretions are needed to help break down that large food particle so bacteria can get in and break it down and eat it properly. So all that's working. It's just like you see those amoeba and the tentacle-like things in the ocean, and you see the fish going through. The fish, when they go through, are being vacuumed because those tentacles eat And so does those tentacles also absorb food, as well as address and see what digestive enzymes are necessary. So it's just like the ocean, but very concentrated in fats and proteins. It's like having a fish pond that is 2/3 fish and 1/3 water. That's what our blood's like, and our intestinal tract is like. Concentrated with organisms with less water. So, of course, those organisms are anywhere from 60 to 90% water, so there's still lots of fluid in there. So when we get down to that colon, if you have a problem, that means your body is not getting all the nutrients it wants, and it's holding up your fecal matter in that colon, in that sigmoid colon. So the way you correct that, this is the first remedy that I'll give you if you have a tendency toward constipation, is that you feed the E. coli from the back end. They're very satisfied with ice cream. They love fats. So you take 3 tablespoons each of butter, dairy cream, and coconut cream. 3 tablespoons of each, and then 1/4 of a teaspoon of honey only. Mix that all together like in a 4-ounce jelly jar. Immerse in a bowl of hot water, not hot enough to burn your hand, but hot. Let it get to body temperature or above, no more than 105 degrees. Take a bulb syringe that's warm and also heated, and you pull up that ingredients. Then right before you go to sleep, you do this. Right before you go to sleep, you get in on all fours like a dog. You bark. You put it up your rectum. You squeeze it in there. You let your shoulders and face go down. Keep your back end up. You roll your stomach and get it to move up your descending colon. And then go on your right side, lift your left leg, and roll your stomach again like a belly dancer. And it'll move it through. You'll be feeding the E. coli there. You leave it there. You don't use it as an enema. That's to feed E. coli. You will move for 3 to 5 days very comfortably because the body won't be holding up the fecal matter in the sigmoid colon. Very simple process. Some people only have to do it once every 2 weeks. Some people who are chronically that way, very low in bacteria, usually those are the skinny, anal retentive people who don't have anything to nutrify their brain and nervous system, and they're uptight about everything. They need to do it every other day. So depending upon your need is how often you do it. Okay, so let's get into some organs, other organs that we cross-examine. The liver makes the bile. The gallbladder does not make anything. It is a storage unit for bile. Why do we need enough bile to digest 6 gallons of ice cream? Because as a hunter species, when we kill an animal, all tribes eat the fat first. The liver can only produce enough bile to digest about 1 ounce of fat every hour and a half. So if you sat down and ate a quart of ice cream without a gallbladder, you'd likely have diarrhea. You're not going to be able to digest it. Just go right out of your body. So we need a gallbladder to deal with us eating a tremendous amount of fat at one time. And just think about it. You kill a buffalo, there's 40 pounds of fat in a buffalo. There is 60 pounds of fat in a big seal. In a pig, there's about, depending upon what kind of pig, big or little, it's 40% fat, 30 to 40% fat. You eat that much fat without a gallbladder, without a reserve of bile, and you're going to have diarrhea, and you're not going to get that nutrient. You're just going to be pooping it out. The dogs will come around and get it. They'll love it. But your body won't. So that's what the gallbladder is for, to store excess bile in case for those times that you want to sit down and eat a quarter or half gallon of ice cream at a time, to make sure it's raw ice cream. I got a recipe. Raw ice cream. Now, we also have the pancreas. I mentioned the pancreas a few times. When food goes into the stomach, it starts breaking it down in the tongue. All that information goes to the pancreas. The pancreas decides what enzymes are necessary, digestive fluids are necessary, and how to reconstruct the molecules of that food for us in the proper way. So the pancreas will go in and judge, well, we've had too much fruit today, we need to make more fats out of this, so we'll convert all of the fats and maybe some of the proteins into an acetone, and then we'll have a lot more fat. If you've got enough fat there, then the pancreas, all it has to do is arrange how the molecules will be made into 60 varieties of cholesterol with the help of the bile breaking down the fat, separating the fat molecules. Now, none of these fluids go in and dissolve something like muriatic acid. You know, you see it on TV where you've got the cleaner, he takes the dead body that's just been killed by the good assassin, and he puts it in the bathtub and pours muriatic acid in there, and it dissolves the whole body. Digestive acids don't work in that way. They go and separate cells, separate larger clumps, and don't break the integrity of the cells. Bacteria goes in and does that to break it down, to digest it, to become us. Of course, it has to be restructured in the lacteal system and in the lymph system. It is reorganized for our particular bodies. It's a long process, 24 hours in the human body. Pancreas is responsible. The medical profession says, the pancreas is there about sugar. Duh. Nothing's that simple for the pancreas. The pancreas is one of the most complex organ glands that we have. It not only creates insulin, it creates a whole barrage, an array of hormones and enzymes to do different things. If you eat a cooked food, you've got missing enzymes, destructured proteins, everything is compromised, you have the vitamins. So the body, the pancreas will register that, send out hormones, and it's like sending out a couple of thugs from the mafia. Goes up to every cell in the body and says, I need some of your nutrients, buddy. Got to take them to the intestines to handle this crap that's just come in. And that's how your body does it. Probably doesn't do it in that graphic way. Probably doesn't. Please, problem here. Writing as eating this crappy food. Please give me some of your nutrients. So it leaches from every cell in the body, and it feeds and reorganizes this damaged food and tries to make the best of it as it can. So you're alive and doing okay on this cooked diet because the body works so hard in maintaining itself. But half of your life with disease is not very thriving. So, then we have the spleen. Now the spleen, like the gallbladder, does not produce anything. It is a storage area for blood. Well, why do we need a quart of extra blood, quart and a half of extra blood? Some people don't have that. Big persons, quart and a half, 5 cups, 6 cups in there. Most people have about a quart of blood, a liter, somewhere around there, of blood in that spleen. Now, why do we need all that red blood cells? 2 reasons. Let's say you fell out of a tree and you hit a branch and it cut your jugular vein and you lost a cup of blood by the time you clotted it and stopped bleeding. A cup of blood is a lot of blood to lose. You are now anemic. You're not going to have the energy to run from a cat or a dinosaur to survive. You will be lunch, breakfast, or dinner. If you're anemic, you can't run, you can't climb. So, the spleen has a reserve. Puts that cup of blood, as soon as the bleeding stops, cup of blood goes right back into the bloodstream. Then your bone marrow, which creates the red and white blood cells, that's where they breathe, will have time to regenerate it. And it takes, for a cup of blood, it will take about 45 days to replace a cup of blood. It takes that long. Think about that. So blood's very, very important. So, the second reason that the spleen has that, let's say you're in a tropical environment. You've gone from Canada in the winter, you're in 3 feet of snow, and you say, I'm getting the hell out of here. I had enough of this cold, I got my joints ache. So you go off to Tahiti, and it's moist and it's hot, and your blood's too thick. You say, oh, God, I can't stand it. Heat is too much. I have to have the air conditioner on, fan right on me. I have to eat ice cubes all day. The spleen will say, okay, we're going to remove a lot of the red blood cells. The bloodstream thins. You can stay cooler. Then you go back home to the cold weather again, and the spleen says, throws all the red blood cells into the bloodstream. Your bloodstream is thick again. You can be warmer and handle the cold. There's another cooperation of the body with the kidneys. Now the kidneys are there to extract the red and white blood cells out of the serum so you can lose fluids without losing red and white blood cells. Because if you lost red and white blood cells with the urine, you'd be anemic all the time, and you'd be a slug or a snake. They have very little blood. But even their kidneys and their secretory system doesn't allow red and white blood cells to leave with their secretions. So how does the kidney do that? It forms ammonia. And the ammonia encapsulate the cells, and the cells stick outside the kidney or in the kidney walls, and only lets the moisture pass through to the bladder. So the kidney's job is to lose fluids and prevent the red and white blood cells as much as possible from getting into the urine. Or some gets into the urine, some into the blood. It's a microscopic, it's a trace amount. Unless somebody has very bad kidneys, then it will dump a lot. The people who don't filter the kidneys are the people whose kidneys don't manufacture ammonia. And they put them, instead of giving them a nutrient, telling them to eat shark or stingray, just a tablespoon a day, their kidneys will work again. Instead of doing that, they put them on dialysis. Hundreds of $1,000s a month, $100,000 a year to put somebody on dialysis 3 times a week. And all they have to do is eat some fresh, raw stingray or the sharks that contain a lot of ammonia like you get in Norway. That's all there is to it. There are a lot of things when you walk out of here you're going to know how to handle and even give that information to other people so you will be in control of your life. Now bladder, why do we have a bladder? So you're not pissing all over yourself all day long. It's a storage place for the fluids that leave in the urine. So it gets to a certain amount, you say, oh, I can't hold it anymore, and you're not wet. So otherwise, without a bladder, you'd be wet all the time. Because the kidney's constantly working, letting fluids out. Now, what is the urine? It's not a waste product. Your body loses fluids for 2 reasons. To warm itself to thin the blood, to thicken the blood. If you're cold, your body will, you notice that when you get cold, you want to pee more? To get rid of the fluids to thicken the blood, to get rid of that excess H2O. Red blood cells get poured from the spleen into the bloodstream, so now you've got low fluid, high red blood cell count, the heat in the body builds, and you can stay warm at lower temperatures. Very, very efficient. Now our fecal matter and our urine we should be able to eat. However, we don't because we've got an agreement biologically. There are insects. Our fertilizer helps things grow. So, there are tribes, though, that eat fecal matter of buffalo and other animals because they don't have enough meat. They've they've over-hunted, and they've destroyed the animals in their area. So all they have is fruit and vegetation. So there are tribes that live on fecal matter. Healthfully too. Why? Because the water bottle, now the first time I saw it was on National Geographic in 1971, I think it was. It was, I forgot what channel it was. Anyway, they showed National Geographic stuff. And they showed a shot of this woman, black hair, blue eyes, and she just had this great smile on her face. You could see she had some kind of chocolate on her fingers, and a little bit on her lips. And I think she's eating chocolate. She's loving, enjoying this stuff. And they pull out. You can't figure out what it is because it's got some, grass fibers in it, raw and stuff like that. Green blades of grass, in the stuff. And what she pull all the way out, she got this patty that's almost big as her torso from this buffalo, and this buffalo tail is whipping behind her. And she's out there in a rice paddy eating the dung for lunch. They're perfectly healthy. Those people live to 128 to 148 years old. They did an article on them. They were from Georgia, Russia. It was a February issue. It was 1971 or 72. Could have been early as 68, 69. But one of those issues, you can find one at the library. You can see them. Pictures of them. They don't show you the dung eating. That was edited out of the magazine, but they showed it in that film, and that film was never allowed to be shown. Who put the squash on it? The FDA.
Still nutrients left in that?
Scanned. You've got all the bacteria that's still feeding on the fecal matter. Because the herbivores have a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. They chew. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have 1. 2 compartments. They chew. They swallow. They regurgitate. They get some of those acids and bacteria with it. They're a particular kind, not like ours. Regurgitate, re-chew it, swallow it 70 times per bite. Then it moves through in 48 hours through their system. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get protein and fats from it. They digest, if they're eating dry hay, they digest about 60% of it. That's why you see lots of straw come out of their fecal matter. If they're eating fresh grasses, they digest about 75% of it to 80%. Whatever they haven't digested will be very well digested in the human body because it only has to pass through in 24 hours. It's already pre-digested. So those tribes who do that, you have to get used to the smell, it's on your breath, it's on your hands, in your home. So it's not the most enjoyable way to live, but you can certainly thrive and be healthy. You can get beyond kissing somebody with that kind of breath. I don't think sex would happen very much, but it's still a healthy way to live. And in India, the vegetarians there drink their urine. And the urine from cows and goats and everybody. Because they know the nutrients that are in the blood, that were in the blood, are the same ones, minus the red and white blood cells, with a little extra ammonia in the urine. A lot of alternative people, and especially vegetarians, drink their urine. Now they say to drink the first urine of the day. The logic is beyond me, because you have the most neurological toxins. The system detoxifies the brain and the nervous system at night. So when you have the urine discarding in the morning, although the urine is not supposed to be a toxic area, because we're causing so much toxicity in the system, everything has a tendency to have waste products thrown out. The urine is not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a fertilizer, just like the fecal matter is. Some animals will eat the fecal matter, and the plants will use the nitrogen. Urea, it's urine. Urea is urine. You feed it to your plants. Take your own urine if you're on a raw diet. If you're on a cooked diet, your urine's going to burn the roots. If you don't, you just mix it 15 water to 1 urine, and it's a great fertilizer. Tremendous fertilizer. You can recycle a lot of waste without using all the chemicals, and throw it into the ocean with all the chemicals. Or the lakes, wherever they dump it. It's disgusting. All of our leaders are stupid. I'm not talking about ignorant, but stupid as well as ignorant. It's a shame. So, don't be afraid of your excrement and secretions. They won't harm you unless you're taking your sweat. The sweat is relatively very toxic. Not supposed to be, but again, because 90% of the toxins leave through the skin, your skin's going to be the worst fluid in the world. Now, when I have sex, I have to wear a bandana. Why? Because I sweat profusely out of my head since I had the chemotherapy. If my sweat gets on my partner, it will burn them. Literally burn them. It gets into the eyes. Sex is over. Forever. So, you have to realize what concentrations of contamination can be in the perspiration. Tremendous. So if you sweat heavily, make sure you change your clothes. Don't wear the same ones the next night. Wash them. Okay, that's the only time I tell you to be sanitary, is because those sweat secretions will be highly toxic. Okay, the adrenal glands sit right on top of the kidneys for whatever reason they were put there. I don't have a clue. I haven't figured that one out, and who cares? It's a good place for it. If you're in a fight or flight situation, the kidneys are back here, and you're facing your opponent. So probably if they hit you in the adrenal gland, it may not work. So when they punch somebody in the kidneys, you're not really necessarily hitting the kidneys, because the kidneys doesn't give a shit. The kidney will collapse like a lung and be resilient and come right back. But if you hit and bruise an adrenal gland, you've lost your extra power. That's why a lot of boxers, if they get an opponent, hit the body enough and get around and hit the kidney area. And they're really going after the adrenal gland to bruise it and break down the person. The person will have no stamina. Situations. They won't have any hormones to go out and relieve bruising. So the bruising will build up and make the muscle weaker and weaker. So I guess that's why the adrenal glands are back there on top of the kidney. So the kidney's like a sponge. Of course, when you take it out, it's hard and tough. That's after you've taken that out of the body. Pardon? An hour, 45 minutes? Somebody didn't tell me?
39 minutes.
Oh, okay, let's go ahead and take a break. We're only 6 minutes away from our conclusion. Minimizing that toxicity, eliminating it, and preventing it from causing damage. If you do not have an appendix, it takes up to 42 hours for your body to reanalyze the substance and know what to do about it. So an appendix is a very important little organ. Can be considered a gland because it does secrete trace amounts that are usually undetectable in the blood. So that's the pharmaceutical industry can't find anything it secretes in the blood. It isn't necessary, and it erupts with bursts and causes all these poisons to spread out. The more poisons you have in the body that have entered the body, the more are going to be stored in the pancreas. The appendix. And if the appendix is swollen with these things and is causing damage to the actual tissue, like from vaccines, you're going to have a burst appendix. Now, the people on this diet who had a burst appendix, they go through the regular pain and everything. Every surgeon, I've only had 3 patients who had it after being on the diet a long time, but when the surgeon went in to find the appendix, they found the appendix burst with this whole belt of fat all around it. So guess what? Those poisons didn't leak into the body. They were contained in the fat. That way the fat would have arrested the poisons, and the appendix could reheal itself, and people would still have an appendix. But in all 3 cases, the surgeon ripped out the appendix with all the fat. So now those people have no quick emergency system for toxins to get in them. I don't have. They ripped mine out at 12 years old. I had they call that perforated bleeding intestine and peritonitis, and they misdiagnosed this as appendicitis. They went and found my appendix in good condition. They took it out just in case it caused me problems in the future. That is what it said in the medical report. It's in good condition, what did they say? Nothing unusual. What did they say that? In their reports, like, the thing's okay, but I'm going to rip it out anyway in case it causes them problems in the future. That's the mentality of the medical profession. The pharmaceutical wants idiot doctors, and the world is full of them. So the appendix is a great thing, a very important organ in the body. So keep it. Don't panic. If you haven't been on the diet, for I'd say at least a year, and you have an appendicitis, whether you'd have enough fat wrapped around it, if you were a thin person, didn't have enough fat wrapped around it, you might get a lot of poison, you'd be sick for a couple of months, but you could recover from it. But if you're not on the diet, at least 80% on the diet, then I would suggest, trying to talk the surgeon into mending that little bitty appendix, which he's not likely to do because he's not going to give us time for an appendix, so he doesn't think it has any value, and then vacuuming out the toxicity that's burst. Otherwise, if you've been on the diet, you're eating lots of fat, and you're not skinny, the fat will surround it, and you won't have a problem. And maintain that appendix. Okay, the scalp and hair. Why do we have hair? Good question. Why are you supposed to have hair? Well, then you got to take chemotherapy because of his hair, right? You don't want hair is the way the body discharges a lot of toxins nowadays. The body will build a lot of toxic minerals into the hair. And you can find out what toxic minerals are leaving through the hair and being built into the hair to get rid of it by having a hair analysis. Find out whether it's high mercury, aluminum, or whatever. And usually people who have gray hair will have high aluminum. High aluminum destroys the paraminobenzoic ability of the cell. Paraminobenzoic is the B vitamin, PABA, which allows pigmentation. And it destroys it. Aluminum does a lot of things in the brain and nervous system it's not supposed to do, or it does, and we're not supposed to have much of it. And it's probably why they put it in vaccines and other medications to dumb down the population. Because aluminum destroys the zeta potential, Z-E-T-A, the zeta potential of fluids for nutrients to remain suspended in fluids. So if you have an aquarium, you drop some liquid aluminum in there, the fish will hit the bottom. They can't swim. They can't remain suspended. That's what happens in the brain and the nervous system. Your synapse fires and doesn't go anywhere. So most of your Alzheimer's is created by aluminum, high uncontrollable aluminum in the brain. To help get rid of aluminum, take lots of raspberries and coconut cream, raspberries and dairy cream. Let me give you an example. 2 weeks ago, a husband, an ex-husband of the man who still takes care of his ex-wife, she's had a psychological problem for a very long time. She's been institutionalized several times. So she goes in and out of these places where she can't comprehend anything. She'll go from one chair to another. She can't talk. And it's all because aluminum's in her brain. Doctors don't know this, so they badly medicate her. There's no danger to anybody, but they institutionalize her and medicate her. And I said, Joseph, make her a quart of raspberry drink. Have about 3 pints of raspberries in there, whole, not ground, blended, but whole raspberries. So you've got, just about, blended it would be a little less than 2 cups. And have about 4 to 6 tablespoons of coconut cream in it, and about 3 tablespoons of dairy cream, and a tablespoon of honey, and then a cup of milk. Blend that all together and have her sip on that all day long. And 13 hours after she started drinking it, she was completely coherent and ready to leave the hospital the next day. So I put the words. And they had drugged her for 2 weeks before I gave them that formula. So her ex-husband was able to get her out of the hospital. She will never go in the hospital again because I gave him a form to have her sign that doesn't allow them to ever institutionalize her unless she's harmful to herself or someone else. And that is available on the HRC, which is a Scientology group that is against psychiatry, because all they do is drug people, they don't cure people. So they have that form. And you can also send them a copy at the regional offices, Los Angeles and in New York, and those offices. And they will come in and pull you out, get you out legally with their attorneys. They are that much against the psychiatric drugging industry.
In Canada too?
Yeah, they have all branches where Scientology is. Only Germany is the only place where they don't allow Scientology. And I don't understand that, because Scientologists, I have probably a couple hundred people in Scientology on the high echelons of the group, on the diet. In fact, they don't support any non-Scientologists. Yet you go to their website, and the top nutritionist that they recommend is me. And I'm not a Scientologist, and they've asked me to be a Scientologist. It's fine, I don't need that kind of support to help me be moral, and a good person. I'm just naturally that way, so I don't need that support. However, all the Scientologists I know are the most rational, mild-mannered people that I know of anybody. So it's a good practice if you need support on being rational and logical. It's a great religion if you're into that. So, the aluminum, yes, I want the aluminum. I need some raspberry. You brought me some raspberry cheesecake. Let's thank Rasha for bringing us all here. Very hard on it and taking very good care of it. And I tried to take very good care of her.
Oh, you say mama.
If you'd seen her 6 years ago, 6 years ago, she was so skinny and so dry and gray.
Thanks.
She was gray. Her skin was gray, and now looked red and rich and happy and full. And calm. Back then she wasn't calm. That's all I'll say. If you want to tell them more, I'll let you go. Okay, so the skin and the hair discard toxins. The skin does it with the perspiration. If any metal is too toxic, it will build it into the hair, through the follicle. If that poison damages the follicle, your hair will thin and thin and thin and thin till it doesn't produce any hair anymore. Like the chemotherapy, it destroys hair. People lose hair because it's a frightening poison. And it's so concentrated, the body builds it into hair and damages the follicle. I didn't grow this patch of hair back since that chemotherapy at 21. Now, you see hair in there? It used to be completely bald. I started putting butter and bone marrow, rubbing it into my scalp. And all of a sudden I'm growing hair back again. Everywhere. It's getting thicker. And I only do it once a week. I'm not that vain, so I do it when I think about it, once a week. I have 5 other people experimenting with it, and it's helping everybody get their hair thicker. And some even growing some back, but there's only 5 people. But it's working with everyone. So anybody here who wants to try it, do it 2-3 times a week. Don't wash your hair, just leave it on. And what you can do is you melt the butter down. It should be about half butter and half, or at least a third bone marrow. And you melt the butter down by putting it into a bowl of warm water until it gets completely liquid, and then you put bone marrow, and you blend it in those little 4-ounce jelly jars. And like this, 4-ounce jelly jar. And you use the osterizer blender, which screws its blades and everything on it. Turn it upside down, you blend it. And then you just take it and rub it in, rub it on your lips and on the skin and everything. It works very, very well.
What's the ratio?
Anywhere from 50%, 1/3 bone marrow to 50% bone marrow. Depends on what the odor you can take. Bone marrow doesn't smell that good. Butter. Now I've used butter for a long time. My Primal Facial Body Care cream has butter, coconut cream, and dairy cream in it. And there's a tiny bit of honey and royal jelly. And that's the best for skin ever. It's phenomenal. Before I came up with that formula, I used to put just butter on my skin, and I was on jury duty once, and I had put it on just before I left. And so I was, I have hot body temperature now. When I was a kid, I was always dying of the cold. Now I go out here, and to me it's not cold here yet. I even brought only long sleeve shirts because I thought it was going to be cold here. And I'm burning up. So even outside. So Just very warm right now. Damn, I've got a second egg.
Window open.
This usually works. If a second egg, usually within 20 seconds, the brain is functioning right pretty quickly. Again, you just on the fat end, you just fracture the bottom. You don't break a hole in it, and that allows the membrane to collapse. And then I use the eye tooth to poke a hole in the sharper end. And there's a hole. And then if I hold it down like this, and suck it like that, only the egg white will come up. And it just tastes like a little salty water. Then, after I've taken all the egg white out, I'll feel the yolk go up and down with my sucking. So then I know that I just turn upside down. Nothing in there. All out.
How come you don't practice glass?
Because I have to clean the ground glass. And it will slightly oxidize in the glass. And I'm going to take the best value of everything I gain. So toxins lead through the hair, built in. You can, regrow your hair, hopefully. And I think that with the new formula of butter and bone marrow, you can do it. Now I noticed that just using butter helps too. It helps thicken the hair and help hair growth. But the bone marrow, because it has stem cells in it, everybody know what stem cells are? Stem cells are cells that have no DNA to tell them to be a particular, they have DNA, but it doesn't restrict them about their form and shape. The cell, bone marrow cell, stem cell could become a liver cell or a heart cell or a pancreatic cell, a nerve cell. It can be anything. It has no definite, limited structure. Adult stem cells are structured. They can only be the type of cell that they are addressed to be, say, like a blueprint, where it says you have to be a heart cell and that's it. So it will help development of cells, like your blood has all kinds of stem cells, but they're all particular to a particular kind of body part, a body cell. The bone marrow has lots of regular stem cells that have no address about what to be. So that's why using it can help stimulate growth quicker. I have a patient who had a heart stem cell company. He bought the technology from a scientist in Switzerland. And this doctor scientist, was able to separate cardiac stem cells from the blood, separate them, breed them, and then inject them into people. Anybody know who Don Ho is?
Mm-hmm.
Tiny Bubbles? Tiny Bubbles, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, he was dying, and he had 3 heart surgeries, open heart surgeries, several bypasses. And he was one of the ones, because he was supposed to die in a week or so, 10 days. And he went to my friend, who's been on the diet for 11 or 12 years now. And he's 74 years old. And when he came to me, he was retired. He was almost an invalid. All he could do was watch TV, eat, and sleep. And he was only 63 years old. Fairly wealthy. So it didn't matter. So he got on the diet, took the lymphatic baths as I recommended. I'll tell you that part of the story another time. And after going through all that, and at that time, it took him 3 months to get through that, he got so much energy, he started a stem cell company and works 14 to 16 hours a day.
Don Ho?
No, my friend. So Don Ho came to him with this new technology and would Don did was he has a laboratory in the United States take your blood and then send it to a laboratory in Israel, and then the blood is separated for the cardiac stem cells, and then they breed those stem cells on their own blood serum, not a manufactured serum, and then they send it to a hospital in Bangkok where it's injected all in and around the heart. And it will actually grow natural bypass in 3 to 4 months. Build whole new arteries. Rebuild the heart structure if this damaged heart is the problem. Completely rebuild it from the stem cells. So Don Ho lived another 1.5 years and went back to work singing. And he hadn't been able to work since the first heart surgery. So he was back to work in 6 weeks after the stem cells were there. So that's what stem cells can do, whether they're adult or, I forgot the term for the ones that are not adult, the ones that can be anything, any kind of cell. Bone marrow is full of it. You can get bone marrow, you eat it with your meat meal. I even brought bones with me. Customs, look at them. But because I'm a doctor and I have a doctor's letter, says I can transport it and stuff like that, not much they can do without getting into a legal fight with me. So, I'll eat, one whole section of that bone marrow, which is probably 1.5 to 2 tablespoons per bone, depending on the size of the bone. And I'll eat that with a meat meal. And it helps regenerate cells faster. And we'll get into that also. So the body gets rid of poisons through the hair and it causes follicle damage. And you know what you can do about it. Women have less hair basically on their bodies, so they're not able to throw as many of those metallic toxins out of the body. So that's why women have more toxicity under their skin. They need more fat to protect them. And women should have more fat than men, but not an excessive amount. Let's look at a few people here. Let me see your forearm. You see how much extra she has in here? But that's just about the right amount for a woman. You've got quite a bit too much, probably about 25% too much. Yours is just about right, a little too much up here. So you get an idea. You should have some. Now men will basically be like this, will just be skin over their muscle and veins when they're clean. And if you have, like women, men, if you have a lot stored under your skin, you've got a real problem with your lymphatic system. I've seen women with it so thick under here, this is a little too less. You're more of a man. This is too much. This is very hard on the organ. So you got the whole organ. So you need those hot baths. Called lymphatic baths in the book. Okay, so we've pretty much covered the body. There may be one more thing. I'm trying to remember what that is. I may have left that. I'm going through the body. Oh, and your butt's the cushion. We've got butt muscles, the only primates that have asses. So we can sit. All of the primates kneel everywhere, like this. They never sit on their butts. Humans can sit on your butt, so that's the advantage of being a human. You can sit on your butt, if you've got muscles right here. Now, the feet contain a lot of toxic substances because when you're eating cooked foods, you don't have a lot of ions, active ions, so things get very heavy. So when things get down to the feet, they have a tendency to stay down in the feet and legs. Diabetics, they rot from the bottom up quickly. Anybody who has disease usually starts in the feet and works their way up unless it's a gland or organ involved. But as long as it's an extremity, it's usually the feet up because the toxins go to the bottom. Now there's these people that say, oh, if you got this particular machine and you put your feet in it, you'll see that the water turns black. The water will turn black if you just take your skin and brush your skin over it, it'll turn black. That doesn't mean you're pulling heavy toxins out of your feet. What will help you pull toxins out of your feet is hot water. You don't have to have this machine which has a high electromagnetic field, and then you're putting EMF fields into your body and altering the structure, the molecular structure of your cells, which is not good. And when I talk about putting heat on your body as a remedy for any problem, any pain, what that does is increase the circulation to that area so that you have more nutrients to clean the area and heal it. So the pain will move away from an area because you're moving the poisons away. It may take 1, 2, 3 days to move it, but that's pretty quick. Most people use ice and they solidify it into that area, and that's their permanent problem for the rest of their life because it's locked into that area. Also, your sports people, what do? Pack ice on it and get back out in the field, shot a steroid or cortisone, back out on the field. They don't work after their 30s. Their life's shot. Yet in the Andes, you go down there to the tribes in the Andes, and they run a 90-mile race every year. Not a race, it's a game. And they're at the top of the mountains. They're 10,000, 11,000 feet up. That's like what? How many meters is that? About 5,000? 4,000? Yeah. So they're way up there in that high altitude or low oxygen. 90-year-old men do this with young kids. And they'll do like 9 to 10 in a row. And they have this thatch ball, and the one in front kicks it, and they have great aim. And if the road curls, they know how to kick it to keep it bouncing to go around that bend. And they're amazing. And then that one will fall back to the back. And they do that for 90 miles in the Andes at 90 years old. Athletes here burned out. 30s, late 30s, they're done for. That's it. No more good athletes. Why? They're putting ice on an injury. You don't put ice on an injury. You block the circulation to it. It will never remove the dead tissue, the bruised, damaged tissue. It'll stay there. It won't heal. It'll scar. Always put heat on any pain, any injury. I don't care if it's a tooth. Usually when it's a tooth, the heat will cause more pain for about 5 to 6 minutes. Because the nerve will expand faster than the other surrounding tissue. And that'll cause more pain temporarily. But once it settles after about 10 minutes, then it helps dissolve the pain. So in some circumstances, it will temporarily cause more pain. You just have to get away from it for a few minutes and keep going until everything's expanded to allow more circulation into it. Remember, pain is pressure put on nerves. If everything is relaxed, everything stretches. So that when the muscles stretch, they won't push and pinch on the nerves and cause pain. Everything will be relaxed and stretch evenly. Okay, so heat's important, but never electrical heat. Heating pads, electric blankets put out anywhere from 100 to 135 milligauss of EMF, electromagnetic fields. It only takes 3 milligauss to alter the molecular structure of a human cell, of animal cells. 3. And they're putting 100 to 135 in heat pads. So never use a heat pad. Never use one of those sand or mineral filled ones that goes into a microwave. It's radiation, it's radioactive material. That's why it can stay hot for such a long time. It's radioactive material. What does radioactive material do to cells? It destroys them. It kills them. It causes cancer. Cancer is the body's inability to dissolve dead cells and remove them, so the body collects dead cells first evenly all over. When you can't do evenly, then it'll make tumors. But that's still a favorable thing. Cancer is favorable. The body's liver and pancreas and the lymphatic systems are not working to dissolve dead cells, so the body has to put them somewhere until it can. And you change your diet, big hot baths, perspire the garbage out, and you get things working again. Cancer will go away. I thought that people went into cancer, my guesstimation of working with a lot of cancer patients and going through it myself 4 times, well 5 times now, that people went in and out of cancer 5 times in their lifetime. But an oncologist came out about 5 years ago and said that he has seen people go in and out of cancer 8 times in a lifetime. And only when you seek medical therapies are you in danger. This is an oncologist saying this. The only smart one I know. Well, one other. Samuel Epstein, who was the major medical doctor to Eisenhower, Johnson, Reagan, and Ford, and quite a few of the presidents. And he's now an octogenarian, late 80s. And he says the only cure for cancer is diet. All the medical procedures are harmful. This is a major medical doctor that learned in his old age that medical procedures were harmful. And he says it's all about the money. They make $80 billion just in the United States on chemotherapy each year. No way they're giving it up. I'm not going to give up $80 billion a year for some cure. I'm not going to tell somebody to go eat a good diet. Don't take our medication.
Did you say 80 million?
I don't get to have 5 houses all over the world and 8 swimming pools and 10 limousines. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Okay, so let's get into food. Now, I talked about a little bit about the importance of fat. Cholesterol doesn't mean anything. LDL, HDL, it doesn't matter as long as you're on a good diet. The bad cholesterol is merely cholesterol your body's dumping that can't be utilized right. It's old toxic cholesterol made from bad fat. I want a high level of that in my body because I want my body to be getting rid of it. And I want lots of good cholesterol to give me energy and protect me and to clean me. So give me all the cholesterol you can. I'll take 675. I don't think mine has gone under 210. I think one time when I was a vegetarian and fruitarian for a long time, it went down to 197. Probably the lowest it's been. But eating animal products has never gone under 210. It's gone up to 375. And I like that. I always felt better. That's when I was able to run and do all that stuff. Now, I'm not a person who's an athlete. I have no activity rings in my eye except in the brain. And activity rings tell somebody who knows iridology like I do that the body creates so many hormones a day for physical activity. Each ring equals about an hour of activity. So, I have no rings in the bottom, so I'm a slug. This is my exercise every day on a keyboard for my computer. That's all I do all day. I carry my groceries once a week. Then I drag my suitcases. I don't carry it. I roll. So I get no exercise, yet everything maintains solid. I am solid everywhere from eating the raw meat and raw foods. I don't have to exercise. And I never lose the muscle there. Ever lose the muscle. So, it's solid in there and good. One time, I did lose my muscles temporarily for a couple of months. I was in a motorcycle accident about 2.5 years ago, and I was on a big bike, and I've been on a big bike since I was like 20 years old. And it was in Thailand, and these people walked right out the street in front of me. It was either bury the bike on my leg or kill one of them. I was only going like 18 miles an hour, but still, you got a 350-pound bike. If you hit somebody with it, you're going to kill them, do damage. So I put it down on my leg, and it split my my tibia, all the way from the knee down to my ankle, and opened it like that. So in the back, it was opened about 1/16 of an inch, and the front was opened about 32nd. And then where the femur sits on top of the tibia joint, it broke off the cartilage and jammed it up into the femur joint. So, I mean, I was in excruciating pain. It took me 35, 40 minutes to get off the street because it was that painful. I wouldn't move, and I wouldn't allow myself to move. So finally it settled. I went back to my hotel just to let my body take care of it. And, somebody drove my bike back, or the bike I was renting, to the hotel. I took a cab there. Is a pickup truck with an awning over it. That's a cab in that particular town. So I crawled up into it, and they took me to the hotel, maybe 3 miles away on it. And basically, some people helped me hop up into the elevator and up into the room. And after an hour went by, I knew something was wrong. The pain didn't stop. I'd broken bones before, and, about an hour later, the pain will settle, the swelling will increase to get the nutrients in there, and I deal with the swelling. But this didn't stop, so I thought, and I had torn the ligament here and here. This one ripped this way, and this one ripped this way. So I had these bulges here, tendons, and the pain wasn't stopping. So I thought the knee was out of place and needed to be adjusted. This is like 10:30 at night by this time. No chiropractors, probably in that town at all, in that Thailand town. And so I went to the hospital, and I told the people in the hospital, at the hotel, to call, a cab, take me to the hospital. So they called the emergency. So an emergency vehicle comes to pick me up, and then they call that paramedics. 4 paramedics and a driver come and pick me up, take me to the hospital. Cost me $18.50. Wow. And in America, it would cost $5,000 to take me 10 miles to the hospital. So I got to the hospital. The intern looked at it, probably 26, 27 years old. He looked at that and he said, "I'm not touching it." I said, "All you need to do is just take the leg, stretch it out, and let it go back in place." He said, "I'm not touching it. The thing's mangled. It's huge and bulges and everything." And so he called the osteosurgeon. So at 11:30, almost midnight, before he gets to the hospital, he looked at it. You could see his eyes bugging out too. He wouldn't touch it without x-rays. I said, "I don't take x-rays." He says, "I'm not touching it." I said, "Okay, you get 2 x-rays. One shot this way and one shot this way. The lowest radiation, and that's all you get. You better make them work." So I directed the radiologist on how to do it, where he positions the camera, told him how to do everything. Shot the leg, And there you can see the bone split down, all the way down. I still have the x-rays and the chips broken off, jammed up in there. And he said, unless I perform surgery, in the next 24 hours, you'll never walk again. I said, you mean I'll never dance? He said, no, you'll never get out of the bed. You'll never get on that. You'll never be able to stand on that leg again. I said, well, I'm on a good diet. He goes, no relationship with diet, food, and healing at all. It's all get in there and do the... You have to understand, doctors get their training in an emergency ward. Everything is panic. Everything is panic and the worst of everything. So that's the way they think. So I said, well, give me your card. If I can't walk on my leg in 6 weeks, I'll be back to use your services. He said, maybe too late. I said, never too late. I said, okay, you're confident that I'd be back in a few days. 6 weeks I was walking without crutches. I was walking in the ocean, because the hotel was right across from the ocean. I was walking in the ocean after 10 days every day, morning and night, a mile, because the body is very buoyant, so there's very little pressure on the knee at all. And I would walk a mile morning and evening out in the ocean, up to this level. Sometimes I'd go under, it would be a step off, until I learned where to walk in that area. And I was running. I was in Antigua about 6 months after that, and I did a sprint, a half a mile on the beach, without stopping, without a bit of pain. It's great. I'd taken all the skin off the side of my leg, all the way down and off the ankle. It even shaved the ankle bone down, and it shaved this bone down here. I lost all the skin off of here, all the way down. Part of the elbow was skin and bone was gone. All that was repaired in 12 days. What I did was I put lime juice on it. Lime is an antibacterial, antifungal, and antiseptic, the natural one. It will destroy good bacteria and bad bacteria if you have too much of it, so you have to control it. So I put lime juice on there to surround all the asphalt chips that were in there, all the little grains from the asphalt that got in there, and the tar. So it surrounded all of that, so I wouldn't, all the white blood cells and phagocytes wouldn't have to go there and have all this pussy infection. Then I put honey on top of that, and then coconut cream on top of that, and then very thin slices of meat back to skin all over those areas. And I changed the bandages every day, and the meat every other day. I let it get a little stinky before I changed it. Make sure there's good bacteria in there. So everything exactly the opposite of anything any doctor would do. And it was completely sealed and healed 12 days. 12 days. The two Thai women that I hired to take care of me for 24 hours a day for 12 days couldn't believe, after 10 days, I finally, they got me a wheelchair right away. I got a wheelchair the next day, the next afternoon. But when I finally went out, I needed a computer part. I was having some computer problems. So they took me in a wheelchair to a mall with a mall, this little town, little bitty place. It's called the mall because they had 2 stories. And a small area with multiple little bitty computer stations about this big, walls around, all these computer parts all over the place. So I went into there. They were stopping anybody they knew and telling them about, showing them this and this. They had badges on it after the 10th day. It was barely pink. And said, this skin was gone. We saw it. We were there. They put the Manal, which is, lime juice, and Kati, which is the coconut cream, and the Nua, which is raw meat, on there. And stopping all these people, so I had to wait Well, they told these people with an open wound, because they had both been in motorcycle accidents, and they had big scars, big lumpy, crusty scars from being taken care of by the doctors there. So they were showing theirs compared to, all those ties, because they, most of their 90% of their transportation are motorbikes, motorcycles. So all of them have scar tissue from accidents. And I had no scars, no anything, just clean as can be. This tiny little scar right here, and that was it. This was ripped so badly, and because I still used my hands, I kept ripping it open and ripping it open. So that took a little longer. That took about 16 days to seal it. But still a slight scar here. So the body is an amazing thing. The foods do an amazing thing. So let's get back to fat. All these divergent little tales. But I find that the stories will help you remember better than anything else. Okay? So that's why I tell the stories when they're appropriate. So fats are so important to strength. You have 2.5 times more energy from a fat energy utilization than you do with carbohydrates or proteins. 2.5 times more energy. Have you ever seen a skinny weightlifter? All fat. Have to be fat to be strong. Your bodybuilders, even Arnold Schwarzenegger, ripped and all that, no fat, very weak when he was in exhibition. But when he wasn't in exhibition, he was eating raw meat. All Austrian athletes do eat raw meat and raw eggs. And he was even, because I was there at Gold's Gym with him in the 70s, part of the 70s and 80s, and he was even drinking raw milk. And he outlawed clean raw milk. He wanted it too clean. Now he wants no bacteria in it. So he sabotaged our law that was going to allow bacteria in milk to the level that we wanted. He vetoed the bill. It took us a year to when, Sally Fallon and I and a lot of other people worked on the Senate and the Assembly in California for a full year. It was almost unanimously passed. In one stroke of the pen, he vetoed it. This is a jerk. Anyway.
Sorry, why did he do that?
Pardon?
Why did he do that?
Because he's a Nazi. He's for annihilation. He's friends of the Bushes. His intent is to lower the population. Lower the population. His father was a Nazi. Bush family were Nazis. His name, grandfather Bush. Prescott Bush financed Hitler. When the Attorney General of, the Attorney General of the United States in 1944 found out about it, he closed the bank that Prescott Bush was the president of that was funding Hitler. Hitler's personal group. Not the whole, funding the whole thing was Rothschild and the Rockefellers. They fund everybody's side to make money. But Bush, personally, Prescott Bush, was funding the actual group, Hitler's group. So that family has been heavily into it. And when the Attorney General did that in the United States, Prescott Bush said, "You have just made your biggest mistake. My family will run this country someday." So, as soon as his son, George Bush, was put into the CIA and began running it, was 32 years in the CIA, basically ran the world. He ran the Contra, the drug trade, everything, building up all of this monopoly for, companies that the CIA set up. So Bush family is now one of the strongest companies with the other 12 families in the world. And they are for annihilation and one world government. But the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Bush family are a little at odds about how to run the world. The Bush family is a Nazi family. They want to do it all by control and care nothing about the people. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers want to have a little bit of, camaraderie there, a little bit of caring about the people, something bad in there about how they run the world, even though everybody's basically their slaves because of the economy. So anyway, that is Schwarzenegger. He's part of that whole family. He's backed the Bush family and been personal friends with the Bush family. He would never become governor without it. They had him lined up to become the next president. They had to put Obama in first. Why? Because Obama was never born in America. But no non-American can become president. Everybody knows that Schwarzenegger was born in Austria. So they had to set a precedent up to getting a different president in office who was not born in America to break the constitutional law that you have to be born in America to be president of the United States. So it's all set up. You're all gearing it up. And of course, the Bush family wanted Schwarzenegger in because Bush family is all, Schwarzenegger and Bush family are like this. So anyway, the politics of all that stuff is all part of why you can't get good food. It's a major part of it. They want to control everything you eat and who makes the money from it. So you have to support your local farmers, and the way I've set it up is you get a group together, all these people here and all the other people on the diet who haven't come, they're already here in Toronto. You get your group together, you take a lease on a herd. So you go to Ron Schmidt and say, I've talked to Ron about this many times, but he wants to win his way. Costing too much money, he doesn't have it anymore, he's bankrupt. No point in him fighting it anymore. You go for a lease. No cow share herds. Cow share herds have no precedence in law. None.
You mean Michael Schmidt?
Pardon?
You mean Michael Schmidt?
Michael Schmidt.
Okay.
Who did I say?
Ron.
Ron Schmidt.
Yeah.
Ron Schmidt's a nutritionist.
Okay.
New York State. New York. So Michael Schmidt. So leases have precedence in law for the last 60 years or so. You can lease anything. You can lease a person, you can lease a pen, a house, a trailer. You can lease gasoline. You can lease anything in the world. Absolutely anything. So if they let one lease agreement fall in a court, it leaves all others available to fight and attack. They don't want to get near that. So I created a lease agreement between clubs and the farmer. So when the lease agreement is intact, in force, the person who's leasing something is the owner. Even though ultimately when the lease finishes, the ownership goes back to the person who's leasing the item. Like if you're leasing a car, you're the owner of it, and you're entirely responsible for it until you said, I don't want to pay the lease anymore. You take your car and it's yours again. But you are the legal owner as long as the lease is in force. That applies to anything. So if you've got a lease on the herd, all the milk, all the produce from it, all belong to the members. There's no commerce involved. Law has only jurisdiction over commerce. Period. So when I set this up about 5 years ago, it was challenged by the state of California, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Kentucky, and New York. They came after my farmers. You don't have a permit, you can't sell your milk and all this. Went into court, I studied law, and I fought the city of Los Angeles, took the police department to task. So I learned law pretty well. So I wrote the brief, 62-page brief, and they took it to court with them, the farmers took it to court with them, the judge threw it right at them. I proved that the law, no government body has jurisdiction over anything but commerce. And this is not commerce, this is a private ownership thing. So the farmer's not selling anything, where the club members are paying for the farmer's services to take care of owners' herds, members' herd, their cows, milk them for them, bottle the milk, make the cheese for them, all these services. So the club members pay the farmer for his services. So there's no selling of goods. So they can't touch you. And I've told this to Michael Schmidt many times. He wants to win his battle, and he thinks he's going to win it, and then he loses, thinks he's going to win. He'll never win it. I doubt that he'll ever win it. So, be very just simple. You do leases. You wouldn't have any trouble at all. Every time they've taken any of my farmers to court, it gets thrown out like that. Sometimes all I have to do is make a call and send a letter to that health department in that state or that county, and I say, listen, here's the legal stuff, here's our contract, here's the membership agreement, we want bacteria, we want everything, we reject all government regulations on sanitation because it is poisonous. So we have all that commitment and everything. They look at it and say, we can't even fight this. There's no way we can fight this. So they just completely throw it out. Only 3 times did they put us in a courtroom, and the judge threw it out as, because I wrote a motion to quash or dismiss, and it was quashed or dismissed, just like that, 3 times. My farmers don't even have to have a permit to have their animals and to have raw milk. They don't even have to have a permit, because a permit is designed for commercial manufacture of food to go to the public. This is private entirely. So, and you can do it with a flock, you can do it with a herd of goats or sheep or whatever it is. You can milk sheep, make butter from sheep. You can do any of that without any government oversight, if you know how to do it. And I've got it all wrapped up, and I call the organization called the Right to Choose Healthy Food. Any government agency has gone after right to choose healthy food. Anybody sees right to choose healthy food, I have that right automatically against the government. That's why I chose that name. And that's how the government chooses their names on clandestine things they're doing to damage you. They'll pick out a good name that you will say, I'm for that kind of thing, and it'll be just the opposite of what they're doing to get you to sell you on that. But my right to choose healthy foods is just for that. The right to have milk and dairy and anything else that you want, raw meats, high meats, stinky meats, unclean meats, all of that.
So what does Sally say about this approach of leasing?
Well, she just now in the last year is now going to the leases. I've tried to talk to her for 6 years about it. And she's fought so much, lost so much. And I said, Sally, your attorneys want to make their money. That's what it's all about. They are smart enough to know that if they use a lease, they won't have to bow in court, and they won't make money. So Kennedy and all of your attorneys are out for themselves. So finally she got it this last year. So now they're starting to move everything into leases instead of cow shearers. Sally's a great person, it's just she's misguided. She's also a person that's never been sick in her life. She has no rationale, knows nothing about health. Everything in her is just like the guy who goes into a school, guy or girl who goes into a school, thinks everything they're told is law and rule, and she believes all of this chemistry garbage and bullshit that comes out of schools about what nutrition is. And that's why people end up with chemistry labs making pills and supplements and saying this works. It's all about the chemistry. The body doesn't work in chemistry. The body works in food.
Cow share and lease is 2 totally different things.
Pardon?
the cow share and the lease, I mean, that's two totally different things, you're saying?
No, you lease, the cow share is where you join and you have a share in the cow. Judges have said, well, what do you own? Do you own the hoof? Who owns the udder? You can get inane questions like that, and if you can't answer them and you don't have your legal argument down, the judge can say, this makes no sense. Not valid. They outlawed it in Wisconsin, in Maine, and quite a few states. They've outlawed cow share programs. They cannot do it with leases because if one lease falls, every other lease can be challenged. There's precedent in leases, not in cow share. So that's how the difference. Using their laws and their rules to get what you want.
Because you could have a group of people owning a house or a building, and not one person doesn't own a window or a bathroom, and they own it.
Doesn't matter. The judge can use any means he wants to throw it out. And you have to understand, he's got the pressure from his state health department, most powerful government bodies besides the CIA. Health departments have more power than anybody else. In Los Angeles County, that's the strongest health county in the world. Los Angeles County Health Department. I beat them 3 times. 3 times. Got raw milk legalized in Los Angeles County in California when they were about to outlaw it. They tried to what else did they try to do? Oh, they tried to take my co-op, close my co-op. And I said, this guy who's running the co-op in their land, they're donating the space to us. We don't pay for it. They donate us to have our group, our members, distribute the food here. There's no profit, there's no gain here. You know, so you have no jurisdiction, there's no commerce taking place here. So I beat him again. Yes.
Well, how do you get now legalized here?
You don't try. It'll be a waste of time here. You don't have enough support. I've got 300,000 people in California that drank it before it became outlawed. So I had enough people behind me. You don't have enough people to make a difference here, I don't think, unless you know some people, you know, in the what do you call it?
The government?
In your particular parliament. In Parliament. And I think there's only one man in Parliament where his wife and family drinks the raw milk. One's not enough to convince everybody. So, I shouldn't say never, you're not going to do it, but it's going to be a hard battle. It took me 3 years to win it in Los Angeles, and then in California, 3 years. And that was a lot of my time every day committed to it.
In January 2007, in the Ontario legislature, one of Michael's colleagues, one of the MPPs, tried to introduce a private member's bill just to open up, is this a good thing or not?
Yes.
Not to make a decision, and it was roundly defeated.
Yep. See, that's what I mean. Like I mean, you have to go on the laws of commerce that already exist. And the laws of commerce is you do no commerce. You have a lease agreement. No judge is going to let a lease agreement fall because anybody can test a legal agreement on his precedent. No judge wants to be responsible for that domino. No judge. I don't care how much pressure they have on them. They're not going to get near it. And that was the advantage of me learning law. I knew that little trick right off. So, it has worked. Every state, everywhere in America. Haven't beat me once. Yet they bulldozed over cow share programs continually in America. They've lost as many as they won. Sally found.
What's been the effect now of, I don't want to belabor this part of the conversation, but about Schwarzenegger's veto? Does that mean you can't buy raw milk in California?
No. We buy raw milk, but it has to be under certain sanitary regulations. It can't have more than one It can have no more than 10 coliform. Coliform are good bacteria. Kefir, yogurt is coliform. We want coliform. So now our dairies have to clean out with all this ammonia and Clorox or, bleach. And basically the milk's not very alive. I won't even drink the milk there unless I have nothing else. I get my milk shipped all the way from California every week, trucked from my farmers in Pennsylvania all the way to California every week for our whole club in Los Angeles. We don't buy our own milk in California because of that. Unless we have nothing else, we won't drink it. And this is one of the brands right here. Clarabelle is one of our brands. But I just use their bottles. These are small. The ones that I get are half gallons. Taking a half gallon bottle, 2,000. Got the yo-yo.
So the Clarabelle is no better than the organic.
Pardon?
The Clarabelle is no better than the organic.
No, even though they're in glass, they're not pastured. Organic pastures are pastured, but they put theirs in plastic. Plus they clean with all these chemicals now. Now, see how thick this is getting already? I don't know if you can see it, but it's getting thick. See how it's caving on the walls here? Now what I did was, I put a tablespoon of the honey in my mouth and put a tablespoon of the milk in my mouth, mixed them together and spit it into there. They're going to town. This will be kefir by tonight, by midnight. Thick kefir. Pardon? What are you doing? I put a tablespoon of honey in my mouth, a tablespoon of the milk, mix it around until all the honey is dissolved into the milk, and then I expectorate it into the milk and then shake it up. And by tonight, this will already, it's thick when I'm taking it. It's already getting thick. By midnight tonight, it will be very thick, like kefir. Okay, so fats, we want high cholesterol all the time. When the whole thing got into Schwarzenegger, when he was exhibiting, stopped his eating of fat so he could get very lean. But he also went from lifting 470 to 80 pounds down to 270 by the time he was trim with no fat on it, ready for exhibition. So he lost over 200 pounds in lifting by dropping his fat. So the importance of fat is tremendous. And we also give you another example. This fellow came into me, looked like he came right out of a motorcycle gang, and he had all this thick, damaged skin. I could tell he'd been doing drugs and alcohol for at least 25 years. And he was probably maybe 15, 20 pounds overweight only. Very negligible. Not like this gentleman. So he walked in and I did his eyes and I said, "Are you from this planet? I can see you've done some heavy drugs in your lifetime. For at least 25 years maybe?" He said, 30. And because he's in his late 50s. Mid-50s, late 50s. And he said, "Yeah," I says, "you hardly have any internal damage." I said, "The only time I've seen that ever is in people who've been obese." And I mean obese. He says, "Well, 4 months ago, before I started your diet, I was 300 pounds. And I had been that way all the time that I was a drinker and drug taker." Even bad fat protects you. Fat is so important. I tell everybody to get fat. And I was very fat when I first started getting on, when I first got into the raw meat and the raw dairy, I got very fat. I got up to a 38-inch waist, from a 29-inch waist up to a 30-inch waist. Well, when I was down to 96 pounds, it was a 22-inch waist, 22 and a half. That's how skinny I was. But I went up to a 36, 38-inch waist. Right now, I'm only at about a 33-inch waist. And If I let all my fat go, like I did one time, I went down to a 30-inch waist. So I like people to be fat. You will get well faster. You will have less symptoms. When you go through a cold or a flu, they're over in a day or 2 days. People who don't have that fat linger in pain and discomfort because they don't have the fats to bind to those things and flush them out of the body. Plus, those toxins will go in and damage cells looking for fat in cells if they can't find it outside of cells. So it causes a tremendous amount of damage. My sickest people who come to me are people who are ultra skinny. And it takes them sometimes 8 to 10 years to recover. To a point where most people can recover in a year, year and a half on this diet. It takes them up to 10 years to recover. So skinny is not good. It's very easy to get fat on this diet.
Yeah.
Good fat.
Very
strong.
Yes.
I have many people even thinner than you, and within 6 months, big. If you go to WeWantToLive.com,
Right.
the TO is number 2. You'll see that guy, Jeff, skin and bones, 3 years wasting away and deteriorating. Medical profession couldn't find anything wrong in all the lab tests. Intestinal flora tests, everything. They said it was all in his head. This is a rich kid. Got no problems. His parents have a lot of money, a big business worth a couple $100 million. He never had to work a day in his life. He works for the company, just being, he's the youngest kid in the family, so he doesn't have to do anything but just smile and be around and shuffle a few papers, throw a few numbers around. This kid never had a worry in his life. Even while he was losing all this weight, he'd eat massive amounts of food and never put on a pound, just kept losing and getting smaller and smaller. So the doctor said it's in his head, he's got a psychological problem. So they put him on psychotropic drugs. This is a happy kid. They put him on kid, he was 30 at the time, 27 to 30 at the time this was going on. So I finally, Dr. Mercola from Chicago sent him to me, and because he worked with Mercola helped him a tiny bit. Mercola really is not a nutritionist. He's a doctor that's a theorist, really hasn't had no sickness in his life. He thinks he did. He had a little fatigue, a little 500 pounds. So he thinks he's got it down. And he puts out all these supplements. He doesn't have a clue. He never sees a patient. He hires people to see patients. He's just a theorist. He used to come to me, call me every day for information. And I said, Joseph, people ask me about you, and I say, Joseph is new to this. He doesn't know his butt from a hole in the ground, about anything about nutrition. It is new. He doesn't sit with a patient. He doesn't do anything to know what's working. He goes to me for research. He goes to everybody else who's done a lot of research, and he thinks he can put all this stuff together, and he thinks he's genius. He's not. He's got a good brain on his head, but he doesn't know. He's like the guy who says, I'm a master carpenter, and he's just left school. He doesn't know any long-term technique. He doesn't know refinement. Doesn't know anything like that. So he hung the phone up on me and never called me. So you see that mentality. Now everything, he makes $30 million a year on supplements. Think he's going to give it up? He's got a good intention to change the medical profession, but how much has he changed if he's gone from medication to supplements, which supplements are medication? No different. So I don't know if he was a plant or what. Yes?
You know that he eats raw meat, raw dairy, raw butter?
Yeah, I know. I got him onto it.
Um,
He used to be my patient. So, I know he does that.
Just promote that.
Yeah, I know he promotes. He goes in and out of the whole egg and the partial egg thing.
Yeah.
Time. Yeah. Depending on who's mixing it up brain at the time. You know, he got into that. And that was one of the things when he finally came to me over this egg thing so many times. I said, Joseph, I eat up to 50 raw whole eggs a day. Do I look like I have biotin deficiency? Get serious. Get empirical. Don't go in the laboratory bullshit. But he gets hung up on it.
He's too skinny, way too skinny.
Oh, he's hyperactive, he's skinny, but he thinks that's healthy. When I was a fruitarian, eating all that sugar, I had so much energy, I thought it was great, until my teeth started going again, and my bones started rotting, and I started getting very skinny, got osteoporosis, and back into cancer of the blood and bone again. I have to get diseased. He may have to get diseased to find that out. But he stays on the border. So it's going to take him a while to discover treatment. And he's going to have to suffer to find it. When his brain starts going from all the supplements, he's going to suffer. Okay, so fats. Tell you 12 times fats. Now, the type of fats are very important. Every fat does a different thing. Your pressed oil fats, think about anything that's pressed is mainly for detoxification. Your body will treat it like a solvent, like a virus. It will help you dissolve stuff in your body, especially if it's too toxic for bacteria, parasites, and fungus to break down. And it'll dissolve it, just like you use a cleanser. It is not organic. It's not a dog coming up and eating organic waste. This is a chemical dissolving something chemical. So your body will mainly make that with pressed oils. And your body will make a lot of it if you eat a lot of pressed oils because there's nothing else to do with it. So if you want to be in a very weakened state, eat lots of pressed oils for a long time. I can relate that to 3 countries or races that eat lots of olive oil. Greece, Turkey, Italy. Where do you have the most macho guys and women? All that olive oil that they eat. They're pretty aggressive. The mafias, they all got their training from Italian and Greek. Turkish mafias. It irritates the system. It will dissolve tissue, especially the brain. So it's difficult when your body is being irritated with a high acid oil like that, high acidic oil. It's going to irritate the nervous system. It's going to be constantly pulling out the heavy metals that get into the brain from everything you eat. If it's cooked and processed, especially if it's processed. So take a look at that. Now, all of the Italians and Greeks that are on this diet are not at all like their other country. Very calm, very stable, thought-free. They even tried to open a hospital only using my methods in Greece. Parliament stopped it. The government stopped them from erecting that hospital. They don't want healthy people. They don't want healthy people. So now it's just a band of people like you, just grouped together, trying to maintain their individual health and not spread it in the community or make a business out of it, because it won't spread too far. Okay, so any of your olive oils, olive oil is not a vegetable oil, so it doesn't crystallize in the same way as vegetable oils do. Coconut oil is a fruit oil also. It doesn't solidify as hard as olive oil. It won't crystallize as much as olive oil or vegetable oils, but still it will. and it will be mainly used as a solvent. So again, you have to limit the amount. I say a tablespoon of pressed oil a day as a medicine to help cleanse the body is fine. Flax oil is a seed oil. Seed is a fruit of a plant, not the plant itself. Plants are leaf stalks and roots. Pardon? It's a seed. However, the hemp oil causes a great deal of toxicity. It's the highest level of fighting cancer. And so,
Liver oil?
liver oil is an animal. So we're not talking about animals' products. I'll get into all of that. Okay. So the pressed oils, which are okay medicinally, coconut oil is the best. The next is olive oil. Flax oil is next. Hemp oil, do not get near it. It will solidify in the body pretty rapidly. Twice as fast as the other oils.
Hemp seeds as well.
Pardon?
Hemp seeds as well. Okay.
Like I said, you write your question down if you have a question, and I'll get to that. Okay. Your best one, if you're going to take an oil, is coconut oil. The next is flax oil. Olive oil, and then flax oil. If you could get a peanut oil, it would be up there in the higher level, above olive oil, or just after coconut, but nobody presses it under 96 degrees anymore. If you make your own peanut oil, like with a Green Star juicer with an attachment, it would be okay, but it's going to be a lot of work. Any of your other oils that are from a plant, safflower oil, barley oil, any of those, they're all vegetable oils. It takes an herbivore to digest it. You do not have the system to digest it. So when you take it in the body, it doesn't digest properly, the body can't throw it off easily, the body is starved for fat, so it will absorb a lot of it, so you're not just having diarrhea all the time from it. And it will wax in the body to a hard wax within about 3 years, and then after about 5 years it will turn into crystals. And so it hardens the arteries and the heart and other parts of the body. It causes sclerosis, even of the liver. So, any kind of vegetable oil from a root stock, leaf, those are vegetable oils. Do not eat any of them, ever. I don't care if they're pressed under 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the other oils have to be pressed under 96. The coconut, the olive oil, and the flax seed. Now the flax seed is very difficult to press under 121 degrees. So there are only certain companies that promise to do it, but I found that it isn't happening at Orleans where they promised me it was. So when I took a heat gun there, it's coming out of the machine at 117 to 121 degrees. In most offices, it was above 121 degrees. So they've lied to me over here. There is a person in Los Angeles which is now making it. It is not making enough to go on the market yet. And I don't know if it ever will, because when you get into a high production again, you're going to get into a heat problem. The only coconut oil that is fermented below 96 degrees and is extracted is from ThaiOrganicLife.com. And that's my patient and his Thai girlfriend on Koh Samui Island in Thailand. And she is 100% primal dieter. And I'm talking more primal than me. More primal than I am. So, she goes around picking off beetles off of her garden and eating them alive straight. That's right. And she went from working, she's been about 8 years on the diet, and she was about 38 years old, 39 at the time. She looked like she was 50. Now, I mean, even her boyfriend still eats some rice. She won't eat any rice. She doesn't eat anything unless it's raw. Lots of raw fish. Her husband is a spear fisherman, so he goes fishing, catches all these great fish. She only sleeps 3-4 hours a day, like me. She's gone all the time. She prepares all the fish he catches. She does all the gardening. She does everything, and she's got that kind of energy. And because she eats only the raw food, she doesn't eat anything cooked herself. And all these live beetles. And she'll go around and she can't eat all of them. She'll pick them off, put them in this little bottle, and then she'll go out today and eat them all day. Those are her snacks. She has no dairy. On that island, there's no dairy. It's very hard to find dairy on the island. I found pockets of dairies in certain parts of the country, but only 3 major dairies that will sell. We do sell all that to locals. But way down Costa Maria, there's none there. So she eats beetles. And if you break all those beetles, you get all this white food like a cockroach. And she eats those big old cockroaches just live. Do you know that 20 years ago, all of lipstick was made with roach guts? You were all eating roach guts when you put lipstick on up to 20 years ago. If you'd ever been to one of those factories that made the lipstick, they had these sheets. This was a roach farm. They had this much space to crawl in, and they had food that constantly dripped in on the sides, and there were 2 miles, sometimes 80 layers of roaches. They were producing somewhere around 5 billion roaches a day, a year, to supply, and that was only one in this country, and there were one in every country. So to make all the lipstick for all of you women, so you were putting roach guts on every time you did it. That was better than you're having now, because now it's all chemical, dangerous stuff. You want to make your own lipstick. You take raspberries and blueberries and whatever shade you want to make, you can make it, and you paint it on and it will stain your lips. You won't have that glossy look unless you put some butter on top of it. And then you've got these beautiful lips. And you can take a little bit of that, thin it out, and make it as your rouge. And it's very good. It's very well, and it looks natural. And it only takes a tiny bit. Bee juice will stain those lips for hours. You do it. And you can control the coloring by mixing, a little bit of milk in it, change the color a little bit. Can't put too milk because then it'll keep it from dyeing the lips. But there's always a natural one. Anyway, roach guts used to be a good lipstick, even though they were processed. But it was a lot better than other lipstick. Anyway, all those insects, a lot of the tribes that are poor eat insects and fecal matter. So you have to think about that. You go in Thailand and in China, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, you'll see scorpions and big old insects this big, look like cockroaches, wood roaches this big. And they eat those. You buy them right off the street. People eat them all the time. And we all go, yuck, yuck, yuck. I even have a hard time eating some of those bugs. So I make sure I get my milk. But if I didn't, I would be eating those insects the same way they are. Definitely. Okay, so raw cream is the only cream that completely nourishes the brain and nervous system. Fish fats do when you eat fish, chicken fats do, yes, but nothing like raw cream. Nothing will soothe the brain better or quicker than raw cream. Raw cream is very difficult to digest though. It takes 60 varieties of bile to break down cream. It only takes about 30 to 50, not even that, 30, 40 to break down butter. Butter is very quick and very rapid. Your body mostly uses butter. When it takes the cream and it converts it, about 2/3 of that cream becomes butter. So you may as well eat butter and stop your body from going through all that process of transforming it into butter. But you do need enough cream to feed your brain and nervous system, to calm and relax the nervous system from all the poison, from air pollution and whatever other pollution. So it's very important. Because the cream levels are lower in our milk, partially because they want to, the higher the fat content, the higher the coliform, more bacteria in it. So they'll thin the milk so there's less bacteria, so it'll pass inspection. Even your healthy farms will do this, and some of the farms are skimming the fat off for their family and taking it from the rest of the people. So eat butter, eat a little extra cream, probably 2 tablespoons of cream extra from your milk will be satisfactory for your day. You can have more than that if you want, but don't have an excessive amount. If you're going to eat ice cream, only eat it maybe once a month, raw ice cream, because it's very difficult to digest, especially if it's frozen. Even though I say it's okay to eat within 24 hours, you're still going to have twice the amount of energy spent on digesting that cream and ice cream. So cream is very important and very delicious if you can get it fresh. When it's soured, most of you would not be used to it. Most of you might reject it. But when you get it fresh, it's so delicious. Better you get it sour so you don't smell it. But a little bit is very important and necessary. Butter, like I said, will feed and lubricate the rest of the body, absolutely every part of the body. Now, a lot of people will say, I eat a stick of butter a day, which is 8 tablespoons. I drink, 4 tablespoons of raw cream a day. I have my milk with cream in it. I eat avocados, and I still have dry skin, and they make me fat at the same time. When you get on a raw diet and your body's been starved for fat for so long, guess what doesn't get any fat? Because the glands and the organs, the muscles, the bones, every part of your body is going to take it. And the skin is the last to be fed. And it undergoes the most toxins because you reject 90% of your poisons out of the skin. So these people have to apply the fats to their skin. Coconut cream is okay. Butter, the Primal Facial Body Care Cream, that on page 145 of the recipe book, is the best thing to use for your skin as a moisturizer, whether you're a man or a woman. Coconut cream is the second best. Now, coconut cream is an interesting fact. Coconuts are 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. Interesting that is the exact relationship of the citric acid cycle of using fat as energy in the body. The body uses that ratio, 80% fat, 15% pyruvate, protein sugar, and 5% carbohydrates, either in the form of vitamin C from something or in the form of sugars. That is the exact ratio of coconut. So, if you eat whole coconut, you're going to get a good balanced diet for energy and strength. If you're eating the oil, The oil is only 7 to 8% of that 80% fat. Oils only contain oil-soluble vitamins and oil-soluble substances. The coconut cream contains 92% water-soluble fats, vitamins, and enzymes. So many compounds that help the body. Let me give you an idea of how important coconut can be. I've traveled a lot looking for tribes. So, Africa's about ruin. You know, our involvement, the British involvement, the Dutch involvement in Africa is absolutely destroyed the problem. The Maasai are now taking care packages, which are over-processed cereals and dried dehydrated milk and all of that, because they went under an 8-year drought that destroyed most of their herds. The Fulani are now eating cooked garbage, cakes and grains and stuff like that. The Samburu are in the same situation. So I went to the Philippines. They have 7,107 islands. 7,107 islands. So if you want to find some primitive people that have never seen a white man, that's where you go. So I have been trying to get to the tribes, do it legally with the Philippine government's permission. They refused me. They even called the only car rental company in the Philippines and had my name blacklisted so no one would rent a car there. So if I rent a car, I have to find some local who's got a four-wheel drive and rent to it. So they don't want anybody to know what these tribes are doing. They want it, just like the American government with the Indians in America wiped them out to take over all the resources of the land. They don't want people to protect these natives, these tribal people. So I was working hard at I knew there were some tribes in a particular area, and the government said, they're cannibals, you can't go there. If you go there, we'll throw you in jail up to 10 years and a $10,000 fine. You can't get near me. And so I told them I was a scientist, nutritional scientist. All I wanted to do was study their dietary habits. I didn't want to change the land. I didn't want to do anything. All I was going to introduce anything to them. I was just going to still refuse me. So I was pulling out my hair and getting pretty upset. And I went for a massage to calm myself down because I didn't have any dairy except for my butter. And I went to get a massage in a health spa in Davao, on Mindanao Island. And there was this 24, 25-year-old receptionist, dark skin, 5-month-old baby in a crib behind her, white as your paper. Baby hardly, infant hardly any movement. And this girl's dark. And I saw a picture of her father with her there. He's almost black in that way. And there's a white baby offspring of the two. And I didn't think she slept with the milk. So I looked at the baby and I said, what are you feeding your baby? And she said, oh, the best thing, powdered milk and mix it with water. I said, Dr. Francis Pottinger did experiments with animals. And he said the animals that were fed powdered milk got the worst and most advanced diseases of any processed food. And she said, well, why would the doctors tell me that? I said, does your doctor study nutrition or food? No. Studies drugs, surgeries, radiation therapy. Doesn't have a clue about food. And yet they're telling you what kind of food to feed your baby. Would you take advice on how to be a millionaire from Donald Trump or the guy flipping hamburgers at the corner? Because your doctor about nutrition is the guy flipping hamburgers on the corner. He's not going to know how you can get rich with health. So I said, I'll bring you some. I connected with the dairy on Samoa Island. And so I took a boat over there, got about 5 liters of milk, raw milk for her, brought him back, fed it to the baby. In 3 days his coloring came in, the baby was almost normal. And the baby was leukemic, they expected it to die. And in 3 days on the raw milk, it basically recovered. Father, I think that the grandfather was so happy. He was only 53 years old, and he worked for the government. He was from a tribe, and he said, "I'll get you permission." He met me, so he said, "I'll get you permission to go visit the tribe I'm from." He says, "It's a long, it's a 3-day journey. We have to go by 4-wheel drive, we have to go by motorbike, and then we have to boat, and then we have to swim." So, to get to this tribe. So it's a 3-day journey. He said, "But I'll get you permission." He was so embarrassed, he came back, and I kept calling him every day. How's it going? He was refusing to take my calls. And after 5 days, he said, "I can't do it." He said, "They won't give me permission." He says, "But I worked it out, and I'm going to take you myself." So, got a 4-wheel drive, and we started our trip. 3 days later, I get to the tribe, and I mean, we went through a lot to get there. And we got to the island, and they went into, we picked up his cousin on the way, which was in a town very near, a day and a half away from the island itself and the tribe. Picked him up. He had left the tribe only 7 years ago, or from that time. The father who was taking me, the grandfather, had left when he was 20 years old, so, that was 33 years he was gone from the tribe. So we picked his cousin up, because he knew the language and he kept up with them and everything, so we took him along. So we had 3 translators, because the cousin couldn't speak English, he only spoke Tagalog and the native tribal language, and then the father that I had spoke okay English, and we had another translator who translated it from Tagalog to English for me. So they wouldn't let me into the tribe, into their community, their village at the time, so they brought selected members of the tribe out that I could question through the translators. So here, the guy that I was, the 53-year-old man, looked like your typical worn-out Asian, not on a good diet, but a little bit healthier than most of the other who had been in big cities for a long time, hadn't been in tribes at all. And his cousin was much more vibrant. These people, glowing. And they sent out the middle-aged people. Middle age was 80 years old. That was middle age, 80 years old. All of their teeth healthy, no cavities, complete alignment, crystal clear. One of the women, and they were all big and thick and strong, And I was related, fish eating to people who would be skinny. And yet the Maasai tribe only eat red meat and dairy, and they're all skinny. So I had it backwards for some reason. So I found out that all this tribe ate was 3 foods. Shoots the hell out of the FDA and USDA's pyramid, doesn't it? 3 foods is all they eat. Raw fish. No sauces, no lemon juice, no nothing. Straight raw fish. Coconuts. Coconut meat. They don't juice it or anything, they just eat it. The females eat a half of a coconut meat a day, half of the meat of a coconut a day. The men eat a whole coconut a day. The meat of a whole coconut, mature coconut. Mature, thick meat in there, not good jelly. And they eat a fruit once in a while. Although the coconut's a fruit, it's not a high carbohydrate fruit. So they eat either the little bananas that are grown there naturally, once in a while, or a mango. And they usually eat the mango completely green. Strong, healthy, all their teeth. They eat anywhere from pound to 2 pounds of meat, of fish a day. All raw, fresh. So they live like retired people. All they do is fish every day, eat their fish, make their huts, sit around and just be together with the energy and listen to the birds. That's their whole life. And we worked so hard to get to there at the end of it. Well, if we just lived primitively, we'd have that for our whole lives. And when you live in a tropical area where it never gets below 65 degrees, you don't need fire. You don't need, and they never made fires. They never used fire for anything. Pretty amazing tribe. And I had met some tribes that they were closer to civilization. It wasn't against the law. In fact, you made money, they made money by going and visiting these tribes. But they all ate cooked foods in the Philippines. This is the first tribe in the Philippines that I met that ate only raw foods. Incredibly healthy. Can you imagine being 80 years old and having every one of your big white curlies in your mouth to eat anything that you want? Eat the whole hard coconut. They even eat fish bones. Can you imagine being able to chew fish bones? They were chewing fish bones. They gave me a vertebrae of one that tastes like popcorn. I couldn't chew it. The gums and everything, I mean, I still have my gums grew back from the raw milk, so my teeth don't dangle anymore, but still, I can't chew on something that hard. It hurts. And they're eating these bones. So I had this little piece of bone broke off and gave me, and I'm like, hour and a half I tried to eat that piece of bone. And I put a little bit of honey in my mouth and dissolved the bone in 3 minutes. So I was able to eat the bone, but only with the help of the honey. So, the importance of coconut in that tribe gave me an idea of how important it can be as a supplement to raw meats, to raw fish. How strong they can be, how thick and strong they can be from the coconut. But not eating coconut exclusively, I tried that for many years. I would grate it, eat it. And I sometimes 2 whole coconuts a day and still would get skinny. I'd have energy, but I got skinnier and skinnier. Then with the coconut and the fish together, made them thick and strong. I mean strong, they were like gorillas. They were so strong. They looked like normal humans, your Philippine natives. They didn't look like cavemen or anything. They didn't go around walking like this. Incredibly intelligent, and they thought before they ever started. Thought about everything. Nothing just came fast. They were very calm. They would think, they would get a feel, look at you, get a feeling for you, and decide how you should hear the information. Very interesting. Very interesting. It's a whole different reality. And such a shock that they would be so full and thick by eating fish. If I eat only fish, I get skinny as a rail. But I wasn't eating the coconut with the fish. So I learned a very important lesson there. So, coconut is a very, very valuable substance. Coconut cream is a very valuable cleanser. Oil cleanses certain kinds of elements in the body, especially heavy metals, anything that's bound together with heavy metals. It can dissolve rocks of heavy metals. But the coconut cream will help dissolve organic contaminated tissue, anything. So, coconut cream is a big part of my books. It's a big part of the diet if you want to get well quickly. However, don't have more than 4 tablespoons of it a day, because you can put yourself into heavy detox. And we don't need to be into heavy detox. Avocado is good for energy, and it's good for cleansing, but it's not good for stabilizing the body. If you eat it with any kind of meats, whether it's fish, poultry, or four-legged animals, red meat, it will mainly turn into a fuel. Why spend your protein make it into a pyruvate and use it as a fuel? It's very hard to use avocado as a fuel without enough pyruvate, which is protein sugar. So don't expect to have a great deal of energy and stability from avocados. Have maybe 3 a week, something like that, if you like, with your meat meals, but no more than that. They're also difficult to digest. You can eat them with a fruit, and they'll be more cleansing. That's fine. Any other oils and fats really are not recommended. So let's get into protein. Let's get back into the dairy a little bit. I just want to talk about dairy because every phrase of dairy becomes a medicine for the human body. As milk, it is a natural overall grower and remedy. All babies grow up on milk. They grow fast with it. It's stable. Us being toxic, we need a little bit more cream in it. If we don't digest it well, we need a little honey in it. So these different things, or a little onions, squeeze a little onion juice in it. Not taste so good, or some people like that. Germans love onion in their milk. It doesn't appeal to me, and I'm part German, but to them it does. And that'll help digest the milk over their diet, but honey's the best. A little bit of honey, like a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons maximum per quart. 1 tablespoon is usually fine with your saliva into your milk. It's the best way to do it. And it actually, once it's sat for 2 hours after doing that, 3 hours, 4 hours, it tastes better as it ages. And turns into, kefir yogurt, depending upon the temperature of your room. It may take 12 hours, 20 hours, or 2 days. If your room is very cold. If it's below 65 degrees, it's going to take a day or 2. But if it's above, let's say 70 degrees, it's going to get kefirized fairly quickly. 20 hours, about. Now, so milk is an overall satisfying, balanced, totally balanced diet. When you make kefir and yogurt with it, especially with your own saliva, it breaks down and digests faster. It's a remedy for people who have poor digestion, who don't have their own digestive enzymes and their own digestive bacteria. Them drinking raw milk, most of it will pass through them undigested and may even cause constipation because they're not digesting it. They just absorb the liquid, the H2O in it, and all the minerals will start caking and cause constipation. So kefir and yogurt are preferred for people who have poor digestion or people who have impaired digestion. It will help facilitate that. However, if you're putting kefir grains in it, the bacteria is not natural to humans. They're using the enzymes from the stomach of a cow, which is basically setting the intestines to be vegetarian or herbivoric rather than human ingesting other forms of animal tissue. So, like I say again, expectorate into your milk with honey and milk mixed together in your saliva. That's the way to do it. And share it with people. They don't have to know the their saliva. It'll help them. Especially your children. Cheese is a phenomenal medicinal food. If you have raw, unsalted cheese, the cheese will act as a magnet and a sponge. So as it passes out of your mouth, into your mouth, it'll pull any poisons that are dumping out the gums. Remember I said the brain dumps most of the poison out the gums and the tongue. The cheese will extract it and pull it, take it through the intestines, keep collecting all the poisons that are in the stomach lining. Your stomach lining is the most resilient tissue you have in your body. It manufactures, synthesizes hydrochloric acid, which dissolves bone. So you know how resilient your stomach lining is. If you look at the remains of an animal, mummy, anything, the hardest tissue will always be, and the last to rot will be the stomach tissue. So when we get injections, any heavy poison gets into the body, caustic poison gets into the body, it goes into the stomach lining most of the time. Then your body dumps it into your food, microparticles at a time, poisons your food. Then it poisons your intestinal tract. Then it gets into your nervous system, and then it gets all throughout the body. That's the best way to handle it rather than killing the body, because it will kill the body if it were just let loose and not put in the stomach lining. So when you eat cheese, 10 minutes before you eat anything, the body dumps it into the stomach, the cheese absorbs it, and passes it through. Now, if you don't eat for 10 minutes after eating the cheese, the body stops secreting those poisons. I'm just thinking I'm just making up this excuse for what the stomach is saying, but it basically stops dumping those poisons 10 minutes after you eat the cheese. You have 25 minutes for it to start dumping again if you continue eating beyond 25 minutes. So you eat the cheese, it will absorb the poisons, then 10 minutes later you eat the food, and you have 25 minutes to finish your meal before the stomach will start dumping it again. And then you can eat a little cheese at the end of your meal, so it doesn't catch and get anything into your food. And that'll protect you from recycling all the toxins that are in your stomach lining that your body wants to get rid of. They're highly poisonous and dangerous. Now, salted raw cheese will do the same thing, and so will pasteurized cheese from pasteurized milk. However, it will be digested. So you have to redigest all of those poisons. Why is that? Because salt fractionates the ionic bonds, just like cooking does. Cooking fractionates the bonds. So it opens up all of the poison. It breaks it up from the fat molecules, from the mineral molecules. It breaks everything up. FDA, the USDA, and medical professionals, well, you can digest everything there when it's all broken up, and you don't have all that digestion to go through. But what's the quality of the nutrients once they've been cooked? They misshape. They aren't as strong. The fat that's cooked is utilized like carbohydrate and often like carbohydrate and protein. So it doesn't give you the same strength as a raw fat would. So what's the point? Well, you get more, so what's it about? Quantity over quality. And that's what the USDA and the pharmaceutical industry and the medical industry, everything they tell you is based on their hogwash. Quantity over quality. It's absolutely garbage. So, cheese, unsalted, raw, not pasteurized, will attract the poisons with its magnetic pull of the minerals, hold on to them like a sponge, and pass out in the feces. 99% of it I found when I did tests that way on humans, that's what out in the feces with all this toxicity, concentrated toxicity. There usually was formaldehyde, mercury, and aluminum coming from the stomach lining, all from vaccines. So, when I use the pasteurized cheese, the cheese made from pasteurized milk, or salted raw cheese, guess what? Very little of it came out. It was redigested into the body. All those toxins. Yeah, when I would pull the, when somebody would vomit, I could see that even though they were eating a pasteurized cheese, that all of those poisons were in the cheese from their stomach. Yet, if it went through the body, it was reabsorbed. It didn't come out their feces. So, that's how I derived that conclusion. So, cheese has to be raw, has to be unsalted. Some people were highly poisoned. I tell them to eat a little cube of cheese anywhere every 20 minutes to every hour of the day. So they have some all the way through, constantly going through, collecting all these poisons. They're from the stomach and they're already absorbed into the intestinal lining, given to the food. And then prevent proper acids from stomach acids, digestive juices from entering the food. And they'll usually enter with poisons that are in the wall. Another way that the intestines get rid of it when they've already absorbed it from the stomach. It's a vicious cycle. So the cheese will do that. Cheese is so important. Butter is so important on this diet. Only because we're all toxic. If we weren't toxic, we wouldn't have to have either of those. We could live on fish or beef and coconut and a little fruit. Happy and healthy and great. Could live, in a hut, in a tropical place, never have to worry about working a day in our lives except to climb a palm and pull some ripe coconuts off the palm. And they're really easy to get. You twist them like a light bulb. You pull them all day and they'll never come down. And you twist them, they'll drop right off. Just in case you climb the palm. I got stuck up in a palm upside down. It took me an hour to get my balance and equilibrium to get down. Okay, what else is a good dairy? Oh, you can take butter and you let it mix a little, put it in a glass jar and make some air space in the butter and take some of it out and let it sit for 3 months in the refrigerator. You'll get a blue mold that'll grow in it. It's the same kind of mold they use to make blue cheese. So if you want Roquefort dressing, you can make it. If you love the taste of blue cheese, you can have blue cheese dressing galore with your butter. Now, I've tried to make it with sour cream and cream cheese raw, but I can never get the blue mold to form that tastes like Roquefort. It tastes like blue cheese that can make Roquefort. So that will also help you with skin disorders. I have a lot of dogs, which are, a lot of dog owners who call me with skin disorders because they've been feeding their dogs. I keep telling them, do not feed your dogs frozen meat. Frozen meat is toxic. It causes dryness of the skin and causes dry disorders. Sally Fallon says, freeze your meat to get rid of parasites and stuff. I say, Sally, you shouldn't be telling people that. It's dangerous. In the animal experiments I did, I fed half of them fresh raw meat and the other half the same meat frozen. And all of the animals, whether they're dogs or cats, all got a skin disorder in 6 weeks. One of them got terrible psoriasis. Most of them got eczema. One got mange. Every one of them. And the animals that had the same meat unfrozen, they got nothing else but water. That was it. And they had no problems, no psychological problems, nor itching. They didn't get their dry skin. It was perfect. Freezing anything but fruit is a problem. It destroys nutrients, destroys digestibility, and even can create some toxins. If it didn't create the toxins, those animals wouldn't have gotten a skin disorder. So I knew that that raw butter would help correct any skin disorder without adding anything to the diet or changing the diet at all. So I broke that sick group up into 2 groups. I fed them raw, unfrozen butter and the same butter frozen. Guess what happened to the group that had the frozen butter? It took them 5 times longer to heal their skin disorder. The animals that had it fresh, raw, and I don't mean it had been refrigerated, just had never been frozen, they healed their skin disorders within 10 to 14 days. So you can imagine 5 times that. Some of those dogs were just bleeding from being so dry. So frozen is a bad thing. I don't care what any of these experts tell you. They have not done their homework and done the experiment. I've done the experiment. All the money that I made as an actor, as a lazy, easy actor, tons. I was making $13 grand for 2 hours work. And I spent it all laboratory work. I've spent over $1 million in renting out laboratories and getting the experiments done. Getting animals. We usually always got old animals, and we always treated them well. And them eating the frozen meat raw was still a lot better than the kibble they were getting. So I always treated them better than they were treated before. And I always let the people we were getting the animals from know what we were going to do with them. So spent lots of money on that. I've done the homework. These other intellectual farts are not, they don't have the wisdom, they don't have the information. They go on their theories. They believe parasites are bad. I've eaten parasite-infested salmon with pinworms this long. Thousands of them, little tiny ones, thousands and thousands. I ate 5 pounds of salmon in 3 days that were infested with those pinworms. I had my feces and urine and blood checked for 10 weeks. I didn't get one worm, not one parasite. You have to understand that you are told all of this information to cause you to feel your body in nature. I have no hydrochloric acid in my stomach. Sure, I secrete hydrochloric acid from throughout my small intestine, but I don't have that barrage of it right here in the stomach like most people do, which the medical people and pharmaceutical theorize that destroys the parasites in animal flesh, so you don't get parasites. That's why most people don't have parasites. That's what they say. But they're saying, even now, cook your meats. And, then alternative people like Sally Fallon said, freeze your meats to get rid of the parasites. There are no fucking parasites to worry about. They're going to take over your body. They don't do anything bad to your food. It's not necessary. Probably wasn't the response I wanted. I want you to pay attention. It's one of the most important things I say. Don't be afraid of parasites in your body. That's where I'm going next after I do this food thing. We're going to talk about microbes, so you will not fear them anymore. Okay. So you've got your training on frozen and unfrozen with your meats. Doesn't mean you can't eat frozen meat once in a while. Because if you go to an Italian restaurant and you order carpaccio, it's going to have been frozen because they want to slice it paper thin. To do that, you have to freeze it to get through that. You don't really. It's just very slowly. It's fresh and raw. But when it's frozen, they zip through that thing easily and quickly. And of course, they're maximizing time and energy, so you're going to freeze it first and put it through. So all Italian restaurants, when they feed you their raw meat, their carpaccio, it's frozen. Now, your steak tartare is different. They usually don't freeze that. But that's usually filet mignon. Filet mignon, all the 100 tribes throw it to the dogs. We pay $25, $27 a pound for filet mignon. See, waste food that's dog food. Why? Because the tribes people say that filet mignon creates weak muscles. And I said to the Eskimos, because all of them do that, all of them feed the filet mignon to their dogs, no matter what tribe I was in. And then finally when I got to the Eskimos and I thought about it, why do you feed the weak shit to the dogs? You need them, to carry your sled. And they said, no, we feed them the bones with the filet mignon, and it counterbalances it for them. We can't eat enough bones to do that. And the Eskimos at night were chewing our bones from fish, from seal. They didn't do it from caribou; those bones were too hard. But they could chew them. But they would chew bones all evening as they gathered around in the igloo and were talking and eating bones. It's amazing. I'd love to be able to do that in this lifetime. So, let's segue into something.
Why was it?
They don't eat the filet mignon.
Oh, well, they eat any other kind of muscle meat, and lambs and everything.
It's not good break.
Pardon?
It's not good break.
No. What time is it? Oh, it's 6. I guess it is time for a break. Sorry about that. That's why I'm eating. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. I wake up a quarter of an hour later the next day. We don't digest nuts. Nuts, mainly what we digest from the nuts, what I found in checking the feces after eating nuts, is that we digest mainly the starches in it. 90% of the fat passes out undigested in nuts in the human body. Most of the carbohydrates not digested either. Just a little bit of the starch in it, starch carbohydrates. Protein, very little of it's digested. Again, it takes a squirrel or an herbivore to digest nuts. We can't do it. We don't have that enzymatic activity. We don't have that kind of bacteria to break it down. Legumes are poisonous to the human system and birds. So if we eat, birds eat legumes, including soybeans raw, we will die or get deathly ill. And I tried that experiment personally. And I wanted to die after 3 days of intestinal cramps. Everything that I thought would happen from the raw meat happened from raw beans. And I even germinated them for 3 days or 48 hours before I ate them. And I had diarrhea, I had vomiting, I had headaches, and intestinal cramps, muscle cramps everywhere, all over my body for 3 days. I thought I was going to die. And I was supposed to, according to the literature that I read later. But I survived. So legumes are not a place where we can get protein. You have to cook them to break down the poison in it. Then when you cook it, you've got all those heterocyclic amines, lipid peroxides, and acrylamides that form, all those toxins plus the other 29 toxins that I list in the recipe book. And the fourth section of that book, or the third section of that book. So, what else? Oh, they say grains we can eat. We're not birds. We don't have a gizzard. So when you eat raw grains, even if they're germinated, most of it passes, all the protein passes out. We digest maybe 2% of the protein in grains. In the nuts, up to 6-7% of the protein that's in there. That's very little. The only time we can get concentrated proteins is from meats. And in my animal experiments and human animal experiments, the only way that I could get the body to reproduce cells fast was with raw, unfrozen meats. then the cells divide fast. The more cellular life you have, the more there's life in your body, the more strength you will have, the more endurance, the more happiness, everything will be better. Now most people, you see these old people, they're walking across the street, and you're saying, oh, get going, get a horse, something, get going, get a car. They can't help it. They have like 25% of the cells in their body alive, carrying 100% of the weight. That's like asking an elephant to be a mouse or a mouse to be an elephant. It is not going to happen. They're not going to get any faster. So people, as they age, they lose cells because they're not eating raw products. So their body gets fewer, has fewer and fewer, loses more live cells as they get older. And that's why you have all of this. Of course you're going to have that. I'm 62 and I can do plie. And, so my mother made me take ballet and tap because I was so uncoordinated I would fall going up the stairs as well as down. So she made me take ballet and tap. I didn't care. My brothers called me a sissy. I didn't know what that was. I knew it was derogatory, but who cared what they thought? So anyway, it was fun. I loved the dancing, so it was fine. But I could never get into the splits. This is as far as I could ever. In fact, as a child, I couldn't get this one. I was about here as my splits. And the teacher would come and try to push me down, and the pain would be excruciating because my hamstrings never developed. So I get excruciating pain even in my pants from her pushing me down, trying to get me to do the splits. And then walking down the wall, oh my God. But I did it, that I could do painfully, but I did it. But I enjoyed the actual dancing. So, protein is only supportive if it's from a dairy and animal product. Meats are the best. So the more cells you have alive in the body, the better you are. Now I have about 80%, not quite 80% of my body alive. Babies when they're born are about 90% alive today. They would probably be 95, 96% alive if the mother was on healthy foods, good raw foods, a raw primal diet. But most babies born now are 10% dead, 90% alive. Most people, by the time they hit 25 years old, are about 75% alive. And then you just keep going down a few degrees every few years until you're up there in your 70s and you're getting ready to pass away, because when you hit 22%, the body dies. Can't sustain it. But yet in the tribes people, they maintain the 95%, the raw tribes, 95% of cellular life till the day they die. They die healthfully. Just go to sleep and die. Pretty nice way. That's the way I want to go. That's a pretty nice way. So, raw meats are the only way you're going to be able to get young faster. There are people who say, oh, I can't eat the raw meats, there's no way, can I just eat the dairy? Yeah, but you're not going to have the same progress. It all depends on what you're satisfied with. If you're satisfied with the energy and health, the building of it from dairy, which is slower, than with including the raw meats with the dairy, that's your option. In fact, I don't care if you go eat donuts and McDonald's when you leave here. That's up to you. I'm just here to give you an alternative, to let you know the alternatives that are out there. I have no commitment to making you a well person, because it's your choice. There are people who need to be diseased, that need to experience disease as part of their journey. So you have the choice to say, I want to be this healthy, and I want to have this kind of social life, so I'm going to have to give up on the commitment to total raw diet so I can go out and eat junk food with my friends. And are these friends going to sit at your bedside while you rot? They're not. Are they going to suffer through you? Not many. They'll listen to you. They'll take a phone call from you for a couple of minutes a day, maybe an hour or two a week, and that's it. So you have to really consider if your friends, if they're judgmental and derogatory toward what you want for yourself, if they're derogatory about it, are they really a good friend that supports your better health? I say let them go. I tell teenagers, I say, you won't even know your friend in a year or two when you go away, when you finish high school. Or when you finish grade school. You'll never know that person again. What do you care what they think about what you eat right now? Who cares what they think? You know, you're going to be living your life without them. And if they're not in support of your better health, they're not your friend. They're not your true friend. They're a friend according to you behaving the way they want you to behave with them. Period. That's it. So, your choice on health is all up to you. And with this workshop and the books, you'll be able to fly if you want. It's up to you. It'll take times where you have to be tenacious and clever about it. And the biggest trick, if you want to stay on the diet, is when you wake up in the morning and you have your vegetable juice, between your vegetable juice and your meat meal. By the time you finish the meat meal, you've got an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes in there. Some people will even be shorter, hour and 10 minutes. You can prepare all of your foods from the day in that first hour of the day. You don't have to worry about running back to the kitchen, preparing anything, going back home to get it. You fix it, put it in jars like I did. It's with you. There are no excuses. Absolutely no excuses. It's with you. If I leave the house for, let's say, for me to go from Malibu into town is a 45-minute drive. If I go to the speed limit. When I go to the speed limit, I go faster, I can make it 35 minutes, 30 minutes minimum to get to San Juan. Okay, so I don't care if that's all I'm going for. I'm going for 4 or 5 hours in a day. I take 24 hours of food with me because I never know if my car is going to break down. What's going to happen? And it's happened a few times. I've had my food with me, so no problem. Been easy. Okay? Plus, everybody, oh God, I don't have any with me. I've got no energy. Let me go to Starbucks and get some caffeine, charge my body. Hello? How destructive is that to the nervous system? You have to realize what you're doing for the expediency. Expediency of what? That hour in the morning while you're waiting for your vegetable juice to digest and while you're eating meat, you prepare everything for the day. It's so easy. Everything's so easy to prepare, except for making vegetable juice. But you only have to do that every 3 or 4 days. And that takes an hour out of your time to do that. To make it for 3 or 4 days. That's pretty convenient. Or you have somebody do it for you. You go to, I don't know, do you have Whole Foods here or somewhere? They have juice bars. You go there and say, this is what I want. Make it for me. You take your quart jars with you, liter jars, whatever you have here. Fill them and take them home. Put a little cooler with you and take it, put it in your refrigerator, and then put it in the smaller jars. I don't have any of those jars, but you have the 8-ounce, the 12-ounce, and the 16-ounce jars, depending upon the amount of vegetable juice that you need, and you just put it in there. So it makes it very easy. So if you want to follow the diet rigidly and help yourself the quickest, you prepare your foods first hour of the day. It's so easy.
Juice has to be organic?
Preferable, of course. If you don't, like I said in the book, you put a little clay in it. It isn't organic. But all that's in the book. Okay. So, the proteins are all animal products. Now, carbohydrates. Carbohydrates in a healthy human should only be 5% of the diet. 5% of the diet. Like that tribe. They ate maybe 2 bananas a week and maybe 1-2 mangoes, each person. So maybe they had fruit 4 days a week, only 1 a day. I sometimes don't have any fruit. But most of the time I'll have 1 fruit a day. But during the winter, I don't have fruit every day. In the spring and summer, late fall, Indian summer, I will have almost a fruit a day. Not always, but almost. And sometimes if I don't want a high carbohydrate fruit, what I will eat is cucumber. And that's got lots of fluid in it. It has lots of collagen precursors for the skin. It helps MS. It helps a lot of your diseases that deal with the skin and nerves. So, also the rind of watermelon is good for that. The only thing that is with the rind of watermelon, you've got citrulline in it, and it's a natural Viagra. And it works on, it gets men and women hard. So if you eat a lot of that rind consistently, so say 5 days in a row, you may be erect all night long. So you have to be aware of that. And you don't want to take Viagra or Cialis or any of those, because they don't tell you anymore in the first leaflets that the pharmaceuticals put out that they said there was a certain number of the animals who had complete penile deterioration. It means their penises rotted off like leprosy. Why? Because it caused massive blood flow and it was breaking weak capillaries. So they were bleeding all inside their penises, and of course the bleeding is the red blood cells leaving the bloodstream and getting into the muscles. Then the red blood cells can't sustain life in there, so they die, turn black. That's what bruising is a red blood cell dying and degenerating, bacterially degenerating, to be able to remove it from the body. So that's what a bruise is. As the body chemically breaks down those red blood cells, it is a yellow fluid from the lymphatic system. So you turn black and blue, then yellow. That's the whole process of cleaning out those dead red blood cells. In the penis, there's no bone. So there's nothing to keep it stretched out. So when it deteriorates all the muscle with it. That's why they say if you have an erection over 4 hours, get to a hospital, because you may be bleeding internally. Not only in the penis, somewhere else. In the brain and the eyes. It affects the eyes the same way. You start internally bleeding and you start seeing blue, or you lose your vision. It means you've got internal bleeding in the eyes. So go for watermelon rind. Now I've tried to preserve it and pick it, it doesn't work. So it's got to be fresh.
Eat the rind?
Eat the rind. It's not the green stuff. You just peel that green stuff away. But it's white and about an inch up into the watermelon. So up to where the seeds are, that will act as Viagra. Natural stimulator. It usually takes 5 days eating in a row till you can control it. So then after that, you can eat like a cup of it. You eat it like in the morning, and then you'll be able to have great sex in the evening. If you have it later in the afternoon, it's likely in the middle of the night. Depending upon the person. You have to experiment with it. But do not use Viagra or any of the Cialis things. You're taking a big chance on losing your penis, your clitoris, or your eyes. Even your brain if you bleed. So, not a good thing. And it was something like 8 out of every 30 animals lost their penis. The Viagra. So, not a good thing. Not unless you like to be a male. So, The carbohydrates that we need to focus on are the fruits that have low carbohydrate value. Those are cherries, berries, unripe fruit. There's a lot of raw fooders out there that scream, it's got to be ripe fruit. If it's ripe fruit, it's poison. If you don't eat meat and you don't eat dairy, you're not going to digest anything but ripe fruit. However, the amount of calcium and other minerals that it takes from your body is going to cause dental deterioration, bone deterioration, osteoporosis of all types. Just what happened to me after 6.5 years of eating 60% ripe fruits. I mean, I was dissolving my bone. I went back into blood and bone cancer from it. So, lots of carbohydrate requires lots of minerals to harness those sugars, and they will deteriorate the body. So, other fruits that are low in carbohydrates when they're ripe are figs, even though when they're dry, they're high in carbohydrates. So they eat no more than 3 at a time. Dates are high in carbohydrate. They're always in a dried form. They don't need rehydrating. I suggest that you eat dried fruit in an emergency circumstance. You soak it in some water first so you don't dehydrate your intestines, because your body has to pull the water from somewhere. When you eat vegetable juice, like I said in the book, in the recipe book, start off with celery. Celery doesn't have enough carbohydrate to digest celery, so it's a negative. Cucumber is the same way. Now in the recipe book, I hadn't learned as much and had experimented with all the need for cucumber like I do now, so I've changed it. So with the information about vegetable juice in the recipe book is a little outdated, so now you get the fresh information I'm using for the last 3 years. And what it is about usually about a third, 25% to 30% celery, 25 to 30% cucumber puree, 25 to 30% carrot, which is a new one. I didn't usually use too much carrot, more than 5 or 10%. But so many people are vitamin A and C deficiency that the carrot helps both vitamin A and vitamin C. I just said that the cucumber and the celery are negatives. So the high sugar in the carrot is put into an even low bracket, with 2/3 it being celery and cucumber. Okay? Then the other 10% is, you can use any combination of parsley or cilantro, whatever's your preference. You could also take 5% off of the carrot and only use 20%, and use 5% cilantro and 10% parsley. And I'll tell you in the book what they're good for. Beet you just put in place of some of the carrot. But you don't need a lot of beet. Beet will rip you to pieces. Beet helps hydrochloric production. It helps utilization of oxygen if you have trouble with respiration. But if you have too much, it can cause bleeding, and you'll see the red come out of your urine. That's not blood. That's just the food coloring, the natural food coloring of the beet. And you'll see your pieces come out red. That's not dangerous. But if you had, let's say, a half a cup of it every day continually for a couple of years, you will have a problem. A mineral loss problem, too much hydrochloric acid, destroying the bacteria in your intestines for digestion. So it can cause an overproduction of hydrochloric acid.
Please explain the puree.
Pardon?
So you don't juice the cucumber?
You don't juice the cucumber. You peel it, slice it, put it in a jar, pour your juice that you just juiced, your carrot, your celery, your parsley, your cilantro, your beet, whatever it is, you pour it into that jar and then you blend it. The reason I changed that is because 2-3 out of 100 people were getting MS and lupus symptoms on this diet because the poisons were dumping into the connective tissue, and we don't eat enough fiber from fruits to replace the collagen. And I dictate that when you're eating a fruit, it's your detoxification meal. It makes a lot of alcohols, and it mixes with the fats and cleans the body. Okay? So, collagen wasn't being replaced in just a few people. So, to make sure that that doesn't happen to anybody, and to keep their skin more alive and healthy, and their nerves healthy, I've said keep the pulp in the cucumber, because they're collagen precursors. They help replace it. So you don't need to eat a lot of sweet fruits to do it. So when you have that fruit, you always, even if it's got a low carbohydrate content, you always want to eat it with the fat, so it doesn't rip the minerals out of your body. So I suggest that you eat anywhere from a half a cup to a whole cup of fruit. Some people, if they're very large, can have up to 2 cups. But you have anywhere from 2 to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream with that fruit meal, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. And when the carbohydrate sugar from the fruit mixes with the fat, and the alcohol is formed in the intestines to make solvents to clean the body, there will always be some toxins that could do some damage to the nervous system. Having a little bit of cream in that, or butter, cream is best for that, will help protect the nerves when those toxins are ripped out of the system. So always have some animal fat with any kind of a pressed oil. And you have to press the coconut to get the cream out of it. Then you'd have to ferment it to get the oil out. So even if it's whole coconut cream, you still have to have some good raw cow's cream or goat cream or sheep cream with it. Some kind of animal cream with it. And just a little bit, about half of what you're using of the coconut cream.
The tribes
ratio.
The tribe were eating the coconut the way it was, right?
But we're sick. We need cleansers. You want to wait that long? You think you can digest the coconut meat like they do? No way. You'll just get a lot of diarrhea. Or not diarrhea, but loose stools. It'll come out mostly whole. See when it comes out of them, they hardly even have any feces. They don't have anything to discard. It's amazing. Some of the bones they'll pass out, but very small little things. But I saw a couple of their feces, and probably as much as this. This is all in a day when they eat at least a pound of fish a day, and almost a whole coconut. Pretty amazing. I dump so much because I still don't digest as well because of the surgery. I will have this much fecal matter in a day. It's like 10 times more than they have. So your digestion, if you're on this kind of a diet and you're getting near the end of heavy detoxification, the bowel movement should be small. Now, I used to have more than that. I used to probably have 3 times that in a day. The less I digest, I was having bowel movements 3 times a day. They were always firm and always constipated. And I had big trouble with constipation from the time I can remember. I was an infant. And then I thought, look at the work of Dr. Weinstock from Iowa University. He saw that the pigs in the university were very sickly. Clean environment, the perfect processed foods for feed, according to the top Purina Specialist maker for animal foods. And these pigs were sick. And he grew up on a farm. He became a doctor and professor. And he's a gastroenterologist. So he looked at the pigs on the farm, and since his specialty was the gastrointestinal tract, he looked at the gastrointestinal tract of the pigs on the farm and the pigs at the university. He found that the pigs at the university had no trichinosis, no whipworm in their intestines. Yet the pigs in the farm were happy, healthy, in slop and slime and garbage. Everything that you're told to rinse off or give you disease, these pigs were in it. And so he took the whipworm eggs from the healthy pigs and infused them into the sick pigs at the university. In 5 days, the pigs were completely well. So he went to the FDA to get a license to do an experiment with humans. And the FDA said, okay, you can do it with, let's say, 6 people, but they have to have suffered intestinal inflammatory disease for at least 10 years. So anybody that suffered over 10 years. Because the medical profession in the United States, I think the same here in Canada, if you have not suffered under the medical profession's schematic, their whole regimes, for 10 years, no doctor, no licensed MD can recommend any alternative. So your death sentence, your prison sentence is 10 years with the medical profession before a doctor can tell you anything else other than the regular pharmaceutical attitude towards health. That's it. So he said, okay. So he got people who had suffered from 10 to 32 years with inflammatory bowel disease. Some of them couldn't drink water without diarrhea and constipation and pain. All of these people were the worst sufferers. They'd suffered from 10 to 32 years. He gave them the whipworm eggs in Gatorade. Gatorade is an alkalizing substance that will neutralize the hydrochloric acid so it wouldn't destroy the whipworm eggs. They got the trichinosis 5 to 6 days. They were asymptomatic. They could eat anything without any discomfort. First time in 10 to 32 years. 5 to 6 days. We are supposed to have trichinosis. How many of you told to cook your pig, your pork, until it's burned because you get trichinosis? I have patients that go to my Amish farmers and say, I want pig intestines. I tell them if they're constipated, they have intestinal problems, maldigestion, to get the small intestines of the pig and eat about a quarter to a half a cup or a whole cup in a week. Do that once every 3 to 6 months. Takes care of their digestion and their constipation, just like that. Didn't work for me, so I wanted to go for a stronger parasite. So I thought probably most of my damage came from low bacteria, from all the medications that I had been administered from my 3-month-long, 5-month-long colds. By the time after the appendicitis, after the appendectomy when I was 12 years old, a week before my 12th birthday, that completely destroyed all of my intestinal bacteria. Everything was just a torture to eat and digest. Every time I'd eat, I'd fall asleep. And I'd fall asleep for at least 2 hours. So it was hell eating lunch at school and having the nuns or the priests, get after me about that. I got expelled on my first day of my sophomore year in high school from the Catholic school. Best thing that ever happened at that time in my life. So I went to a public school where there were a bunch of preppies, and they were thoughtful and intelligent. So this guy's got a learning disorder. Let's put him in these classes. Let's not give him anything too hard. And they treated me very considerately. And I've got caught cheating many times, and they said he's learning by cheating. The heavenly place to be. The heavenly place to be. So, it was, it was a good environment there. I need to suck some milk and be very thirsty. You guys have a very dry environment because you use heat here. Now, did you notice that I didn't gulp? I sucked. I suck. The reason for that is the bacteria in the mouth. When the baby sucks, he sucks that nipple hard. All that bacteria in the saliva gets in there and starts pre-digesting his milk. So it's already kefirized in his stomach. So it's already breaking down very quickly. So when I drink anything, I suck. I sit suck. And I put my tongue flat behind my front teeth and roll the tongue up over the palate. So I suck that fluid up through my teeth, up over the palate, over my tongue, touching the palate and back. So I get all of this saliva with its bacteria in it. I don't gulp or drink anything. If you do, the H2O is going to rush to the kidneys and you're going to lose the fluid. Nutrients won't have any H2O to take to the cells and you'll dehydrate. Same way with drinking water. It causes dehydration, not hydration. Because you have to have nutrients with the H2O to be carried to the cell, otherwise you're going to dry out the cells. Just like you put water on your arm all day, what's going to happen? It's going to dry out. People drink water all day, what happens? They dry out internally. So that's not the thing to do. You need to have raw foods with all the water in it. Meat's 55% water. Milk is 86% water. Fruits are 90 to 92% water. That's a lot of water. If it's raw, once you cook it, you fractionate the bonds. The ionic bonds with the H2O. And guess what? They're not carried into the cell. They get separated and go out the kidney. Or they're evaporated into the air from the cooking. Drinking water is a solvent. It will neutralize. It will dilute. It will wash away the nutrients in your body. It will destroy bacteria. You will thin your digestive acids. It is a problem. If you cook food, you're going to need some water, a lot of water, because you cooked it out, you cooked the bonds out. So you drink water with your meals. If you cook foods, if you're eating raw foods, you do not want water with your meals ever. And no more than a half a cup of milk with a meal. I usually don't drink any milk with my meals. I'll wait 30 minutes after if I'm feeling a little thirsty. I'll have honey. My mouth gets dry. Honey and butter. But I usually will not drink anything for at least 30 minutes after my meeting. And it's usually milk if I do drink anything. I don't drink water in the fall or winter. I may have 2 sips a week, 2 tablespoons a week. During the summer, I won't have more than half a cup a day if I'm in the tropics and can't get milk. I still only drink a little bit of water. I'll drink coconut water mixed with coconut cream. I'll eat a lot of watermelon rind and deal with the erections all night. If I can't get the cucumber, I'll eat lots of cucumber to take care of those fluid needs. Cucumber is 90% water. All of those fruits are 90 to 92% water. So unless you cook them and destroy those ionic bonds with the H2O, you don't need water. Another element that you want to consider is salt. Now, sodium, when it's isolated, is an explosive. The most volatile explosive that we have on this planet. Sodium is an explosive. It is more volatile than nitroglycerin. It is so volatile that 4 degrees change will cause it to explode. That's why the military, nobody uses sodium. One softball size of pure sodium is enough to create an explosion as an atomic bomb, destroy this whole city. So that's why they don't utilize it. It is too volatile. So you add it in the refrigerator, you open the refrigerator. The 4 degrees change in 1 minute could cause that to ignite and blow up the whole city. So they don't utilize it. They only utilize it in combination with what? Sodium potassium, sodium iodide is salt. Sodium chloride is salt. Think about that. If you're putting an explosive in your body, what is your body going to do when it fractionates molecules? It's going to separate the sodium, so guess what's going to be running around in your bloodstream? Explosive sodium. So what happens? Each cell eats a smorgasbord of nutrients, a combination of proteins, fats, carbohydrates, vitamins of all sorts. It's just a smorgasbord. Bacteria, everything is in that. 93 to 117 nutrients in one meal. Every meal they eat, unless there's salt in the food and you eat cooked foods. So, what happens, salt goes in there and they start making these explosions. That smorgasbord is ripped 2-3 particles. So then a cell gets 25, 50% of its normal complete diet. So every diet has nutritional deficiency. Every cell has nutritional deficiency. Every cell in your body has nutritional deficiency when you use salt of any kind. I don't care whose salt it is, Dead Sea, from religious era, doesn't matter. It's been blessed by the holy everything. Doesn't matter. It causes destruction. If it's wonderful Irish Celtic salt, it doesn't matter. It destroys those ionic bonds, those nutrient bonds in that smorgasbord. I don't care where that salt is from, even if it's from dirty salt from New Zealand, and it's full of all types of minerals and even dirt. Doesn't make any difference. Sodium concentrated in rock form is dangerous to our bodies. Anyway, we don't eat rock. Plants eat rock. Give that salt to a plant and see what happens. In the amount that you eat, put that much salt into the water that goes into your plants and see what happens to the plants. And unless they're ocean plants, they're going to die. It's going to burn it's going to explode and burn their roots, and that's going to be the end of your plant. Think about what it does in the human body. And the King and Queen of England, the Windsor family, are greatly responsible for that. They own 70 to 80% of all of the food manufacturing in the world. Through their trust, just like Rockefellers own most of the oil and banking rights here in America, and the Rothschilds in Europe, and almost all over the rest of the planet. The King and Queen of England own 70 to 90% of all the manufacturing over the entire world, food manufacturing over the entire world. They're the ones that made salt an item for food. Nobody used salt, except the Indians, India. So that gave them the idea to help people make their food more flavorful. There wasn't refrigeration until they started making ice blocks, and that wasn't until the late 1800s. And you had to be rich to be able to afford to buy a block of ice, to have an ice cellar. That was your refrigerator. And all the foods were in shelves above this big thing of ice that dripped down through a screen into a bucket and collected the water. That was your refrigeration in those days. All of the food in cities was rank, not very good tasting, and only wealthy people could afford fresh food in. So they sold them the idea of using salt to make food taste better. but the amount of deterioration that happened in the next 600, 800 years was tremendous from the salt monopoly. And you saw what happened in India. The Indians weren't even allowed to make their own salt from their own oceans. They would be killed. They were put to death because the King and Queen of England ruled it because they were the only ones. The native Indians had to buy the salt from the King and Queen. So it had to be. So that's how bad it was. It's getting that way again, the way they're starting to control our food. Salt is a bad thing in any form. The only time I suggested, one time in my book, is if you have adrenal exhaustion. Now, adrenal exhaustion is when you're just going, oh, I'm tired. If you can't get out of a chair, you can't get out of the bed, you have adrenal exhaustion. And I suggest only 2 to 3 grains a week until that passes. To get some, I want some explosion going on there because you've got some kind of clotting in the blood. And I want some division there, something to break up those clots. So that's why I only suggest a minute amount of salt. And that's not to take all 3 grains at one time, 2 or 3 grains at one time. Just mash that and spread it out over the week. You'll barely be able to see it. You know, barely be able to sprinkle it into the water, whatever you're putting in it, vegetable juice, to have it. But that's the only time I suggest salt. Salt is the worst thing next to cooking. Now, the worst foods that you can eat are fried, high carbohydrate foods. Chips, cereals, donuts, French fries. They are the major cause of cancers today that are not chemically created. The cancers that are caused by poisoning is a different thing. But foodborne cancer, those are the foods that are the major causes of foodborne cancer. Those are all my favorite. All my favorite. So, and of course I had cancer at 20 years old. Of course it was brought on by the medical, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back, all the medical drugs and treatment. For, first the Maalox for the ulcer, and then that gave me the tumors for the scar, and then just went on and on. The radiation gave me the blood and bone cancer, the chemotherapy then gave me lymphoma. I'm the only person in the world, who was diagnosed with those 4 cancers and lived over 3 months. Been almost 42 years and I'm still here. So I know something, maybe a little bit, about what to do and how to take care of it. Okay, so let's go on timing of, now you need that 5% carbohydrate. Remember to use your fat as energy and to help make alcohols to clean the body. So you may even go up to 10% carbohydrates a time. Since you're so toxic, you may need more. But if you were completely healthy, it'd be 5% only. Some people, even if they're, have a lot of weight, like Eva here, she could have up to 10-15% carbohydrate. And not worry about it, because she has lots of fat to break down with those alcohols. But most people don't need more than 10% until you get healthier. And it'll keep getting lower as you go on. Like I say, sometimes I don't eat fruit for 3-4 days. Sometimes I'll eat it every day, but just once a day. Okay, now timing of food to get the optimal out of it. And I'll try to explain why along the way. Now, in the rest of your book on page 40 and 41, I have 2 eating schedules. One's with 3 meat meals a day and one's with 2 meat meals a day. Now the one for 3 meat meals a day is for people who have carbohydrate problems. Whether it's diabetes, high, low blood sugar, doesn't matter. You need to eat 3 protein meals a day. That doesn't mean more meat. That means you need to divide it into thirds. So your body has the protein at all times to make sure you utilize the sugars in your body as best possible. And to make sure that you've got a protein carbohydrate rather than a protein sugar rather than a carbohydrate sugar running the body and doing the works. So remember that we are full of advanced glycation end products. Anytime we use a carbohydrate to make brain and nervous system fuel, it's called glycogen. If it makes it from a carbohydrate, there's a byproduct of advanced glycation end product that is very high. And that causes the blood and neurological system to get very sticky. So sometimes the synapse will fire and they have a very short flight period in the neurological fluid, and they fall heavy because of that sticky, heavy sugar. Okay. And also the neurons can get sticky, and as fluids pass, the metals get stuck on there, so the light and conduction of electricity doesn't finish its travel to one axon to another, or ganglia to another, from memory or whatever. And you notice after I'm up here doing this is the most exercise I do in my life, and I'll have to stop and suck an egg. You don't see me sucking sugar or coffee or anything like that. I go for the egg. The protein in the egg white, in the yolk, the fats and the proteins, fats and the B vitamins and all the vitamins in the yolk. It charges my nervous system. So I'm not fueling my muscles, I'm strictly feeding my nervous system with the raw eggs. And eggs digest in 27 minutes. 27 minutes. Because all the protein and all the fats are already liquid. No hydrochloric acid is necessary. No digestive enzymes and acids and fluids are necessary at all to digest an egg. Only bacteria. So you see me sucking the egg, get some, and I mix it around my mouth to get more of the bacteria from the saliva into it, and then I swallow. Now, if anybody's read the recipe book, there's an incident in there that tells you how important eggs can be to health. Remember, it only takes 5 inches of your intestines to absorb an egg. Think about that. Only 5 inches of bacterial activity, nothing else. You get all this concentrated protein and fat with very little energy and nutrients spent on digestion. Miracle food, isn't it? Yes. A MD from Maine or Massachusetts, I think it was Maine, called me about 9:30 my time, Pacific time, on a Thursday evening. She said, I had an emphysemic patient who was diagnosed 7 years ago. She's been on machines and mostly bedridden for the last 2 years. Probably going to die this weekend. So you're calling me a little late, aren't you? She says, no, I cannot suggest any alternative unless medical therapies have failed for 10 years or she's on her deathbed. So now she's on her deathbed. I can legally, I said, Jesus, that's the law. That's when I first heard about that law. And then the livestock thing reminded me about educated me thoroughly on the hold that medical professionals on the law. So I said, the only thing I can recommend at this point is you get 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put them on her bed table or side table. She's in the hospital, I think. And you have to tell them at the hospital she's going to do this, she's on her deathbed. And because they won't allow the eggs in the hospital, you know that. So she obviously she did, because I got a call on Monday morning from this raspy voice woman, and she says, it worked. I'm off the machines, I'm out of the bed, what do I do? I forgot about who called and about what. I get so many calls and I do so much, and I said, who are you? And she said, well, my doctor called, I have emphysema, I was on machines in the bed for 2 years, I was supposed to die this weekend. I followed your advice, I ate a bunch of eggs. I said, well, how many did you eat? Curiously. How many did it take? She says, well, I ate 33 on Saturday. I didn't get them until Saturday morning. So I ate 33 on Saturday, 33 on Sunday, and Monday morning I woke up and I was able to get off the machines and get out of bed. I said, took 66 eggs, that's a bargain. Look at how much you spent in the hospital, and all their garbage. She said, what else can I do? And I said, keep it up. You're in a dangerous situation. You need a lot of good, easily digestible fats and proteins for 6 months. You can eat 50 eggs a day. I've eaten up to 50 a day. Do I look like a biotin deficiency? Or coal, where's your head? All those people who say it causes... I have thousands of people who eat 24 eggs a day and never get a biotin deficiency. I think it is a plot, again, by some scientists working for the food industry or the medical industry to get people off of one of the most important illness-reversing foods there is. Because when you're ill, you need all the strength that you have to get well. Not to spend digesting. Milk takes 6 to 10 hours. Eggs take 27 minutes. Some people less. That's pretty amazing. So, eggs are a thing that you should have anytime you're going through an illness. That's why if you've got a cold or a flu, any illness, I say drink milkshakes, eat eggs. You can eat the eggs and the milk together and slow the egg down, but still a lot of people won't suck eggs like I do. So it's a way to get people to eat eggs. However, it's better to suck them, so you're not mixing with anything, the eggs with anything, and they'll digest in 27 minutes. It's readily available. So let's say we start our day, and we are neurologically toxic. Our blood, everything is toxic because the nervous system detoxes at night. So you have all these heavy metals, free radicals, all kinds of toxins. So we need to acidify that. We need alkalinizing minerals, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium in food form to go in and alt and bind, because the body uses those alkalinizing minerals to bind with any radical acidic toxin. Plaquing on your tongue, plaquing on your teeth. That's what happens when your body's using those minerals to bind with those substances to keep them from damaging your body. But because people mostly cook food, the calcium is cauterized, the phosphorus is almost destroyed, potassium is cauterized, the magnesium, all of them are cauterized. When you fire clay at a low temperature, it still becomes solid, and you can no longer manipulate it, and it will no longer be malleable. And that's what happens to minerals. So when people get plaquing on their teeth from cooked food, it doesn't hold that toxin as much, and it will go in and burn. If you don't brush it away, within 3 days you burn the dentine. So you still have to brush your teeth. Just brush your teeth with a good clay, tiny bit of vinegar, and some coconut cream. It will even whiten your teeth. So you wake in the morning. How do you neutralize the poisons in the blood and alkalinize the blood to some extent? Vegetable juice. First, we've got toxins that are going to dump into your food from the stomach, right? So we eat cheese first. First thing, eat a tablespoon of cheese.
For juice.
Pardon? Yeah.
For juice.
10 minutes before the juice, you have your cheese.
Sorry.
Wake in the morning. Pardon? That's not in the book. This is all new stuff. That was published in 2005. This is 2009 in knowledge, which is better. But that has most everything. It doesn't have the update on the juice, and it doesn't have the cheese. Only things that are missing from there. Okay? So, you have the cheese. Tablespoon of cheese, unless you're a big guy, big woman. 2 tablespoons, a tablespoon and a half of cheese. 10 minutes later, if you're a very weak person, disease, suck a few eggs before you get into having your juice. People who are very skinny, whip an egg in your juice. Sip it. Sip your juice. Treat it like coffee. Take your time to get it down. You whip it. Don't blend it in. Whip it in the juice. If you're feeling very weak that morning, you whip an egg in your juice. Gives you some energy.
You can take egg straight.
Pardon?
You can take egg straight. You can take egg straight without juice.
Best. Some people will push their juice will run too fast through their body. So I want to slow it, especially in thin people. People overweight, I don't worry about it. For you, I'd say an egg in your juice. Rather thin. I would say an egg in your juice. You're still too thin for me. 2 eggs. So it depends upon the person.
How much vegetable juice?
Pardon?
How much vegetable juice?
It depends. I have those measurements in the book, depending upon your size. Then let's say 30 minutes after you finish the juice, then you have another bit of cheese, maybe just a teaspoon or a half a teaspoon. Collect the poisons. Then have your meat meal. Again, if you're very weak and very sick, suck an egg before you have your meat meal. Meat meal, I talk about the quantities in the book. I talk about whether you should have red or white. Red and white are not colors, they are categories. Red is 4-legged animals unless they come from the ocean, like crabs. If it's any kind of an ocean creature with legs, it's still in the white meat category. So anything with 2 legs or no legs are in the white category. Everything else is red meat. Even a squirrel is in the red meat. The pig is still on the acidic side, but slightly toward the alkaline side. So it's a little bit of a mix there, but I would say it leans on the red meat side, 4-legged animal side. So eat according to your size, probably at least a pound a day for most people. If you're a very small person, let's say you're 60 years old and you're 5 foot, 3/4 of a cup a day, twice daily, which would be about 14 ounces by weight. 16 ounces is a pound. That's all you need. But anybody that's 5'4" and the normal size and weight should be eating a pound a day. You're all very sick. You're going to need to produce a lot of cells. I don't care your size. So you need that. I eat anywhere from 1 to 2 pounds a day regularly. Sometimes I'll even eat 3 pounds in a day. When I got over to the Philippines for the first time, I was getting tuna right out of the boat. So delicious. I sat down and ate, and I couldn't stop eating, and I ate 3 pounds. And I was so lightweight the next morning because it was so fresh. It digested so easily, so delicious. I would go to the market every night when the fisher boats came in, and they would slaughter the big old tuna, big round things like that. And it's like $5 a kilo. $5 a kilo. Got that? $5 a kilo. Fresh, wonderful tuna. We paid $30 a quarter of a kilo. So I was happy eating that. So you eat your meat meal. Now I suggest that you always eat butter with your meat meal. Some kind of fat. If you don't, your body's going to turn a lot of that meat into pyruvate for energy. What a waste. You can eat the fat. Your body doesn't have to convert it to anything. You can just break the fat down and reassemble it for the carbohydrates that we need, for the cholesterols that we need, and fuel the system easily. So always eat some fat with your meat meals. I prefer butter. at least a tablespoon and a half of butter. I usually have 2 tablespoons of butter with every meat meal.
You take butter before the eat or together?
It's better to have it throughout. Sometimes, because of my hydrochloric acid, I have the butter after the meat. But for most other people, they should have it along with their meat. If I had the hydrochloric acid, I would eat it always in with the meat meal. But when I eat it in with the meat meal too often, I start passing meat out undigested in my feces. So I have to watch that. Cream will do that all the time with me. So unless it's sour cream or cream cheese, I cannot eat cream or sour cream, fresh cream with my meat meals, because they'll pass out like little pearly jewels. Because the cream is very difficult, like I said, to digest. So it coats my meat, and I don't digest it as well. And I've seen that with a lot of people. So if you're going to have cream with a meal, it better be sour cream or cream in a mixture with onion, something, or honey, something that helps break it down. But I still say butter is better. Because that way your meat meal will digest faster and will sit there for hours and hours. Take a long time to digest, as it will with cream. With just butter, it digests so much faster. Then, about 35 minutes after you finish your meat meal, this is where you're going to get your mineral supplement. Now, all those mineral supplements, those pills and those powder, that's rock. You're not a plant. We don't eat rock. Try living on rock and see what happens. You'll become very brittle, and you'll age and die about 40 years old. Less, 38 years old, 36 years old. So, eat cheese with honey. Like I said, raw cheese, unsalted cheese, does not digest. No enzymatic activity in it. It's all dehydrated. Everything is slow. Any dried food is the same way, even if it's raw. However, when you put the honey with it, it becomes a digestive enzyme. So you only use a small amount, like 1/6 honey to the cheese. So you have 1 tablespoon of honey, use a half a teaspoon of honey. A tablespoon of cheese, a half a teaspoon of honey. 1/6. Some people need a little bit more. Some type people will have 1 to 3. A tablespoon of cheese, a teaspoon of honey. For most people, it's 1 to 6. Or 6 to 1. So, that's where you get your mineral supplement. Now, a lot of people say, wait a minute. Honey's high in carbohydrate. In fact, it's all carbohydrate. It's all sugar. When the bees collect the nectar, they swallow it. As they fly around collecting more nectar, and back to the hive, they pre-digested all this honey. All this nectar. They put an insulin-like substance into it, which converts the carbohydrate into enzymes and restructures it, just the way the pancreas does. In our system, it restructures the sugar so it's not dissolving stuff. It will help restructure. It'll help fractionate food molecules, and it will help restructure. So honey is a very unusual substance. So when the bee gets back to the hive, it vomits it. That's honey. It's bee vomit. I had a punk rock group on the diet, and they called it, it gets disgusting a little bit. It says, flower pussy juice bee vomit. And that was the name of the song. The most healing thing there is. It was big in the punk rock group on the internet for years. This was about 10 years ago. So, think about the foods that feed you and are the most important. You've got bee enzymatic activity, you got hormone activity, all the bacteria, they vomit it. That's what honey is. I'm telling you, we need lots of dirty food. We don't need poison food with chemicals. We need bacterial-infested food, period. That's what we need. So that's how the honey works with the cheese. Makes it light. But because it's still dehydrated, the body doesn't digest anything as much as in the cheese as much as the minerals. It actually takes it apart. Most of the fats in that cheese will not be digested. They'll pass out, help clean out the intestinal tract. Some of the protein with that minerals will go restructure and help build the bones anywhere you're deficient. I've had people with 20, 30% or 23% of their bone system deteriorating from osteoporosis from aging. No, it's from a bad diet. Restructure in 2 years their entire system by eating the cheese and honey. Sometimes if it's very severe, I'll have them eat it 3 times a day rather than 2. But most people, I say, for your mineral supplement, and we do need it because of all the poisons in the body that need that calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, with the calcium to bind with those poisons and lock and pass out of the system. So a lot of them are going to be discharged. Clay and cheese help pass the toxins out, but to restore a concentrated supply of minerals into the body, it takes the cheese and honey. So then you wait 2 to 3 hours, and you have a milkshake. 2 to 3 hours, you have another vegetable juice. 1.5, 2 hours, you have your fruit meal with fat. 1.5 hours, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, another vegetable juice. 1.5 hours after that, you have your next meat meal. 35 minutes after that, your cheese and honey again. And then before you go to sleep, a half of a milkshake, which may be anywhere from a half a cup to a whole cup of either milk or milkshake. And in the middle of the night, the same thing. You mean I have to get up in the middle of the night and eat something? Yes, because after 5 hours of not eating, protein level drops. Even if you were 700 pounds, it's nothing to do with the fat. The blood uses all of its protein if you're not eating in a 5-hour period. So what happens? Same thing as if you don't feed chickens a lot of meat scraps. They eat each other. So the red blood cells start killing other red blood cells, and they will all eat a smorgasbord of red blood cells. So for every 200 red blood cells, 1 red blood cell will die and be eaten by those 200 red blood cells. Sometimes it's only 50 red blood cells that will consume 1 red blood cell. But figure over 8 to 10 hours of sleeping, what's going to happen? You're going to lose anywhere from 1 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. So what does that mean? You are temporarily anemic. And your spleen isn't real healthy. Most people's aren't. The spleen's going to say, I'm not giving that jerk the red blood cells to get his energy going. He's got to learn. So you wake up tired, and you've got anemia, and what do? You go for caffeine or nicotine. Go for coffee, chocolate, sugar, nicotine, something to charge your body. That's no remedy for anemia. Eating is the remedy for anemia. Let me give you an example of how important that is. There's a guy who was a vegetarian for 16 years. He was 46 or 47 when he came to me, and he was like this. He was an inventor, a scientist, and he had been a vegetarian for about 16 years. And he thought he was pretty healthy, but had a lot of lethargy and basically chronic fatigue. And he got on the diet, and after 2 years, standing up straight, different person altogether, muscles all over and strong. And then after 2 years, he said, I went for a workshop, and he said, Aajonus, it's a great diet, look at me, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I can do many things, but I don't have any energy until 10 o'clock at noon. I'm just like a slug in the morning. I said, John, are you waking during the middle of the night and eating? Making sure you don't go 5 hours without eating? And he said, no. I said, okay, tonight do it. See how you feel in the morning before the workshop. Because I used to stay at their place where I go in the Banner City. So he said, okay. So he set the alarm for 4 or 5 hours. He got up, had some milk and an egg, and went back to sleep. Guess what he did in the morning? Woke up with a charge of energy. That's all it took. That was the key for one major step in his health. That was the key for him. It's a key for everybody. Don't go 5 hours without eating. Your body will eat its own red blood cells, and you're going to get weak and tired. That's anemia.
So you can eat kefir, yogurt, doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. Anything with protein in it. Fruit's not going to help. It's going to make it worse. It's going to lower your protein level. But egg, meat, milk, kefir, milkshake, anything like that will satisfy the body's needs first. Now, some people are hyperactive. So if they wake after 5 hours and eat, they're not going to go back to sleep. But they still want 8 hours sleep. You set your alarm for 3 hours. Nobody I know is not tired when they wake after 3 hours. They're going to drink and go right back to sleep. You can go right back to sleep. Me, I sleep 3 hours at a time only. I sleep 4-5 hours a day maximum. And I'm going and going and going. And when I find I start losing words, I go suck an egg and you see how quickly I'm back into it. I keep the food going. I eat to function. I don't need to enjoy some taste that was bastardized with our culture. I eat what I know works. And I maintain very well. How many people do you know that can go on 3.5 to 4 or 5 hours a day and be constantly alert and not tired and able to go? Of course, I don't exercise. If I exercise, when I climbed that mountain in Philippines, in that brutal heat, according to them, it wasn't brutal to me. I love to sweat. So it's good for me. And I'm tripping down, they say, are you okay? Are you okay? I said, I'm fine. And they're going, are you all right? Yeah, are you? Hello, are you? So I don't have a problem with it. So I can go. I don't need a lot of sleep, but most people need sleep because 90% of healing happens in the sleep state, or at least in alpha state. Some people can't sleep. All you have to do is meditate, say the word Om and Om and sing it over again, and your brain's going to go into an alpha state where you'll be able to reconstitute and heal your body. There's a man who worked for Piper Aircraft. I know the Piper family. He was the engineer. He helped invent a lot of the parts for the Piper Aircraft company. Somebody turned a prop on while he was under it and cut the top of his head off. Took the sleep center off his brain. He hasn't slept in 50 years. So he goes into a meditative state, completely relaxes himself, and his body does the same thing it does in a sleep state. So it isn't that you have to have sleep, you have to rest the body with no motion and calm your mind and emotions in an alpha state. Doesn't mean you have to sleep. But most people don't get into that state until they're asleep. 90% of healing happens there. I don't need as much healing anymore. When I exercised, when I went up that mountain, I slept 4 hours that night and had an hour nap, and then I had a massage where I slept through the nap. Slept through the massage. So I had 6 hours that day. Then the next day I was back to my 3.5, 4 hours. Climbed the mountain the next day again. I only slept 4.5 hours that night.
When do you sleep?
I sleep whenever I'm tired. I usually sleep from about, let's say, 9 o'clock in the evening till midnight, 1 o'clock. And then up until about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. If I get tired at that time, I'll take a 10 to 30 minute nap. And then I start my other work day. answering the phone questions. So he does. It works. That whole eating regime, it is built to make sure that you keep the best clarity. You don't have any high carbohydrate food that's concentrated, except for maybe the carrot juice, but that's all offset by the low carbs and or absence of carbs, native carbs, and the celery and the cucumber. So you save your fruit, even if it's high carbohydrate, until your afternoon. Your body builds glycogen the first 6 hours of your waking period. If you eat high carbohydrate food, remember that time you'll have the advanced glycation end products that will collect in the nervous system and make it sticky. So you're not going to think clearly and properly as well as you could. You will not be as focused. You will not be as logical. You will not be as rational. You'll be forgetful. You'll confuse one train with another. So you don't couple the two and make the wisdom. Like me with the raw meat. All that sugar I was eating with all that, fruit, those fruits. So eat that way. You save your high carbohydrate food when the body has made all of its glycogen for the day, and it makes it in the first 6 hours. All of the carbohydrate that we'll need for the next, the next 18 hours is already made. Unless you eat a hard carbohydrate food, a high concentration of it. Let's say you sat down and ate really ripe mangoes. Ate 3 of them all at one time. You are going to create a lot of glycogen that will make the brain and nervous system very sticky because the body needs to get rid of it. So we'll make it into a brain fuel, and then your body will be using that instead of that that's made from the protein sugar. Pyruvate, because all you've had is eggs, dairy, meat, cheese, and some vegetable juice. Very no carbohydrate basically, except for in your milk. And you're mixing that with eggs, and you're having extra cream in it, according to the book, so it slows all that carbohydrate digestion down. So you're not infused with it like you will if you eat a lot of fruit that's high in carbohydrate. So that's how you control your diet and behavior. I was suing the city of Los Angeles and the police department for hassling the runaway teenagers on Venice Beach. They were out there doing hair wraps, music, painting, pictures and stuff for money. The cops would run them off, picket them, and tell them they'd put them in jail if they did it. This Venice Beach is a park. So I was very upset. So 3 of us, the famous political activist Jerry Rubin and I and a couple other people got together. We got a couple attorneys, and we had cards made out. We got the attorneys to agree that we give it to these runaway, because they were running away because they were sexually or somehow abused very badly, and they needed to be away from home. It was okay for them to be on their own. They were doing responsible things like singing, making art, doing something like that. Creative. And paying for their rent. And the cops would cause them to, the only thing that was left that they couldn't do that was drugs and sex. So I called it to the police's attention. They didn't listen to me, so this went on for years. So anytime any of us saw, and I wrote my book on Venice Beach, I went out there and put a table out there and said, psychic nutritionist, psychic palm reading nutritionist, because I had worked with 242 people with cancer and saw that the diet worked. 242 people is only 242 people. I worked with probably 100 other people with health problems. I didn't know how it would work on a large scale. So I went out to Venice Beach where they have 10 million people a year across that beach, the boardwalk. I set up a table there, made a painting because I'm a great artist. I paint very well. I used to make a fortune in doing that, doing mural and motif, make 100 to 200 an hour, painting in these very rich people's homes, murals, motif, trompe l'oeil, and even copying very expensive paintings that we wanted reproduced. I only put my signature in the paint so it couldn't be seen, so I would never get in trouble for it. So it was copy. And on the back I put copy and then covered it up, because they wouldn't, these rich people, they would say, oh, it's the real thing. But if it ever came up to the law, then the law would be able to feel that my name's in there and it's copied on the back. So, so that's the way I made a lot of money, to pay for that and acting, pay for my experimentations. It's one of those days I usually sucked only 2 eggs and I got it the whole time. I'm just going to sip a little milk to be thirsty. Anybody know what's going with that? Or is this the first time I've ever done this?
Yes, why you were writing your book on Tennessee.
Oh, it was right. And then the suing of the police department. I took it to federal court. We'd pass these cards out. I would watch for. I had binoculars and everything. I would watch for them hassling the newcomers that hadn't been already abused and given the cards to the new runaways. I would watch for a cop to get up there, and I'd go up to him while the cop's writing the ticket or the warning notice and say, this policeman is defying your rights. You have every right. This is a public beach out here. It is a public park. You have every right to do anything you want out here and accept donations. People can pay you. It's okay, it's a donation. You can ask for donations. He's defying your rights. If he gives you a ticket, you will see this attorney, and he will sue that policeman. They hated me. They hated me. And I did this for 5.5 years to them. So I said, this is it, So I was getting pretty heavy with them and going to the city council. And so they got an undercover guy to come out and attack me on the beach. I mean, all these people were early in the morning, but there at the Sidewalk Cafe, you've got 20 people eating, and this guy's coming after me and hitting me, the temple and the throat and everything. And I'm backing off, and I said, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. Everybody sees me backing away. So I picked up a stick, and I cracked him in the shin, and the kneecap, and the ribs, and I put him down. And then he got up and chased me. And he got on top of me. They arrested me a week later for assault and battery on this undercover agent. So they didn't do anything to me. They let me have my food. They let people deliver my food in glass in the cell. They held me for 3 days without charge and then let me go. So I waited 1 year. You have 1 year to file suit against them. So I didn't want them countersued. So they had to file suit against me on the same day. So I filed on the last day, and then I served them. So they couldn't come after me. So I got him into federal court for arrest without warrant and without probable cause. So I was writing briefs. By the time the 5 years was over, I had a stack of briefs that I'd written this big. So I learned law real fast, the hard way. I'm the only non-attorney that got them into federal court and made the Los Angeles Police Department in the city of Los Angeles sweat $1 billion. So I was suing them for. And, of course, the judge wouldn't have allowed that kind of award. But what they did was, I was in there every day. I was the only attorney, and it was a pro se attorney, so I'm really not an attorney. But I was acting as my own attorney on a suit against them. So it wasn't a defense thing. It was a pro per where I was suing them. I had to prepare my whole case the night before. I had 22 officers in there plus 2 detectives. It showed that I went to detectives the day that it happened and said, this guy attacked me, this is what happened. Make sure that nobody turns it around, because I think I've seen him with several of the officers on the beach. So I think he's working undercover. Make sure that I don't get arrested and this guy gets Because I have the witnesses. Here are the witnesses' names that have agreed. Here are their telephone numbers and addresses. I gave them all that information. And the chief of detectives from that branch said, I'm the only one who can approve an arrest. There's no way you're going to be arrested. You talked to some of the people, they went with me, who witnessed it. So what happened was the lieutenant from that division who talks with the street officers got together and arrested me. So they arrested. I had the officer and detective saying, should never have arrested them. They were out of their jurisdiction. This is my jurisdiction, because that particular detective had retired. He didn't like them going over his head and doing that to me either. So he supported me in the room. But what they did was, when the jury went out, they put a juror in. Took one juror out and put a juror in who worked for the police department for 10 years. Convinced everybody in the jury that there was no smoking gun, and it was all smoking gun. So I lost the case. However, money-wise, they stopped hassling the runaways for 8 years. So I helped those guys for 8 years. Now, the reason I'm telling you all that, it's complicated because I want you to know that I'm not a bad boy. I get in police trouble. I was suing them because I was trying to help people. When I was preparing that case and going through the court, I was sleeping an hour and a half a day, 90 minutes a day, in 10-minute increments. I had to stay up 24 hours a day, only let myself be active 24 hours, 10 minutes at a time, so an hour and a half a day I was sleeping. I would even fall asleep in the courtroom. And I would wake, I object. Like that. And they let me take my food in because I told them I had been diagnosed diabetic. That was when I was a kid. But see, I didn't say I was diabetic now. So I had all my food there. I was sucking eggs in front of them, drinking milk, drinking vegetable juice in front of them, eating raw meat, sushi, right in front of them. See, you're not allowed to eat in a courtroom. I got away with everything because they called it a medical situation. So I really put them, and these three, I had filed suit against 9 officers, 3 of the top ones, of course. The higher-ups are getting it, so it's 2 sergeants and 1 lieutenant were the ones that end up in the courtroom that the judge didn't excuse. So I had them sweating, and they knew I had won. That's why they slipped in that juror during deliberation. See, they're not allowed to do that. They have to let me voir dire that replacement. Okay. They didn't. Several of the jurors waited for me outside the courtroom and said, we got bamboozled by this person. I had 28 incorrect decisions that damaged the case. I won it anyway. I would, if that juror hadn't been slipped in. But there were 28 violations of my rights during trial. And the appellate court wouldn't even hear it. Wouldn't even hear it. You understand that the government is going to protect themselves no matter what. They do not want me getting into their pocket. So anyway, you don't need a lot of sleep as long as you're napping often and you keep food in. Now, I never consumed more than a half a cup of food at a time. Why? If you consume more, your body's going to get more than it needs to handle itself for a few hours or an hour, and you're going to get sleepy. You're going to eat too much, and the body's going to say, I need to spend all this time in digestion. So I never ate enough to be satisfied, enough to keep me going for an hour. So I'd eat an egg, half a cup or a quarter a cup of meat at a time, or a half a cup of milk, or a quarter of a cup or a third a cup of milkshake, something like that. Never eating enough to cause me to be relaxed and satisfied, but just to keep me moving like a tiger on the prey. And that's the way I was in that courtroom. When the court was all over, the judge's deputy came up to me and said, You're not even an attorney, and you've done better than 80% of the attorneys that I ever see come into this place. I said, why did you change over as a juror? I said, I can't talk about that. Because I won the case. I would have won the case. So, energy-wise, this diet, this pattern will work very well for you. You can break your sleep up into many spots if you want. And if you break them up, you'll sleep less. I get more energy if I break my sleep pattern up. I used to set my alarm for 4 hours, wake, make sure I had an hour nap in the day. I didn't need to sleep 8 hours after that. When I got my body into that rhythm, it liked it. So I found that if I napped and didn't make long sleep periods, I had more energy and had to sleep less throughout the day. I'm not saying that you can do that right now, but I would break your sleep patterns up, but still get your 8 hours because you need a lot of healing, unless you're a good yoga person and can get into that meditative state. Okay, let's get into Q&A. Is there any questions I haven't answered? Exercise, I talked about exercise. You don't need to exercise unless you've got lots of hormones keeping you going. If you have an anxiety. Depression is low bacteria. Anxiety is not exercising enough. You've got hormones in there making you feel physical that need to be expended in exercise.
What about stress?
Stress is anxiety. You need to exercise. Or you need something to calm the body down. So I tell everybody, exercise if you feel anxiety. Wake up in the morning. If you see the activity rings in your eyes, the normal or the regular iridologists call it
Stress rings?
Stress rings. That's if you don't exercise, you're going to have stress, you're going to have anxiety. They're activity rings. You know what they are. They are for activity. Each one's an hour of activity. If it's anywhere in the lower part of the eye, 3/4 of it this way, it's the body. If it's in the brain, your brain is all active. So, and if you have both going, you better make sure they're in harmony together, because then you're going to have children with ADD and all kinds of problems, balance problems. So, exercise if you have anxiety. I don't exercise because I don't have any activity rings in my body. My eyes. It means I don't produce hormones for physical activity. I can do it, but I don't have to do it. I'm not in an anxiety if I don't do it. As I said earlier, if you have anxiety and you're too weak and tired, sing. 20 minutes of singing is an hour on a treadmill. Great way. If you sing badly, get in the closet or give your friends some earplugs. Give them a Mac, what do you call those recorder things? MP3 players? iPod. A headset or headphone or something. Those have magnetic fields. Not good. Just have them plug their ears with something. Or go into the toilet and sing there, a closet, or in your car, and sing and get rid of it. Every day you wake and you see 2 doors, imaginary doors before you, and you say one's anxiety and one's exercise or activity. What am I going to do? Do I want to be anxious today, or do I want to have some activity and feel good? Those are your choices. There's only 2. If you choose anxiety, God help the people around you, because you're not going to be a very happy person, and you're not going to treat others very well. Yes?
Fish we shouldn't eat because of high mercury content or what?
Good question. Okay. In my experiments with animals, I got a swordfish from a local fisherman from Santa Barbara. Fresh caught. Didn't have any chemicals on it. Didn't spray it or anything. Butchered it myself. Got a laboratory. Put dogs and cats in 2 sections. I fed cooked swordfish. And swordfish is my favorite. That's what I eat most of. Highest in mercury. So I wanted to everybody say, don't eat that swordfish. You're going to get mercury poisoning. Yeah, when I analyze my hair and I look at my irises, my mercury is only 2.3 to, was it 3.6? All it's ever been, and that's not mercury poison. You have to get up to 11, 15, and you're very toxic. So I took this swordfish, cooked for one group, raw for the other group, never frozen. This is all just refrigerated for this time. And kept all the feces in the urine, discarded the waste from the two groups, had it all analyzed, and the animals that ate the raw, 92% average discarded in the feces, and 92% of the mercury bound in fat cells. The fish's fat cells. And under an electronic microscope, the fat cells were barely etched, which means the body started to digest it, decided against it, and stopped digesting it and passed to the digestive tract. In the animals that had it cooked, 8 to 12% came out, depending upon the week. Can you imagine? That means that 92 to 88% of that mercury stayed in their body, causing the problems. So think about that. So I eat swordfish galore, I eat tuna galore. Those are the highest in mercury. I don't have a problem. Plus, I eat butter with my meat meal or some other kind of fat to make sure that I don't absorb any toxic mercury. So if you're eating cooked swordfish, cooked tuna, you could be in trouble. A lot of mercury. But the mercury in fish is not our problem with mercury poisoning. The pharmaceutical industry injecting it with vaccines, penicillin, everything else injected in you that has thimerosal liquid mercury in it, that's the real problem. They're trying, the government and the pharmaceutical industry are trying to throw you off, make a smoke screen. Your mercury poisoning is coming from medication, not from fish. That's a smoke screen. You'd have to eat an awful lot of fish for a very long time. It was very toxic. I don't know any waters more toxic than the Japanese. And they don't have any of that kind of mercury poisoning. In 1959, in Japan, you could take a roll of film that you'd shot, and you could dump it into the river, the ocean, right off the pier, and develop it. Kodak, Fuji were dumping their chemical waste right into the ocean. You could develop your film just by dipping it in. You didn't get the greatest quality, but it developed it. And these people have been eating raw fish for ages. And cooked fish. Half of the sushi out there is really cooked. Octopus, clam, what else is cooked? Squid, eel. All those are cooked. Some of the fresh fish are not. So you have to know what aren't. So they've been eating that all the time, and with the poisons they had in their earth, because they don't do it anymore, they cleaned it up, in the late 60s, early 70s. But there's still more pollution in the Japanese waters than there is anywhere else on the planet, except maybe in Louisiana, in this country, and Jacksonville, Florida.
But they eat a lot of wasabi, and wasabi is a real counter.
Well, they don't eat wasabi like we have here. Well, the wasabi they used to eat was just ground horseradish. Now they're putting chemicals in it, food dye, green dye 60, D60, something like that. So it's not the wasabi that used to be. But the wasabi does not chelate with mercury.
It's digestive. obviously, we're not in California or Hawaii. So because of that, coconuts are not natural to our environment. So does that make a difference? Eskimos don't have coconuts,
But they don't need to cook foods that cause the problems.
So does it matter that coconuts are not natural to our environment?
There's an idea that you have to eat the foods from your place and they'll maintain your health better. It's a theory that I used to believe too, and I found it's totally bunko.
Doesn't matter. But also that we need the meat meal, and when you talked about herbivores, how their digestion is different, but primates, like gorillas, eat vegetables all the time.
But they have a different system.
Oh, they do?
They also eat. See, if you followed there's a man named John Goodall, who was a cousin to Jane Goodall, who did a movie, a film called The Beginning, which filmed apes and pigs and all kinds of other animals giving birth. So he lived with the gorillas before Jane was even out there doing his niece. And he got the Academy Award, I think it was in '71, for the long documentary feature award. And he watched the gorillas and he found that every 28 days, like it's their period, they will slaughter several antelopes, and each gorilla will eat 14 to 20 pounds of meat in 2 days. And like camels eating water, they can hold water for a month or 3 months. Elephant can hold water for 6 months without having to drink water. You got a pouch for that. The gorilla is made to hold its protein and meat somewhere in their body. We don't have that ability.
And chimpanzees?
The chimpanzees, do you want to be like a monkey?
Sometimes.
Can you sit still? Have you ever seen a monkey sit still? Have you ever seen the focus? High sugar. They're all over the place. They masturbate 33 times a day minimum. That could be fun, but is it productive in our society? How many times do you go in the closet and masturbate every day?
Make love, not war.
Yes. You bring 3 times
Bring a whole new
in a day. Yeah. And then take a look at the killer monkeys. Take a look at the killer monkeys. For 24 to 36 hours before they go on a 24-hour killing spree, they eat overripe figs that are fermented to the point where the alcohol is tremendous. They also eat fermented bananas that way. They let them gather and turn brown till they're mushy. All that alcohol. And after eating for 24 to 36 hours, after they're all charged, they will go through the jungle, they'll kill other monkeys, they'll kill elephants, they kill everything in their path. And it's just this long thing. You want to have that behavior? Eat lots of fruit. Okay. Yes?
Just a question about the vegetable juices. Where did you put green zucchini in that ratio? Like you had the 30% celery cucumber.
Well, the vegetable juice is part of that 5% carb. But I use it as more of an alkalinizing. It's a remedial thing rather than really a part of the balanced diet. It is to correct the overacidity in the body.
I just meant...
Now, we should all be... Now, you hear all these... Excuse me for interrupting you. We hear all of these natural people, these natural paths saying that, oh, you have to be alkaline. No animal is alkaline in their blood and urine and feces and saliva. We should be 5'5". 5'5". That's not alkaline. That's acidic. We need to be 5'5" in the saliva, the urine. And when you awake with a 5'1", you have your vegetable juice and bring it up to a 5'5".
So no 6 to 8, 7, no?
That is bullshit.
Aajonus, I wanted to share with that because when I was going through my cancer rehab, Dr. Mike McGlynn and Guy Schenker, who founded NutriSpect testing, they wanted me to keep my urine at 5'5".
Well, they did.
They had to manipulate my urine to 5.5, so they knew to keep me acidic.
Terrific.
Yeah, I mean, they were very bright people, and they know the pH thing is a secondary problem. It's not a primary thing.
But
And they wanted to keep me
natural
acidic.
baths make it a big thing.
Yeah, they were pretty smart about it. But I was already on that with the bacteria, that I needed good bacteria in my body, and they were in alignment with that.
Your stomach's about 3, right? I mean, the hydrochloric acid is about 3 or something.
Yeah.
1 to 3.
1 to 3,
Yeah.
definitely.
You talk about vitamin D living in our cold northern climate.
Well, you can get it by eating fish. You can also get out and get some sun, your face in the sun a little bit. I know, but still there's light out there, and you will absorb it. Eskimos sure do. Of course, they're eating seal and, lots of other things that are high in vitamin D. But if you eat your fish, you're going to get enough vitamin D.
You don't recommend fish oil or vitamin D supplementation?
There's only one fish oil that is made to my specifications, and that's Green Pastures fermented cod liver oil. Tastes horrible.
Yes.
It's very acidic, but it's okay and it's good. It does not provide anything special in my experiments with people on this diet. It's a very expensive supplement. I think that just like everything else, when you have a whole fish, the fish meat and the fat in that meat, that you're going to get the balanced way, and you'll need very little vitamin D. The more cooked food you eat, the more vitamin D you need. The more cooked anything, the deficiencies are going to be compounded. If you're eating raw food, you don't need vitamin D supplements. People who support their cooked food eating, like Sally Fallon, who I love and think is a very dear person, why the frick would you want to take a supplement when you know it's a vitamin D supplement? I don't care if it's an oil or what, if it had to be cleaned with kerosene. Sure, kerosene's natural, but how many of you are drinking? That's what they use to clean fish oils. That's what they use to make almost all supplements. They clean it with a kerosene derivative. How many people would soak their peaches or fish in kerosene for 30 minutes, rinse it off, and eat it? How deep do you think that kerosene went into the food? Every supplement you take, if it is from animal substance, has kerosene. Those that are vegetation-oriented or eat kerosene or wood alcohol. All supplements are dangerous. They give you energy by creating an alarm in your body, an emergency situation, where your glands secrete all this hormone to try to deal with that toxicity. And you think, oh, I'm high, this is great. Snort cocaine. Won't do any more damage than your supplements. Supplements will damage you. If you want a supplement, most of them are returned to rock form, even if they're in a liquid solution. Put them all together in a mixture of water, spread it out in your plants for next season, in spring, and then use that as a supplement, as a fertilizer for your plants. Those plants will be able to absorb it. You juice those plants. There you'll have concentrated nutrients, if it doesn't kill the plant. If it kills the plant, you know what it does to you, because plants eat rock. But like I said with the salt, if you feed a plant that does not salt water, the amount of salt that people eat, you will kill your garden.
You have a lot of salad dressing recipes in the book there, but you don't really talk about eating salads. Other than
well, the salads are, what's a salad? If I don't like leaf stalks or roots, cucumber, zucchini, tomatoes, avocado, those are your fruit salads, bland fruit salads.
Red,
What about
red
you?
pepper.
Red pepper, cauliflower tops, asparagus tops, tips, those are all flowers. Those are all fruits of the plant. They don't maintain and keep the plant alive. Leaves, stalks, and roots are your plants. Anything that's a produce of a plant is the produce of a plant and not vegetation.
So should you be high meat every day?
I have one fellow, he's a bear of a guy, and he was very antisocial. He became a landscape artist and tree trimmer because he hated people. So he just got to deal with nature most of the time, pick big estates to work for him. So he didn't have to deal with people. And he got on the diet and was wishy-washy on and off of it, like anybody with psychological problems. They've got exercise to do, and they have bacteria to bring into their intestinal tract to get rid of the depression. And, he's on and off and on and off. And I said, Seth, you've got to eat enough high meat. You've got to start eating high meat and eat enough of it. So I said, eat, a golf ball size once a day. That should do it. Tried it one time. He felt so good from that one golf ball size amount. He says, I'm not eating anything else. He eats 2 pounds of rotten meat every day. He has a refrigerator. He has 2 refrigerators. One is specially to rotate the hot rotten meats. And then an outside one where it can grow it fast. That's just a wooden box. There's no refrigeration in it. So he only eats high stinky meat. No bad breath either. Only eating feces will you have bad breath. It's constant and the odor will be everywhere. But the high meat, it's gone in 15, 20, 30 minutes. So, antisocial, I don't think he had a girlfriend probably in 15, 20 years. So after he went on, I went back there to give a workshop, and he was there, happy, funniest guy I'd ever met. And this guy was same as that woman who became, a comedian, was negative as hell, pessimistic as hell. He was so funny, he had 3 number 10 girlfriends all at my workshop. How many guys can be dating 3 gorgeous girls and have them all accept each other and not be jealous? You have to be very charming, and he was only about a 6 in looks. So that's what the high meat does for him, so he continues eating the high meat. Yes?
A friend of mine, I have general eye problems, and I don't know if there's anything general for that. My eyes get really tired and that kind of stuff. But a friend of mine got an extreme eye problem. He's taken a lot of steroids because he's a bodybuilder. He really loves Viagra, took tons and tons of it.
Here's a bodybuilder. Shouldn't his muscle down there be just as good as the rest of it? People take these bad proteins and these steroids and destroys the body.
And now he's got a really bad problem with his eyes. So he can hardly, see light. It's got soap. Feels like soap or whatever. It burns. And he's tried all these doctors and all these different types of things.
Steroids prevent the lymphatic system from cleaning dead cells out of the body. So he's getting waste products built up in his eye. Plus, if he's taking Viagra and he has internal bleeding in his eye, that man's going to be blind in a year or so. Got to get off that.
He's off it, but
Is he off the Viagra?
well, he says he limits it.
Yeah, whatever that means.
We've already told him, get off all that.
Circulation through the neck, into the ears, and the eyes is the least circulated in the body. So as toxins start building up in your eyes and your ears, you can count on losing your vision and losing your hearing. That's why aged people lose all of those. Older they get, the more they lose. So you have to stay on a good diet. And if you want to strengthen the eyes, you can put egg white in your eyes and butter. One day you use egg white, one day you use butter. If you have red eyes, you don't use eye drops with mercury or all that petroleum, what do we call that? They get it from Vaseline, but what do they call that stuff?
Mineral oil.
Yeah, it's what mineral oil is cleaned with. It's a steroid, and it damages the eye tissue. If you take egg white, take egg, just put the egg white, crack a little bit, let it out of the top, or you have one broken into a glass. Get a little dab on the end of your little finger, pull your eyelid down, look up, and rub it on the white of your eye. Then lift the other eyelid and roll your eye around like a circus master. And that'll get the egg white all around. You'll lose the redness in your eye up to 90%.
How about urine? Fresh urine?
Urine will burn it, depending upon the acidity of the urine.
Only for the first few seconds.
Pardon?
Only for the first few seconds?
Yeah, but sometimes the urine is toxic, so you have to be careful. Butter will strengthen your eyes, so you put just a little bit on your palm, hold it like this until it gets very wet. And it only takes about a minute. And it will get liquid wet. And then you put it on and you do the same thing. You rub it on there, roll it around. It will strengthen and repair your eyes. Egg white will soothe and relax and feed your eyes in a different way, mainly the protein. But the butter, the egg yolk clouds the eye. The butter does not cloud it as long as you're not putting it in cold, because it will cloud it for a few minutes. If you wait like this till it gets very liquid, then you put it in, there's no cloudiness. Your eyes are instantly strengthened.
It's about help the eyelids and all that.
Help everything. Yes?
I have a client that's on the cholesterol-lowering drug Lipitor, and she wanted to know, can she just stop it, or is there...
Cholesterol drugs can be stopped like that.
Okay.
That's no problem. If she has heart medication, I would suggest weaning off of it, breaking half the dose every 10 days.
Okay.
Any other medication, diabetics, I tell them to wean off of it every 10 days, 2 weeks. They reduce it by 50%.
And what about my stepdad? He had a heart transplant, so he's on all of these anti-rejection drugs. And I'm wondering, is it ever possible to not be on them when you don't have your own heart? Like, is it possible to get...
Donna Robertson, a woman in San Diego, had all of that done. She lives on the diet and doesn't take any of the medication. I have lots of them that do that. Don't take any medication. And she hasn't now. She's been on the diet for 8 years.
And would that be something that you have to wean off of the drugs if you went on the diet, or how would that?
I only do it because most heart patients are always in a great deal of fear.
Yeah.
So I asked her to cut it out half every 2 weeks to 3 weeks, so she was comfortable. Now she brags about it.
Yeah.
She's strong and healthy. She's 76, 75 this year.
Mm-hmm. And does it just make your body like not reject the heart anymore, or is that just kind of put in our head that?
No, often it will. The body will reject it because you're already fighting so many things and the body's confused. When it's on a good diet, the body isn't confused. It's like you can take the mercury-filled tuna or swordfish and say, oh, this is a bad substance. I'm not going to digest it. I'm just going to let it pass through the intestines. Everybody's intelligent. All the bacteria, everything is good and healthy that passes through the system. When it isn't, your body's all confused. It does things it shouldn't. It doesn't do things it should because of all the pollution and contamination. So you might want to tell her to get on the diet heavily. The butter she needs tremendously. Not much raw cream in people that have that. Too much. It's too heavy in their system. And they start having a little bit of breathing problems. A little bit of extra beet juice helps them utilize the oxygen a little bit better. More hydrochloric acid. So she'll digest her proteins better, keep the heart stronger. So those are the kind of things you do. But don't tell her to go off the medication, immediately like that.
Would you recommend sitting in a dry sauna to sweat and get rid of all
No.
those toxins? No.
Dry saunas are 168 degrees at the top, anywhere from 136 down in the lowest point, and they burn the membranes. They'll turn it into scar tissue every time you go in. Steam is the same way. 212 degrees to 165 at the bottom. That's the amount of steam that will go in and burn your sinuses, your mucous membranes, the bronchioles into your lungs. When you do the baths, you do them from 102 degrees to 110 degrees. And you stay in that for 40 minutes to an hour and a half. To clean the lymphatic waste out of the skin every day, you should take a 40-minute bath. And it tells you in how to use the baths in the back section under healing methodologies in the back. Look under baths there, and it says put raw milk, put vinegar, put clay, put sea salt or Epsom salt in the bath water if you have municipal water, because it's full of toxins and poisons. So those will neutralize the toxins in there. If you get into that water in a hot bath and stay that long, a lot of those poisons are going to go into your skin, and you'll get out of that bath going like this, jittery and hyperactive, like you had some coffee or too much coffee. So I will react that way in 6 minutes of being in water like that. So I have to put those things in my bath water to neutralize the poisons. You stay in there at least 40 minutes a day. 2 days a week, you can stay in for an hour to an hour and a half. That heats the body up so deeply that it will help melt the lymphatic waxing and hardening in the lymphatic system. But imagine a cold stick of butter that's come out of a refrigerator that's about 40 degrees in a jar this big. And so you've got butter this big, a jar this big, and the butter's in the center. You're going to heat it from the outside at 102 to 110 degrees. How long do you think it's going to take to get the heat into that cold stick of butter to start it melting a little bit? 45 minutes. It'll take an hour before it starts barely dripping on the sides. Hour and a half before you've got about hundredths of a millimeter. Hundredths of a millimeter of it melting. That's the way you slowly melt those toxic, waxy vegetable oils, Crisco, all that junk fat that you've had. They're all fried foods, all processed foods. They don't use animal fats anymore. It's all vegetable oils, mineral oils.
So if you're getting allergic reactions to the water, so you don't want to bath, if you put those substances, if you put things into the water, it will make it okay?
Yeah, but let me tell you, with 90% of the toxins leaving through the skin, expect to have rashes, expect to have acne, expect to have open sores. A lot of poisons are going to move through your skin. Now let me tell you about an incident that happened to me April 2nd. First of all, on February 8th of this year, the first talk about the swine flu. I did a radio show, and I was asked about the swine flu. And I said, I went through the swine flu hoax of 1976. I was 29 years old. I'd just gotten into town from my travels. I was just charged on raw meat, and I happened to be on the same show with Ida Honoroff and Dr. McBean, an MD, who had filed suit against President Ford, Rockefeller, whose pharmaceutical company got the swine flu, contract, $150 million to make the swine flu. Our vice president, and because he had that much influence while he was in office, and the Surgeon General. And Ida Honoroff was a consumer advocate in her mid-70s, very bright woman, and she was syndicated in 3,200 radio stations. Everybody in America listened to her in every state. 3,200 syndicated radio stations in the United States and some in Canada. So, and she always talked about consumer benefit, who was doing badly, especially with medications. So she said the swine flu is a hoax. Came up with it. She and Dr. McBean, who was an MD, who was totally against it, came up with all the evidence how it was a staged thing by the Rockefeller Foundation. And of course, Gary Null has proved that the Rockefeller Foundation is trying to pull it off again now, and has all the evidence of it. And I brought all that up. I was the first one to get on the network because I'd been involved in it. I read and helped with writing the book, Vaccines of Clear and Present Danger, by Aajonus and McBean. So I was in the crux of it. I had the information and the resources and the names. So I got threatening calls for 3 weeks. You ever talk about this again, you're dead. Or we're going to break your legs, or they're going to inject me with things. All these threats went on for 3 weeks. So I took off to Asia to leave it all. And while I was in Asia, I woke in my hotel room, 2 guys that looked like CA operatives, American, not Filipino, were holding me down. I had 1 hypodermic in my arm here and 2 on the bed. And it was dark enough that I couldn't see, but there was enough light coming in the windows that I could make them out. Okay.
When was that?
April 2nd.
This year.
Yeah. So I did that radio show on, maybe it was March 8th. It was February, March 8th, and this happened on April 2nd. So I still have the scars. For the next 24 hours, my body broke out in these brown and yellow crystals were coming out of this fluid, rupturing cells. I got huge open wounds. Right now I have scars that look like bullet wounds. And they happened on this arm first, but they were covering my whole body. So you can see the scars. They look like bullet holes. So that's my war with the pharmaceutical industry and the swine flu. And then this. See all these? Those are all from those injections. And I've got them on the foot, on this leg. Remember I said that your worst toxins go to the bottom of the body. So they injected me here, the blood flows this way. By the time it got all down over here, enough of them were free radical and no fats on them, so they started taking this leg apart. Those wounds were open and bleeding and sore and painful, and I was even climbing the mountains of the Philippines with that. I've got 1 spot on the bottom of my foot that still hasn't healed. It's still bleeding on the bottom of my foot. And this was April 2nd. So look how long it's been. Now, I didn't tell anybody about it until a month ago, because at the end of August, when I was giving my workshop in Australia, I went into convulsive vomiting. So I couldn't finish the workshop. So there were 2 people who knew my work very well. That, one was Jeff Slade, the one, the skinny one, you see the rebound. He wants to know what I know, so he will travel. Like I said, he's a rich kid. He will travel to different workshops, and he's attended maybe 20 workshops in 5-6 years. So he knows my workshop. So he knew how to take care of my workshop. So I vomited 6 to 11 times an hour for 9 hours. And then my stomach, you talk about washboard abs. I had washboard abs. From the April 2nd till that time, I lost 40 pounds. I went from 180 to 140. Now I'm back up to 152. So I like to be, heavier weight, and I always feel better when I have more. And I certainly don't lose my train of thought as much when I have all that excess weight. That's good. So after I went through that, I knew that I was probably going to live. I didn't want people to worry. I wanted to get through it, just like my mushroom poisoning, just like all my other poisonings in my life. They're my journey, and I don't want people worrying and giving me advice, because I'm listening to my body, my own mind, my own experience, and it looks like I'm through it. So as of a month ago, I decided that I'm going to live, that I'm probably not going to get the disease that they intended me to get. And they probably injected me with all the swine flu stuff, and I thought they were going to nab me here in Canada and say, oh, you look like you have, because I wear a mask when I go on a plane because of the fuel exhaust. And they said, are you sick? I said, no, I'm keeping from getting sick. And they said, you don't have to worry about bacteria that badly. I said, I don't worry about the bacteria. I worry about the formaldehyde in your carpeting in the customs office. It's new and I smell it. I smell the diesel fuel, the jet fuel, into the plane when it takes off and lands because it backs up into the vent system. So that's what I wear. I get a neck ache if I don't wear that in a plane. So I wear my cotton, all organic cotton mask. And you can go to I Want to Breathe, or I.com, and that's where I got it. The all cotton, organic cotton one. Not with all the other garbage that they had in it. Because they use synthetic on the outside, and they use other materials to get the charcoal in there to make the mask firm and stuff like that. So I had it with me.
Did you get swine flu?
Well, I think that's what they injected in me, so I probably have it in my blood. But what I did was, see, there's my mask. And if I get tired of this, because when I had the surgery, it made my mask very acid because the nerves pulled up. And now the acid goes up my esophagus into my mouth. So if I do that for a long time, it gets very acidic. So I roll this up, put it in my nostrils, like that. So, and I've even learned to sleep, breathing through my nose and exhaling out my mouth. Because most of the time I'm on a plane, I sleep. Like, I didn't sleep for 32 hours. When I got on the plane to come here, it was a 5-hour flight. I fell asleep before we got off the runway, and I woke 20 minutes before we landed. So, planes can't do a lot. Pardon?
Does that mask actually take out the fumes?
Yeah, it definitely filters a major part of it out.
Where do you get that mask?
I just said, IWantToBreathe.com.
Oh,
Can you take legal action against whoever?
Pardon?
Can you take legal action against who injected you?
How am I going to know who they were? Also, I have to prove it. I mean, I have the scars. I definitely have the scars from it. I'll show you the scars. Okay, here, and here. See, 3 injections. When I woke up, see, I thought it was just a bad dream. When I awakened, I just remembered it happening as soon as I awakened, and I remember being held down. I must have awakened when I wasn't supposed to awaken. They had a cloth over my face when I awakened, but I don't think they were expecting me to awaken. So they pushed me down. They looked like they were a little disturbed about my movement. And I could tell they were very disturbed when I opened my eyes. And then they pushed that cloth. Now, it wasn't ether. I know what ether smells like. It was relatively odorless. And I was out 2 seconds more. But I got a chance to see them. I got a chance to see the shot in my arm, because that's what woke me in the first place. The pain of the injection. And they may have already had 2 in me, or 1. I didn't know what the situation was since I passed out. So I awakened, I thought it was a bad dream. I thought, oh Jesus, that's my paranoia, my conscious paranoia about all the threats that I got after doing the swine flu. It wasn't even supposed to be a swine flu radio show. It was about diet, and somebody asked about the swine flu. So then the whole rest of the hour became about the swine flu. So I all of a sudden went to move, and I ached in that arm, and I ached all over my joints, all up here in my neck. And I looked over my arm, and there was 3 bumps, really big bumps, with like impetigo. Everybody see impetigo? Yellow crystals falling off. Yeah, so I knew I had been injected, and it wasn't a bad dream. And there was fluid where my arm was on the bed. So my body pushed some of it out, but most of it flowed in my body and caused all those huge sores. Now those sores were tremendous. They were huge. And almost 4 months from April 2nd all the way to now. I still have the one on the bottom of my foot, but most of these closed about 2 weeks after my vomit spell. Probably 10 days after my vomiting. So all those closed. They were all open from, let's say, all of those on my legs probably opened within a 4-week period, and they held on for the whole time, seeping. Now you notice that there's a gray area around them. I took a scraping of that. See the gray area around? Took a scraping of it, and it's mercury and aluminum. That's the ingredients of vaccines. So they definitely tried to hurt me badly. I'm 62 and still here. I was climbing the mountains in the Philippines with these oozing out. My leg wrapped, with meat and honey and coconut cream and lime juice. I was still climbing the mountains there.
How do you feel?
Pardon?
How do you feel every day, like emotionally about that?
Well, I've been through so much. I've been attacked so much that I had a sense that I'd probably get through it. But I wasn't dealing with that. I was just going to take care of myself. Now, once I knew that it happened, I knew how the body treats the red blood cells to protect them so they don't get lost in the urine. So I went in immediately and got a stingray that day. Chopped that. Now, the stingray is so high in ammonia, you can poison yourself by eating shark or stingray that is so high in ammonia that it can cause neurological damage, and you can die from it. So I would eat just about 3 tablespoons at a time, 4 or 5 tablespoons maximum as my body got used to the ammonia. So I had it for like 5 days. It was a baby stingray. But it was so high in ammonia that while I was chewing it, it would burn my entire mouth so badly I couldn't continue eating. So I got a big machete and then just chopped it into ground, chopped meat, and then chewed it just a little bit and used coconut water to mainly wash it down with a little coconut cream in it. And that was to protect my red and white blood cells because I didn't want to end up with leukemia again, and I knew it would probably create leukemia again. So I know these tricks because I know the body. So that helped a lot. It helped prevent it, so it obviously went down into the legs because it was coming out all over my chest, my back, everywhere. And after 5 days of the stingray, it mainly went into my legs. I still get crusty things and little crystals that pop out, little bumps, but they don't cause me sores and wounds like these do. So I didn't know if I was going to survive, so I didn't tell anybody about it until a month ago. Now, you'll get the particulars, you'll get the photographs of the different stages when I do my next newsletter. And if you go to wewanttolive.com, the TO is the numeral 2, and you can subscribe to my newsletters. It's supposed to be 6 a year. I got injected right after I did my first one for this year, and it screwed up with my concentration. I haven't been able to write anything since then. So my first newsletter since that, the vomiting and everything, I was able to finally write one. So that came out at the beginning of October. And I have another one coming out in a week which talks about this, so everybody knows. Also what they can do if they are forced to take the vaccine. But in this last issue, the 1st of October, I talked about the swine flu. I also wrote a 6-page acceptance of responsibility if anybody tries to make you take the swine flu. And it cites the Nuremberg Code, all 10 specifics of it. Swine flu vaccine has not been tested, so it's an experimental drug, so it falls under the Nuremberg rules that Canada, United States, and 174 other countries signed. So none of those countries can enforce you. If you show them that, it's like saying to an officer, you know, you haven't given me my rights. You give them their rights. What you're allowed to do and what they're allowed to do. Once they're notified, they will be responsible legally if they make you take it. Anything that happens to you, any kind of ill health, they will be charged. They can lose up to $1 million for every particular health problem it creates. $1 million. Do you think anybody's going to make you take that after they read that? No way. There's all the documentation of what's in the swine flu vaccines. So you take that, and then there's another page that tells you how to use the document, how to talk to the people. So this next one will tell you if you happen to get the swine flu, how to deal with it. It's like a stingray or a shark.
Can you use that for other vaccinations, that paper?
Yes, you can. You just have to take the H1N1 out of it and just, you know, change the wording.
And we can get that from your website?
Well, it's not. I don't have any website. I don't have time. I contracted with a couple, Jim and Barbara Ellingson. They published all of my stuff that isn't in my books. All of my other writings, my newsletters, and the DVD. They created a website specifically for that document that I wrote that's called No to Swine Flu. NoToSwineFlu.net. NoToSwineFlu.net. And you can download that document. You don't have to be a subscriber to get the information about how I talk about the swine flu and other things from my newsletter. That is free and clear to get for anybody.
Okay, so that's no and then the number 2?
No, this is all spelled out. No to swine flu.
As a side
.net, not .com.
As a side note, possibly point of information, about 12 years ago, some of the detax people in Canada International Humanity House used the Nuremberg Code or principles to say that we will not cooperate. We do not want to support contributing money to weapons of mass destruction. And they have cards where they, to this day, they do not pay taxes out of the same principles.
There's a lot of people in America that do that that don't pay taxes. I haven't paid taxes since 1968.
Teenagers who live around.
Everybody.
I haven't paid taxes since 1968. And they tried to get me 3 times. Audited me and everything. I said, listen, in America, you show me where I'm, they have to do it. It says a citizen of the United States, not a sovereign, but a citizen of the United States, you have to live in Washington, D.C., or one of the territories, like Guam, Fiji Islands, part of the Fiji Islands, or any one of those, at the time Puerto Rico, they were all territories of the United States that the United States government owns. But in all the states in America, you're a sovereign citizen. You're not a citizen of the state, you're a citizen of the land. So I know the law very well. So they never got it. I said, if you were to spend money on non-military, because I know almost all of my money, income tax goes to military. If you were not making bombs and doing everything that I agreed with, you'd be spending my money in a nice way. If you made parties and good social gatherings to get people together, I would definitely support that. But you go kill people and you take over their resources and kill the people to get their resources, I'm not for that kind of a war in government. I'm not going to support your government. No, thank you.
Any kind of enema?
What did I say about the E. coli in the bowel?
The sigmoid colon?
In any of the colon. It digests the food that feeds your brain and nervous system. If you enema, you wash that out. No enemas, no enemas, no colonics, anything like that is going to put you on a cycle of being depressed. And you're going to get addicted to washing that out. And you're going to get so weak in your old days, you're going to be a miserable person.
I think you did say, did you say the butter enema or the retention to feed the E. coli though?
It's not an enema.
It's not an enema though.
It's a nutrient. It's a suppository, nutrient suppository. No enemas. Yes. I'm going to take only 2 more, and then I've got to stop because we're going to be here till... How many people are going to get enemas? 7. So that's going to take an hour. So it's already almost 9 o'clock. It's a good hour. What time do we have to be out of here? 9 o'clock? Okay. Good.
Where we simple weight loss, not able to digest, and somebody who eats but malabsorption, what would you stop them on?
Eggs. Usually those people don't have to eat just eggs. They just start eating raw foods. So they eat milkshakes. Some people get indigestion with milkshakes, so they have to eat the eggs alone and the milk separate. They sip on the eggs, they sip on the egg, they eat honey and butter. There are now 80. She asked about arthritis and rheumatism, the cause. 80% of arthritis and rheumatism is caused by Crohn's disease. 80% of arthritis and rheumatism is caused by Crohn's disease. Crohn's disease is when your mucus is very thin. You don't form enough mucus to protect the intestinal walls. Your own acids start eating away at your intestinal walls and it becomes thinner. Then what happens if you eat a lot, the intestinal wall tears and you have leaky gut syndrome, where undigested food passes into your gut and goes to your joints to digest. It turns your joints into a digestive tract. So your body builds the acids to break those food particles down and eats away at your own heart. 80% of arthritis and rheumatism is caused by that. The rest is caused by medical injections that come out the joints and damage the cartilage. And the damaged tissue the bacteria goes in to help remove the damaged cells. So that's how bacteria comes into arthritis and rheumatism. But again, they're the janitors. They're not the cause of the problem. The cause of the problem is all industrial poison. And the allergies that people have are just because their guts ripping and the food's getting into their body. Cooked tomatoes are one of the worst things you can have, but raw tomatoes are one of the best things you can have for arthritis and rheumatism. Chicken is the best thing that you can have for arthritis and rheumatism. Butter is phenomenal. Eggs are phenomenal for arthritis and rheumatism. Okay? Thank you. Anybody who wants to learn more can stay and listen to the mini readings. Okay, give me both. Now when you give me your palms, I want them completely relaxed. I want you to let your hands fall into my hands. If I pull my hand away, you will fall. Okay? The left testicle is in pretty good shape. Left adrenal gland is okay. The left side of the pancreas is very protein deficient, but still is okay shape. The left thyroid is fair. Parathyroid is very poor. The tonsil is very poor. The right testy is okay, very protein deficient and mineral deficient. The right adrenal gland is okay. The right side of the pancreas is about 85 to 90% scar tissue. So you've got enough there. When you reach 10% life of the pancreas, you're going to be a diabetic even on this diet. And all you need is 10% of the pancreas working to be on this diet. Our pancreas has grown 2.5 times in 4 million years because of all the carbohydrates. 2.5 times its size of when Lucy was, 4 million years, 3.6 million years ago. Our pancreases were very small, but all this carbohydrate eating over the last 20,000 years or so has created a very enlarged pancreas. But we only need 10% of that large pancreas working on this diet. Okay, red blood cells are very good. White blood cells you have very little of. So you absolutely have almost no fats anywhere in your body except on your torso. And mostly up high around your heart to protect your heart and your lungs. It's the only places you have fat in your body. You have deterioration of your connective tissue because your lymph system is so jammed and the lack of protein, so you probably have some MS symptoms. Okay. You need to eat tons of butter and honey. You need to mix butter and honey together, about 2 butter to 1 honey ratio, and you need to eat at least a cup a day. So 2 tablespoons at a time every 15 minutes. Every 30 minutes maximum, all throughout the day. Lots and lots of eggs to bring your body back to quick energy, to quick health. That's very easily assimilated fats and proteins. So I suggest you eat 33 eggs a day, minimum. You can eat more. And honey and butter, so you suck an egg or 2, 15 minutes after that you have honey and butter. 15 minutes after that you have 1 or 2 eggs. So you're doing on a 30-minute cycle. Eggs, honey, butter. Then after about 4 or 5 hours of that, then have some vegetable juice, but not much. And about a third carrot, just the ratio I gave before. Have that ratio. I want you to put an egg in it and a tablespoon of raw cream. And before you go to sleep, I would like you to have some more milk with a tablespoon, like 3/4 of a cup of raw milk, warm raw milk, with a tablespoon of the honey and butter mixture dissolved in the warm milk. Then you mix that, another 3/4 of a cup of that, or up to a cup of it, before you go to sleep, and you put that at your bedside. Now what you can do is you can take a hot water bottle, not an electric pad, hot water bottle, and have a little bitty cooler, and put that in with that 3/4 of a cup so the butter doesn't solidify and separate from the milk. So when you wake in the middle of the night, drink that and go back to sleep. Okay? And your routine should be just that for about 3 months. Those are the easiest things to digest and will help you recover the quickest. And then maybe once a day you could have some fish, a cup of fish with about 2 tablespoons of butter, honey mixture. And let's say if that gets too acidic for you, it doesn't feel good, then have it every other day in the evening, somewhere around 5, 6 o'clock. Okay?
Did you mention about the right thyroid?
what's there to mention, they're just not operating on the side. The right thyroid is about, it's okay, fair. The parathyroid's very good shape, tonsilary, very poor. So, about half of your glands are working. That's because they're just starved for the protein and the fats. But the reason you're deteriorating, your nerves are deteriorating, because your nerves are giving up their fat. The nerves are the only place you have any fat besides around the heart and the lungs. And the body can't spare those. So inundate your body with butter. Honey will help you digest it. Very simple diet, but tedious. And you'll see what happens to those other people. Okay? You're welcome. Next.
Sorry?
Somebody writing for you all? Give him this? Okay, I know. All right, the left ovary is almost non-existent. Did you have it removed? Okay. The left adrenal gland is waterlogged, so you drink way too much water. The left side of your pancreas is about 25% active and alive. That's still enough. Left thyroid is good, parathyroid fair, tonsilary poor. Pardon? Very poor. Relax. The right ovary, there's a huge hole there, but you still have some of it. So if they removed all of it, they didn't take all of this one. They didn't take out just the left. So that one's fairly good. You've got about 25% of it that shriveled and degenerated from protein. The right adrenal gland is in pretty good shape. Relax your thumb. The right side of the pancreas is about 35% alive. That's okay. Right thyroid is good, parathyroid very good, tonsilary poor. Your intestines are shriveling up like beef jerky. Getting very hard. Were you on a fat-free diet?
Small,
It's the small intestines, not the bowels. The bowels are in good shape. Good shape. Not tone, but good shape. But your small intestines are just hardening. To help.
always been a butter person.
Yeah, but now raw butter, you obviously don't handle cooked butter so much. Yeah?
Well, yeah, I do. Even raw butter.
Been eating raw butter, it's not working. So what you need to do is I'd like you to make a sport drink, and this is something that everybody can make and eat in place of water. I'd like you to have, if you can get whey, which is the liquid runoff from making cheese. It's like yellow urine. It really doesn't have much of a taste, but it's kind of tart. And it tastes, you mix it with a little soda water, it tastes like soda. But don't use too much of that. So use a cup of whey. If you don't have a cup of whey, then you use a cup of tomato puree, 1.5 cups of cucumber puree, and then about a half a cup of sparkling mineral water. 1.5 tablespoons of vinegar for 6 weeks. Then cut it down to 1 tablespoon. Okay? It's going to help soften your intestines. Also have, raw, unpasteurized apple cider vinegar. Have a tablespoon of lemon juice teaspoon of lime juice, 3 tablespoons of honey, 2 other people can have up to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, like you'd have 2, and then 1.5 tablespoons of cream, dairy cream for you, and other people could have up to 3 tablespoons of dairy cream in that mixture. If you need to stimulate the intestines a little bit, you can grate a little bit of ginger root in it. Then you have the sparkling mineral water in that. You blend it all together. It's a very tangy, very delicious drink. Do not gulp it. You've got to sip it. Okay? No more than 2 sips at a time, which is an ounce of that drink every 10 to 15 minutes at the closest. You sip it. That will help dissolve some of the hardness over the next year. So you do that once a day. That's your entire fluid. You don't need any more water. You may need in the summer a little bit, a little bit more water, but you've got a half a cup of water in that. And that should be enough. If your mouth gets dry, you put honey on your lips. Or with the Primal Facial Body Care Cream. Honey works the longest on the lips. You saw I put it on 5 hours ago. And it's just now getting dry. And I've been licking my lips and everything. If you have butter, you use butter with Primal Facial Body Cream. The saliva pulls it off quicker. The honey stays locked into the pores. In the lips. Red blood cells are okay. You still have good growth hormones and healing hormones. White blood cells are very concentrated and clumping. They need the vinegar also to help disperse them. So you've got a very congested lymphatic system. Hot baths every day. 40 minutes a day, every day. You could take 2 a day if you have the time. Morning and night, middle of the night, go to sleep in it for 40 minutes. But I suggest getting a hot tub where you can keep the constant temperature up. If you have a bathtub, you have to let every 20 minutes out about 2 inches of the water out. And you do that. You turn the cold water on after an inch of it's gone, or inch and a half, so you only have an inch and a half of water to go. Turn on just the hot water. You funnel the cold water right down to the drain, otherwise it will disperse into the water and you'll have to use more hot water. So once you feel the hot water pouring out, your whole level will be down 2 inches. You plug up your stopper again, and then you mix the hot water. You don't have to put more of that ingredients. My test analysis shows you have to put more ingredients. It'll hold 2 times. So if you're in the bath, you fill it once, then 20 minutes later you do it again, and that takes you through the 40 minutes. Now to start the bath, what I do, when I didn't have a hot tub and I used a bathtub, I would fill it with scalding water halfway. That would heat the entire tub. If you've got a plastic tub, it won't take as long. If you've got a metal tub, like a pot metal tub, cast iron, there you go. It'll hold heat for longer. So then you fill the tub up for the rest of the way with lukewarm water. After 2 minutes after it's heated the bathtub. Feel it up the top. It feels warm to the touch. Then it's time to put the rest of the water in. Then you put your ingredients in. 3/4 of a cup of raw milk. Could be your soured milk. The skin likes soured products. The skin is highly acidic. And remember that everything is soured that's already been through the body by the time it gets to the skin. So soured milk is good. Soured coconut cream is good. So you put that in the bath. 2 tablespoons of sea salt. About 4 tablespoons of raw apple cider vinegar. Or a half cup of it, depending on how polluted your water is here. In California, in Los Angeles, we have 197 chemicals in that municipal water. So we have to use a lot. You have your own well? Terrific. Then you just put some coconut cream or salt in it, help you self-perspire. Or Epsom salt. A little coconut cream helps moisten the skin. Okay? Do that 2 times a day. And then you'll start things moving, your lymphatic system moving. Right now it's not moving. 10%. They call that in iridology the death circle. Because if the lymph system is not cleaning the system anymore, you're going to build up for the toxicity just shuts down the body. It can no longer clean itself at all. Okay? So I'm going to suggest kefir, so use the honey and milk and saliva. I suggest that you let your milk get to the like my milk was in that nice tasty stage, and for about 5 hours it would be in a nasty bitter taste. That's where the bacteria, the Bulgarius lactobacillus, is breaking down the fats, so it gets nasty tasting for that 5 hours. I suggest you let yours get at least beyond that state so your fats are broken down. So all those beans are starting to turn into thicker kefir. Okay, that if you do the expectation, however you say that particular noun, then if it goes into a separation of the curds and whey, just blend it. It'll go right back into a liquid again. So don't worry about that separating. I need them together, or your body needs them together. I don't want the whey to separate there. Okay? Lots of eggs, 8 to 12 eggs a day. Meat-wise, lots of chicken, marinated lemon. If you marinate in lemon juice, a lot of people will marinate their stuff in lemon juice for a week. Hour and a half is maximum, and you pour off whatever excess lemon is there. You can let it sit for a week. After that, it'll be fine. But that much lemon for marinated that long will break down the minerals so you can't use them properly in your body. So it'll cause mineral deficiency. And you need lots of butter, less cream. Only the cream, you put a little extra cream in your milk when you make kefir. Vegetable juice for you. The exact ratio I gave was good, but I would like you to put 1/4 of a teaspoon in your vinegar, raw apple cider vinegar, in your first vegetable juice. Okay. All right? You're very welcome. And the else is your dirty. Let your hands go limp. Okay, looks like your mother took some anti-nausea drug when you were inside for morning sickness. Caused some deformities in your intestinal tract, in your ovaries, even in the heart valve, in your stomach. The left ovary is very waterlogged, not very strong. The left adrenal gland is also waterlogged, but it's okay. Very cold, you're very mineral deficient. You need to eat cheese and honey until you pick up your mineral level and bring your body heat up. The left side of your pancreas is about 50% alive. It's okay. Left thyroid is okay. Parathyroid poor. Tonsilary atrocious. The right ovary is okay, but it's cold, very mineral deficient and enzymatically deficient. Got a lot of metal poisoning in that, especially aluminum in that ovary. Do you have children? Any psychological problems? Yeah, you don't have any. So you obviously got pregnant off the ovum from this one, because this one would cause that kind of damage. So they were very fortunate that you got pregnant off of the left side cycle. The right adrenal gland is in pretty good shape. There's a little hardening, turning into leather in a part of it. The right side of the pancreas is only about 8% at most alive. So you've got hardening of your pancreas, you have cirrhosis of the pancreas. Were you a drinker in your younger days? Could have been that drug that your mother had and you were inside her. The right thyroid is poor, parathyroid poor, tonsil area very poor. Red blood cells are contaminated, but okay. You still have some healing hormones. White blood cell count is okay, but very weak. White blood cells are very weak. So you need lots of butter, not much cream, but some cream. Eight to 10 eggs a day. In any vegetable juice, have egg in it. 1 egg. Vegetable juice. I'd like you to have that formula reduced that I gave earlier. Did you write it? Okay. You together?
No.
Okay. But what I'd like you to do is reduce the carrot to 20% and have 5% beet juice for 3 months. Then you're going to have the beet juice, 5% of your juice every 3 weeks. Use it for 3 weeks, off for 3 weeks, on for 3 weeks. It looks like you have a tendency to internal bleeding. So every week I'd like to consume 3/4 of a cup of green cabbage juice. Not the Chinese green leaves, but the head cabbage, the green or white some people call it. So 3/4 of a cup. Don't mix anything else with it, just have that. Sometimes it's a little hot, hard to get all 3/4 of a cup down, so just put it in the refrigerator, drink half of it and half of it leave if it's too hot for you. Fruits, lots of raspberries. You've got aluminum galore in your head. You have gray hair at all? It hasn't left your brain yet. It's stuck in your brain. But you have a lot of aluminum all the way from here up. It's really suspended everywhere. So have like 3/4 of a cup of raspberries with 2.5 tablespoons of coconut cream. Make 3/4 of a tablespoon of dairy cream. Pardon? Well, the aluminum's interfering with every transmission from your brain. You're just not making the connections. That's eating the raspberries and that mixture to help get rid of it. Hair's going to start turning gray, but I'd rather be gray than neurologically challenged. Your intestines are starting to harden, small intestines. You think you're fat? Don't have fat that's utilized properly. That fat is just full of poisons already. So you need good, bad. You might put on, 10 more pounds. You start taking those baths and melting it out of the system, you can get rid of it. Otherwise, you're going to probably put on, could be 15, 20 more pounds. So the best thing to do is start melting some of it out and putting your new stuff on. Because the body needs the new stuff to protect it. Okay? Meat-wise, I suggest that you eat for about 6 months, 70% red meat, 30% white. After 6 months, no more than 50% white. You could even make it lower. Okay? You've got a lot of acidity in your system, so you don't need as much red meat. Okay? Now, I usually don't get into psychological stuff from the poems, but when I see this, I do. You have a very critical mind. Now, it's mainly an artist's mind. It's a mind that gets bored like that. So you are there with a creative mind to keep things new, minute by minute, day by day. The art that you dreamed of yesterday should be very different the next day. You don't judge yesterday's art by today's aesthetics. Your aesthetics change from day to day, can change every 10 hours. If you expect other people to keep you happy, you will be miserable all of your life. They will let you down every day. So you have to be responsible for your happiness and keeping yourself entertained. You have to be the entertainer. Don't expect to be entertained. Okay? Otherwise, you're not going to be happy with anybody. Okay? Very good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Very hot. I have some very sweet hams for you. And what is your name? Felicity. Hi, Felicity. Did very attentive back here. Okay. Woo! You smell like soap. You use way too much laundry soap. Yes, way too much. And that can cause tremendous allergies. The left ovary is very weak, very protein deficient. You almost look like a vegetarian. The left adrenal gland is waterlogged. You drink way too much water. The left side of the pancreas is about 50% alive. That's okay, but also quite a bit of water retention in it. It's an edema. Left thyroid is okay, but there's some irritation in it. The parathyroids are very good, but there's irritation there also. So it looks like you're allergic to any kind of red food, cooked red food. You need to stay away from pizza, tomato sauce, pasta with tomato sauces unless you make them raw. The red meat's too acidic for you. So you need to suck raw eggs with them if you're going to eat the red meat to counterbalance that acidity. Okay? That's like steak tartare. If you like steak tartare. But steak tartare made in restaurants, they eliminate the egg white. Don't eliminate the egg white. I went into, they just published my books in Finland, and I was there at a restaurant and ordered steak tartare, and I said to the chef, I want the egg white with it. And I want you to use 2 eggs. He says, that's a meat omelet. I said, then give me a meat omelet. Okay, the right ovary is okay, but very mineral deficient. You need honey and cheese together to bring your mineral level up. And I suggest you eat the honey and cheese together at least 2 times a day. Cause some water, cause some retention pretty quickly, some extra weight. but it's just going to get rid of some old toxic minerals. Again, hot baths will help you keep from gaining a lot of extra weight. You get those poisons out of the body. 40 minutes minimum. The right adrenal gland is very waterlogged. The right side of the pancreas. No wonder people are so cold. All this water we drink, it's in the blood. Then you have the right side of the pancreas. This is a good 50% alive, but very cold and very mineral deficient. Right thyroid is very good. Parathyroid excellent. Tonsil area poor. This tonsil area, these mounds are good and show activity, but inflammation here, so she has internal bleeding. So you need the green cabbage juice also, 3/4 of a cup a week to prevent that because of your acidity. You have very thin tissues. The mound, when the tonsil is working, it's a large mound like this one. A very large mound here. We need to leave soon?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Pardon? Till what? 7? Oh, nobody told me that. Okay. We have some people to do. Shall we go to my apartment? I mean, the hotel? Can we do that? How many do I have to do? You could take 2 40-minute baths a year. I mean, a day. If you can. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest that you have about 6 to 8 eggs a day. I wouldn't drink too much sour milk right now. I mainly drink more fresh milk the day before a few hours. Like room temperature when you have it. Meat-wise, chicken is very important for you. Chicken and red meat are what makes it an ideal. That cabbage is going to be very important. Fruit-wise, very low on fruit. Melons are a good one if you can get them even out of season. And you have your raw cream, you would have with that. Not with your extra milk, just with maybe 2 tablespoons of cream, 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. It will help your hormonal levels too. And teaspoons of butter and honey, or say 10 teaspoons of honey butter mixture a day, 2 butter to 1 honey. That's only like, 3 tablespoons of honey butter mixture a day. But I want you to take a teaspoon at a time a day. Feed yourself gradually. See the fact that it's strong out until you can remove it. Okay. Vegetable juice is the same mixture I suggested is fine. I don't want you to have any beet juice. We've got some tobacco tars in your lungs, but it's pretty cake. So after a year on this diet, you can put the beet juice back in. You can put some beet juice into your juice mixer. But no more than, say, 3% for a while. Just want to make sure you're not important. Okay. And that'll help break down and help you utilize oxygen more than even though you get all the smoke tars. Okay, relax. Okay, the left testy is quite a bit of scar tissue there, but it's okay. Left adrenal gland, some scar tissue, but it's okay. Left side of the pancreas is about 70% scar tissue, so it's about 25% active, that's okay. Left thyroid is weak, parathyroid weak, tonsil area very poor. Relax. The right testy is in pretty good shape. Right adrenal gland in pretty good shape. Right side of the pancreas. Do you work out?
Not really. Well, I do work with my hands.
Do we?
All my renovations and stuff like that.
Just wondering whether some of that was muscle. Still, it's pretty hard. So the pancreas is probably only about 20% active on the right side. Right thyroid's okay, pretty good. Parathyroid's pretty good. Tonsil area is poor. Liver is okay. Looks scarred though. Red blood cells are okay. White blood cells are sporadic. The white blood cells are not very healthy. So you're not absorbing and digesting fats properly. So you need honey, you need pineapple in your diet. About a half a cup of pineapple a day, no more. Beet juice in your juice, vegetable juice, no more than, let's say, 3%.
Beet juice? Beet juice.
Awful lot stored there in your connective tissue. So you need those 40-minute baths every day. I suggest 10 to 12 eggs a day. Quart of milk. Sport drink that I gave earlier. Quart of that.
Is that one in your book, brother?
No. That's a new one that I've come up with. About 5 tablespoons of butter a day. I would suggest that you have 2 tablespoons of cheese with 1.5 teaspoons of honey, about 35 minutes after each meal. Now sometimes your body's only going to want to eat 1 meat meal a day, so try to have up to 12-14 ounces at that meat meal. Have it in the morning or evening, depending on which is more comfortable for you. But still have cheese and honey twice daily. And have a milkshake in place of one of the meat meals if you're not having 2 meat meals that day. Those lymphatic baths are going to be the difference for you. You've got to get rid of some of that waste. You've got all kinds of industrial solvents all throughout your body. So you're around construction?
I have been through the years. Now, sometimes in plants there's some industrial machinery, some in woodworking plants.
So the oils and everything out there in the atmosphere. Wearing a mask?
Oh.
Do.
Did I look that bad?
Pardon?
Did I look that bad? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it is that bad. You're getting to the point of like you're going to develop lupus. You know what lupus is? deterioration of the connective tissue. You saw the guy with MS?
Yes.
It's the same reaction, only you're bloated and fat instead of skinny.
Right.
But you have the same reaction. Lifting up a pencil will be excruciatingly painful. You'll cry from lifting pencil. So that's where you're headed. So any extra toxin could be that one straw that breaks it for you. So wear a mask. Don't care what your colleagues think. Let them make fun. Make fun of yourself with them. It isn't you. It isn't them that's going to be in the bed.
You're talking about only when I'm exposed to
Yes.
the industrial.
Yeah. Right.
I'm on the road all the time too, so it's exhausting.
So you have a good HEPA filter in your car. Clean them. What model of car do you have?
It's Impala.
Alcohol. No, you have to have one installed. You need some fungus to help you break some of this down in the connective tissue, so I'm going to suggest that you eat 2 mushrooms a day with one of your meat meals. At least 5 days a week. 6 days would be okay too. 7 day, you can take off the mushrooms. And I would do that for a solid 2 months, off 5 months, 2 months, off 5 months on eating them. You can have, let's say, normally you could have mushrooms 2 days a week. But for now, for the next 2 months, I want you to have every day, 6 days a week, off 1 day. And then for that next 5 months, you can do it 2 days a week.
Any mushrooms.
Whatever you like. Well, I don't suggest the death count. There's only one poisonous mushroom in the world, and I ate it. I mean, they call them poisonous. All of the aminos are poisonous. Some make you sick, but only one can kill you. And I ate the one that kills you. And I'm still here. I was depressed for 6.5 years, but I got through it. Instead of taking the pineapple as a fruit meal, I would like you to take just a, inch by inch cube and have it, let's say, every 5 hours. To help you digest and get things going.
I love that.
Pardon?
I love pineapple. I've
Okay.
bought a couple last week.
Other fruit help break down toxicity would be like mango mixed with kiwi and a little lime juice in it with lots of honey. That will help get rid of industrial solvents in the body. So say you have a third of a green mango, a semi-ripe mango, and then 1 kiwi, one medium kiwi, about 2.5 tablespoons of honey, 2 teaspoons of lime juice, 1 teaspoon of lemon juice, 2 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1/2 tablespoon of dairy cream. Blend that all together and pour that into 2.5 ounces of sparkling mineral water. I don't care how delicious it is, do not gulp it. Sip it. Because it needs to get into your body and do its work. And do that 2 days a week only. Other fruit meals, since you're having half a cup of pineapple throughout the day, should limit, the high carbohydrate, and maybe have just berries, like lots of. You've got more aluminum than any other metal in your body, So I suggest lots of raspberries for the other 5 days of the week. One day you could do a custard. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, the vegetable juice, just you need some beet juice in it, 5% beet juice. Just lower the carrot down to 20% to 25%.
Now, is this psoriasis or eczema? Is that part of because of the
Toxicity, you don't have the drying type. You have the toxic damaging the skin as it's passing through. It's not really psoriasis. Psoriasis is lacking the fat, so everything dries out and cracks and breaks. Yours is poisons leaving through your skin.
It's not eczema or
No, it's not eczema or psoriasis. No. So what you do is just put butter on your skin.
Oh, yeah? Butter myself.
Okay?
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. The left adrenal gland is pretty protein deficient. Were you a vegetarian?
I was for a lot of years.
Never recovered? The left side of your pancreas is about 30% alive. Okay. Left thyroid is good. Parathyroid is okay. Tonsils is very poor. Tonsils is very poor. The right ovary is the same. Big hole there. Might have a tiny bit.
Yeah, I have actually enough hormone production. It feels like that.
Yeah, it looks like you do. Right here. Doesn't look like this was enough to generate any. They left a little bit here of even the ovary, not just the tube.
The right ovary's there, but I just can't see the menopause too.
Well, you've got a hole there, so you've got probably at least 50% of it's missing. Relax. The right adrenal gland is almost deteriorated too, shriveled and shrunken. The right side of the pancreas very protein deficient, very weak, but it's still probably a good 30% alive. And the right thyroid is okay, parathyroid's pretty good, tonsil area very poor. I see all this white splotching. It's all lymphatic congestion. So here you're skinny with lymphatic congestion. Everything's drying out in your entire system. You need to get fat, I mean very fat, which you probably won't like. And you need to put on about 25 pounds for a good 6 years if you want to reverse this. Faster, but not at all. Be very slow progress if you don't. I don't even suggest you do the hot baths yet. The long hot baths, even though you have all that lymphatic congestion, because you just don't have enough fat to replace the fat already.
I do generally throw sea salt in the bath every day when I have a bath.
I'm talking about a 40-minute bath. Anywhere from 105 to 108 degrees. So, I suggest that you have a moisturizing formula with 3 eggs, 3.5 tablespoons of butter, 1 tablespoon of lemon juice. Make that 1.25 tablespoons of lemon juice and 1 tablespoon of honey. Blend that all together. Now you need to leave those ingredients out the night before so they become room temperature. If when you blend it in the morning, if the butter is clumpy, still too cold, immerse that into a bowl of hot water for about 3 minutes, reblend it until it's all smooth. It won't work properly unless it's smooth. And I would like you to break that into fifths. So you have fifth with a meat meal, both meat meals, so fifth with the 2 meat meals. So that takes care of 2/5 of it. And then about 12 o'clock, have another 1/5 of it. Now, depending upon it, with the size of the eggs, it's going to depend upon the amount of that moisturizing formula. So you're using 3 eggs, and they're big eggs, you're going to have a lot of fluid, a lot more moisturizing formula. If they're small eggs, it's going to be a lot less. So it could vary anywhere from 2 to 4 ounces in measurement. So you break it into fifths. Say you have 8.5 ounces. You break that into how many times? Table, 1.5 ounces 5 times a day. Okay? So you have one with an early meat meal, late meat meal, around noon, and then, so that's 3 right before you go to bed, have a 5th, and during the middle of the night you have a 5th. You want to keep that lubrication formula going in and start working on everything in your body, because your body's drying out everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And the left side of your small intestines is almost already beef jerky.
Oh, yeah.
Right side is getting close. And you have all these smoke tars.
My brother-in-law will smoke.
They're pretty bad. That's the main reason that you have all that lymphatic hardening and congestion. So once you put on at least 7 more pounds, you can start the baths. They're going to make a big difference in your life. And if you don't want to get huge to get well, then you need to take some of that weight off every day with one of those 40-minute baths. A lot of people can't stand at 105, 108 degrees for that 40 minutes easily, so you've got to distract yourself. Take a bowl of hot, cold water, some ice cubes in it, and have a washcloth, and breathe over it. Breathe the cool air into your lungs, start cooling your body. Pat your forehead and your cheeks, not your neck. Top of your head's okay, but not your neck. Okay, the circulation's poor there already, so you don't want to do it to your neck. Do it to your wrists a little bit. You want to cool yourself. You put a very tiny fan in front of the ice water and blow it into your face. Many ways to keep you in that. But it's usually because of the hot moisture going into the lungs, which makes people feel panicked in that hot water. Like I said, you use the cloth or a small fan to blow the ice water vapor into your face.
How do you take the temperature of the water to know that it's... You have to get
Use a thermometer.
Okay.
A regular thermometer, you use in the mouth. And you just turn it on, put it under the water, and it'll put out a reading. The hour to an hour and a half baths should be 102 to 105. 40-minute baths should be 105 to 108. It could be up to 110 after you get used to it, but not that necessary. Vegetable juice, the same one that I put out this afternoon. You definitely need an egg in your vegetable juices. Okay. Just one. Fruit, lots of raspberries. You need pineapple. So you need to eat a little pineapple at a time all day long, like that gentleman. You've got the least amount of fat in the brain that I've ever seen, so even your brain is shriveling up from dryness. When you really feel hungry someday, have 2 of those moisturizing formulas. What you do is have one, have half of it, and then have the next half the other day, plus another. So you're having 1.5 a day, 2 days in a row. Really need that moisturizing formula. Okay. Meat-wise, very little red meat, very acidic. for you. So fish and chicken are better. Okay. Butter, you got the 3.5 tablespoons of butter in the moisturizing formula. I like to have another tablespoon of butter with each meat, plus a fifth of a moisturizing formula. Okay? So if you like this lemon meringue taste, you can have it with the meat. But if you don't want to like the lemon meringue taste with the meat is white meats, fish and chicken, then just have it right after you finish the meat. Okay?
Am I a meat?
No. You just, your red blood cells are very high and very good. They just have no energy. They don't have the fats to make them strong. The bone marrow is pretty toxic with aluminum. So, eat the cheese all day long. Make sure you're pulling out those poisons. That I expect everybody to remember, so even though I haven't addressed it personally for you, everybody does that cheese. I hope people understood that. She's so thin, I'm afraid for you to eat food. I'd like you to build up first. Then after, you could have raspberries right now. You have raspberries every day, plus your pineapple. That's more than enough fruit. In fact, you might even go a day or two a week without any raspberries, only have a little bit of pineapple all day long.
Can I do that with keeper or something?
You can have it with anything, doesn't matter. You can have it with meat, you can have it kefir, you can have it with milk, doesn't matter. Pineapple goes with anything.
So there's lots of time.
Raspberries don't. When I go with meats, but the pineapple don't. Okay? You're welcome. A lump? You got a lump in there like a tumor. Doesn't have to be cancer or malignant. You just got some dead cells collected there, or scar tissue, which is dead cells. Left adrenal gland is okay. Left side of the pancreas. It's weird. It's 80% texture is right, but there's only about 45% life in it. You got donuts in there? A left adrenal gland is okay. Parathyroid's poor. Tonsil area very poor. Right ovary is about 25% protein deficient. The right adrenal gland is fairly weak but okay. The right side of the pancreas, well, that's practically dissolved. Only about 25% of it there. It's only functioning by about 5 to 8%. You have enough over here, so you're still not at the 10% diabetic level. If you're on a cooked food diet, diabetic level is like 40%, 30, 40%. And you have less than that. But if you're on the primal diet, 10% is all you need, and you're not diabetic. Right thyroid is very good, parathyroid is very good, tonsil area is very poor. Sounds very poor. Relax. So you have lymphatic congestion all through the torso, all down your legs. The only time place you'll have heavy lymphatic congestion is in the brain. Red blood cells are very contaminated with metals, especially lead and cadmium, manganese. Mercury, aluminum. Everywhere. Lymphatic congestion is, see all this splotching? white splotching everywhere. It's all lymphatic congestion all over your body, except up in the brain. This side, you got it over here a little bit, around your ears, other side around the temple a little bit, but here in the center, the cortex, there's not a lot of congestion there. Throughout the rest of the body, completely. So you need to do those hour-and-a-half baths. Now, I had one elderly man that I talked about who created the stem cell company. He did the lymphatic. Now, he didn't listen to me. I said, I want you to do hour-and-a-half lymphatic bath, what it says in the book, 2 days a week. In the book, there was a misprint in the first print. It said 110 degrees instead of 101. There was a typo. So he did 110 degrees, hour and a half every day for 3 months. And he called me. He says, I'm still a slug. All I can do, I get out of that bath, and all I want to do is sleep. I said, that's all you were doing before. He says, it's even worse now. I said, but at least you're sleeping relaxed. He said, that's true. And I said, oh, how, you're doing them 2 days a week and how long? He said, no, I'm doing every day. I said, you've been doing every day for 3 months? I said, you're only supposed to do them 2 days a week, 3 days apart. Oh, I've been doing them every day. I said, stop. You know, that's too much cleaning too fast. I don't know how you'll react. I've never had anybody do that, never suggested anything. I don't know what's going on with you. He's in Bangkok. So I said, I don't know what to tell you. Stop them now. Don't do any more, but maybe one a week. So 10 days later, he had so much energy, he started the stem cell company. And he's been working 14, 16 hours a day for the last 5 years from doing it. So if you want to do an hour and a half every day for 3 months, it's what it would take to turn your system around. If you're going to do it every 2 days a week, like most people can only handle. If you were retired, he was retired, he could afford to do it. You know, so if it's two a week, it's like, and then the 40-minute bath one 5 days a week, the hour and a half one 2 days a week, it's likely to take you about 2 to 5 years, even 6 years to do what you could do if you do it every day. So consider that. Of course, he was in a humid, moist, warm climate too. It isn't here in Canada, where your body, when you go outside, it works right against your valve, solidify the fats again. So it could take you 6 months in a weather like you have in Toronto of doing them every day. I'm not sure. That's what you have to experiment with. Depends on how waxed those fats are and how crystallized they are. If they're crystallized, it takes a lot more time. Okay. I'd like you to have 8 to 10 eggs a day. I would like you to put 2 ounces of beet juice in each quart of milk to help break some of that down, dissolve it, along with a tablespoon of honey. Hopefully your saliva with it. Vegetable juice. Same as the one I said in the workshop. But I would like you to do is blend about a cup of pineapple juice, pineapple puree, of pineapple. They have pineapple puree, a cup about every 4 days. And each vegetable juice, I would like you to put a tablespoon in it before you drink it. Okay? And not only have the spore drink with a tablespoon and a quarter of vinegar in it, the raw apple cider vinegar, but I'd like you to put a quarter of a teaspoon of the raw apple cider vinegar in each juice. Minimum of 2 juices a day, probably. That's all you should have in the winter. In the summer, you could have 3 to 4 if you like. But a quarter of a teaspoon in each one. Not a quarter of a tablespoon, quarter of a teaspoon. It's that much, about the size of a bean, large bean. Meat-wise, you need lots of red meat. Red meat and fish would be preferable for you, combining the two together to give you good minerals. You don't have any, it doesn't feel like you have a cold issue, so you're not mineral deficient. So just have, tablespoon and a half of cheese with a half a teaspoon or 3/4 of a teaspoon of honey twice daily after your meat meals. I'm going to suggest that you have a custard 2 days a week for a fruit meal. Custard is pineapple, egg, butter, and honey. The recipes are in both books. When we want to live, you have to look under recipes. In the recipe book, it's you can look under custard. In place of fruit 2 days a week, I'd like you to have, and this is in the afternoon, I'd like you to have 3.5 ounces of carrot juice, 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, 2 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. You've got a lot of bile in the system, and I want to help pull that out of the system, because it causes irritation in your system. And put a tablespoon of honey on that and blend it all together. And you sip on that 2 days a week as your fruit meal, because it's a high carbohydrate meal. So that's fruit for 4 days a week. I wouldn't have any more than that. You've got pineapple every day. You have pineapple, chunks of pineapple, and then you have the pureed pineapple that you're putting into your vegetable juice.